of the entire world, Israel. Now, if you was here last night, uh, you know that we got into a lot of discussions about well, various topics or whatever. Thank you for being here, everybody. Shout out to the big gnomester there. Thank you for being here. And we're we talked about several things, but the main thing being that U.S. Incorporated merging with Israel, and it's so disgusting. It's hard for me just to just throw that out there and not like make fun of it or you know uh, because I'm not making fun of it at all. There's nothing humorous about any of this, but we got to figure out how to get out of this garbage here. You know, there are those who have no clue what's going on, and they will be the one. And those are really those are the ones that you think of when you talk about sheeple. You know, like they don't even know to pay attention. Like nobody's actually shook them and said, "Hey, you need to be paying attention right now." And I guess I was one of those. I was definitely a sheeple for sure because nobody came up to me and said, "Hey, you might want to look into this when you're busy voting for Obama," which I did back in the day, both times. Raised Democratic. Had a dad that was straight up Democrat and stuff. But before anybody jumps all over that or whatever, as you can see, in my videos that I've made on this channel, you will see, in fact, that I slid over to the red side. I thought, well, heck, they done changed Democrat side so bad. There's no way I can align with that. I am definitely pro-life. What is pro-life? What does that mean? Yeah, that means that I don't want to, I'm not going to, I don't think about it, and you don't have the damn right to think about it, neither murdering a child or anyone as far as that goes. And that Bible says what it says, and it says it for a reason. And to any of those out there who say, well, I don't really, I'm not a Christian or whatever. Well, you have that right to be ignorant. And when I use the word ignorant, see, everybody gets blown away at words and stuff whenever they shouldn't. And then when they should, they don't get blown away at all. Like the word understand. When people says, do you understand? Well, you're thinking that just means, do you comprehend what I am saying? When in fact, what they mean is, get below me, you lower life form, right? Words do matter, but they especially matter when there's meaning and you understand them, So whenever I say pro-life, that means absolutely, no murdering children at all, period. Why should that even be a thought? Oh, yeah, because there's demons in the world, right? Anyway, I thought we would start right here. And I don't know if anybody has seen this or not. I probably should, and maybe I will start that before we jump in and watch this handsome dude here. I think we better start off showing what we need to get out there, and people need to really, really be seeing what's happening. So here we go. And before this here really, really takes off or whatever, this is John Vaughn has a channel, and I extremely highly recommend his channel. He's an amazing patriot. He knows a lot about currency and what's true money, which we know that's gold and silver and so on and so forth. But he really goes in depth and connects the dots for we the people, me the people, I should say, in a way that you can understand it and really catch up and start following along. Now, let me start by saying that this video that he has done, he done after he had been put in jail and had to go to their you can say Mickey Mouse court system and all that stuff, which really does apply if you think about it, because Disney, one of the corrupt, most foulest, evilest places, you could most certainly, put them hand in hand. The court systems and Disneyland, they're one and the same evil. But yet at the same time, there are those sheeple who keep like, oh, well, it's not going to hurt to go there, and it's not going to hurt because I don't feel that way. Well, you may not be feeling that way, but you are putting your shekels towards the ones that's going to take your shekels and turn them around on you and then absolutely end you and your children. And and you can look at their Talmud and you can see that is the way they feel. Now, we're going to jump right into this, and I'm asking you to pay attention here. Again, if you're here, thank you so much for joining us. Man, we had an awesome crowd last night. Just, straight up amazing people. Appreciate all of you. But here we go. We're going to start right here. Here's John Vaughn. Listen up and pay attention to this. This is your country.
Police guy in the gray shirt. He records everybody, but at least he agrees that we have the right to stand up for what we believe. Got old Glory up there, rocking the look. Everyone's agreeing. Hey, I need to warn you guys about something. Jade Helm.
Jade Helm.
Please look up Jade Helm.
Jade Helm.
So now that Trump has combined our militaries,
Okay, I don't know if you heard that or not, but now that Dumpy Trumpy has combined the militaries, do you understand? It is so neutral too. I mean, we got to be careful, John Vaughn, that we don't fall into it also, because now we're saying, well, but actually John Vaughn's right also when he says now that they have combined the militaries. When he says the militaries, notice how he didn't say our military. Do you know why that is? It's made up of our people, right? They take them and then they brainwash them, and all of these younger people especially going in, and when they put on that demonic piece of garbage uniform, and I mean that from the very bottom of my asshole, it's demonic. It's not for we the people. You're not fighting for we the people. I don't give a shit. I'm telling you, you can say, oh, I'm Air Force, I'm Navy, I'm Marines. You ain't shit. You're a traitor is what you are. You legitimately are a traitor. But now I'm not talking about the Israelis and shit, because they're just invaders. All of these that's up there that's pretending to be congressmen and all that, well, they're not pretending. They are indeed congressmen, but they're not your congressmen. This is not our government. But I'm going to play this again for what he says. But remember, he says joining the militaries. Remember, not your military. We don't have a damn military. But you know what? It says, per the Constitution, the big piece of toilet paper that it is right now, it says that we have the right to have a well-regulated militia. So I have a well-regulated militia. If you would like to join my well-regulated militia, send your information, with a phone number that you can be contacted right on here. But I would like to join the militia, and take this country back. There's your invitation right there. Don't say, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? I know what to do. I do. So I'm going to play this again and listen up.
About something. Jade Helm. Please look up Jade Helm.
Jade Helm,
So
very
now
important.
that Trump has combined our militaries, in 4 months, we got 4 months now. In 4 months, Israel's military will be here, and a program called Jade Helm will be activated. Jade Helm is where Special Forces shows up in the middle of the night. They take over a Walmart. So Walmart, they plan it out. It's not like it's just random.
Hear this?
But they show up, they empty out a Walmart in 12 hours, and in another 12 hours, hey! In another 12 hours, they have a military base in the center of your city. And with the flock camera data, with your cell phone data, with the Axion data, with all that data, you cannot hide. They know where you are at all times. And if you are like me, somebody who is speaking up and trying to liberate the people from tyranny, they will come for you first.
Yep.
For all of you who have guns, they will come for you next.
Hear that?
For those of you who think you're going to be able to join forces with your brothers and go have a big battle somewhere, that is not going to happen. They are going to show up in the middle of the night and take you and your family by force, and then you will end up in a ICE concentration camp. I am not.
Okay, he says, I am not joking right there. Listen.
Not joking about this, ladies and gentlemen. We have 4.
Okay, I'm actually going to rewind that and listen to what he's saying. He's saying that you're not going to jump in. You're not going to find a few buddies or get a few people together and then say, well, yeah, let's go down to the courthouse. Let's do something. Let's blast them or whatever. You can't do that. I mean, you can do that, but all you did is you wasted your precious mind and body and resources, and you throwed it away. So he's saying what's going to happen. The time when you say, well, I think I'll get a shower before I go, meet up with Bill and Ted and the rest of them, and then we're going to sit around and have us a couple beers to get some courage in us, and then we're going to go to the courthouse. Your local courthouse. They don't give 2 shits about that local courthouse. They don't care about that. So I'm going to play this part here again and listen to what he says here.
Have a big battle somewhere? That is not going to happen. They are going to show up in the middle of the night and take you and your family by force, and then you will end up in a ICE concentration camp. I am not joking about this, ladies and gentlemen. We have 4 months before Jade Helm happens. Please look it up. Also, I want to say thank you for everyone in your contributions. It's been hell on me and my family, as you can imagine, but I want you to know I am also helping other people. I have.
Okay, people's been sending him money and stuff to support him and his family and stuff, and instead of him using his donation money, just applying it to him and his family and stuff, he's using it to help others, like these single mothers or whatever, that they're trying to take their kids away and stuff in this child protective services and stuff. You know what I really believe is the problem is I think that there's like just a very few sprinkles of true patriots in the punch bowl, and the rest of it is turds that we happen to be amongst, because nobody really is taking this seriously. And right now I'm worried that it is too late. Look what they've done. I mean, they've got these flock cameras up and everywhere and everything. And let me find this remote that I somehow keep losing somehow. Anyway, what they do is they have all this stuff that's there to know exactly where you're at. And see, right now, they're not really doing anything about it. They're getting you used to it. You know, have you ever taken a cucumber or something? I don't know why it's jumped into my head, and put it next to a cat or whatever, and it scares the crap out. I don't know. Cats hate cucumbers for whatever reason. Anyway. or anything else. It's just to desensitize you. So once you put a cucumber next to a cat for a while, it sees it and then it calms down. Or, you know, anything. If you put a mouse in the cage, you know, with even a snake, you know, the mouse is all, you know, trying to get away and run away and everything, and the snake don't do anything for a while or whatever, the mouse will settle down and nothing happens, you know, until the snake gets hungry, right? And then it strikes. But this is what's happening here, sheeple mouse. This is what we've got going on. Is they're putting them out there. They know that we're going to squawk for a while, but then they know that the noise will hit a peak and then it'll come down. And that's all that they know, that's all that's probably going to happen. But just in case, they're preparing for it, because are they data centers? Nope. What are they? Processing centers. What are they processing? Well, they purchased 30,000 guillotines a few years ago, and then they stored them and housed them down in South Carolina, I believe it was. Might have been Georgia. I think it's South Carolina, at the military bases. And then here a while back, 6 months ago, or maybe a little bit longer, then nobody really knew what happened to them. But these data centers keep popping up, even when the sheep will say no. Now, come on. You guys really think that we have a country? We don't. We don't have a country. You know, we was called a melting pot by the demonics. And if you don't know what the demonics are, it's the little hat wearers. It's the ones that loves the shekels. It's the ones that absolutely hated my Lord and Savior, Jesus. They're the ones that wanted Barabbas to be set free. Those, the ones that live by the Talmud and that use that, well, no, they're not using that to do it. They're just doing it anyway. But the Talmud tells what they do, and what they do is they kill you. Read it in their own Talmud. Matter of fact, here in just a little bit, I'll get into that or whatever, but, you know, they have been poisoning us and killing us off for a very, very long time. You know? And you know what the one thing was that separated us? Do you know what it was that kept us in the clear? Why we kept winning victory after victory after victory, no matter who come against this country, so on and so forth? Because we was one nation under God. Yeah, under God, see? They finally figured out through, you know, it took them a long time. They couldn't figure out, like, why is it that every time we attack the Americans, that they somehow always wind up coming through it, and, you know, you can't beat them. Well, they finally figured out it was our faith, our trust, our belief that we had in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So they then started attacking the plan itself, to figure out how to work that in such a way, because you can't just blatantly show up somewhere and say, yeah, we hate your belief in God and we're going to, you know. So they knew that they would have to do it in such a sneaky way. And these demonic little fuckers, what they do is they plan on taking it just a little tiny bit at a time. You know, I use the analogy all the time, but it's true. If you put a frog in water and, you know, just lukewarm, you know, just regular water, scoop it up, you know, and put a frog in there, the frog won't jump out of the water. It likes the water. And you can then slowly turn up the heat And if it's slow enough, the frog will stay right the hell there until it's dead. It won't even offer to jump out. So listen and keep that very scenario in mind, because that's what they've been doing. And if you look back, you can see it. Of course, nobody wants to see it or whatever. I have the most unpopular channel on YouTube, and I don't give a shit. I said it before, and I'll say it again. This is more for self-documentation of what I'm getting ready to say right here, right now. If you do not speak up, and if you do not physically, mentally, verbally, is the word that I'm really looking for here, is say no, then you are jumping up and down, screaming at the top of your lungs, waving your hands like you're doing jumping jacks, and saying, I agree with what you're doing. Well, I don't agree with what they're doing. I don't condone it. I told them to stop it. I have called the enemy, which happens to be what you might be calling the government, which is, that is a brainwashed word to your own self, that you have taught yourself that anytime you hear government, that you think that that is actually talking about like something for you. And it is something for you, don't get me wrong. It's something that the demonics, Rothschild, Rockefeller, Demichi, Freeman, but now you'll know words like, or names, I should say, like Gates and Wexner, Epstein. If you've got a name and your name happens to be Rosenberg or something like that, and you go by the Talmud, those are the demonics. They also call them Illuminati. So if you hear Illuminati, now, if you have a frail little child mind, you might be thinking, oh, well, that's a fictional, oh, that's some of that hocus pocus stuff, that's some of that made up stuff. Then you're a moron. And you really deserve what is coming. But however, if you're an adult and you're trying to do something for others the same as yourself, and if you have empathy and sympathy and a soul, then you'll see that this is about saving others, that they might have a chance to get right with their Lord and Savior before the time actually does come. Now, I don't think this is the time. I don't think this is the end of the world. I don't think that Yeshua is coming down. I don't think so. Not right now, because if it goes according to the Bible, and it always has, I mean, so far it's 10 for 10, or maybe I should say 1,000 for 1,000, right? So if it's hasn't been wrong, and we're counting on what the Bible tells us, which we should and better, but the only reason why that I would even say what I'm about to say with a lot of caution actually, is because think about this: if somebody found out that you always refer to a certain book, and that you're trying to live by what that book says, and you are a demonic like Gates or Trump or one of them other demonic butt plug pieces of shit, then what would you do? Of course, you would do what they've been doing, and you can watch several movies about it and everything where they try to get the playbook. I mean, watch what they do in their little football game. Oh, throw me the ball, throw me the ball. They always take something that's really cool, by the way. So in case somebody thinks that I'm dogging on football or something, I don't really give a shit about that if you do or not. But I will say this: I really liked the game of football. until I found out that it was scripted, like the rest of everything. And listen, if you think that you're just seeing the movies and they're scripted, no. I mean, look around and listen to what other people say, and they're finally starting to realize that even what they're saying is true life, real stuff is scripted. You know, Trump is scripted. You know, he is bought, paid for, through and through. You know, you remember, he kept saying that he was going to drain the swamp, and he was going to do this, and he was, what all his lies were and everything. I don't have to remember all of his lies. I just recall and will always remember one lie that he absolutely come out of his face, and that's the only one that I need to know that the rest of them are lies, okay? When he said that he was a Christian, but then he come out after he got the protection that he needed, which was back in as president of their corporation. Once he was protected, then he was like, "Oh well, no, I don't think I'm heavenly bound," he said. Trump said he was a Christian. Well, if he's a Christian, then you better watch out, because rocks are getting ready to start flying, And I would most certainly believe that stones would start flying before I would ever believe, because we know Trump is definitely no Christian at all, right? So what are they doing? They're poisoning us. They're doing everything that they can to kill us off slowly. They don't want to do it fast. If you're joining us, thank you so much for joining us here this evening. We're talking about really boring stuff, the country that we live in here, formerly known as America, which we don't have anymore. They're trying to join, they are joining the U.S. military with Israel's military, but that's the biggest news, and people's wanting to shy away from it and everything. And then once it happens, people are going to be like, "What the hell just happened?" Wow. But as you can see by the numbers or whatever here, nobody gives a shit about this. No, nobody cares. But yet you watch when something happens. Wait till their children is taken with child protective services or something, and then go watch the videos. They'll break off by themselves, and then all of a sudden that'll be their big cause. It'll be like, "Oh, child protective services took my child. Oh, everybody, feel bad for me because, they took my kid." Well, that's too damn late, isn't it? I'm not going to feel sorry for any damn body if your child or anybody else gets taken from you and you've heard this. So if you come on and then you jumped out or whatever, you're one of those that are looking for that quick hit or whatever of somebody putting a firecracker in somebody else's bum hole or something, so that you can get a laugh. Or, "Oh, that's unbelievable." But, let me tell you what's really unbelievable is that anyone who hears this and breaks away knowing, after you have heard that they are merging with each other, because take that military out of it. That doesn't even make it doesn't make any sense to say, "Well, they're just merging the military." Well, let me ask you this. Would you share your heart with somebody else? I mean, your physical heart? Would you open your door up to, like, the most phallus pedophile, the sick individuals, and tell them, say, "Yeah, come on in, sleep in the same bedroom with my children"? Would you do that? So is your home just where you're at right now, or where you're heading to, Lord willing, to your safe place? Is that what you're considering your home there? Because let me tell you, where my mind is, my home is extended outside of these walls. It does cover the country that I'm in. And I'm not saying America. There is no America. And you ain't getting shit unless you fight for it. So, I'm going to play this video right here. And this is just showing what they have in our tap water. And if you don't know what is going into the tap waters and everything, you're probably not paying attention at all. But this is how they've been and continue to poison us. And then they're taking all of our water supply. Think about this. They're taking the water supply. And you're letting them do it. But we'll talk about what all's in the water and stuff here. Astrazine and stuff like that it's called. Which literally is something that chemically castrates males. But more so, it will turn male frogs into female frogs. Now, I'm sure that it's just for frogs and it's perfectly fine for humans to consume because it does that to another living creature or whatever, but that you know, there's no way that could affect a living person, right? A human being, right? Yeah, right. Okay. Well, anyway, watch this here. This is one that I made here just a little while back. Matter of fact, it's 6 months ago I made this. And this is local here, but really pay attention to the tap water here. Quick video here. I don't know where you at in your neck of the woods, country, wherever you're at. How's your water? You know, they're putting in all these data centers and everything. They're absolutely screwing up the water. Who knows what they're doing? They're changing our weather, so on and so forth. But, you know, I've talked to so many people all the time, like, you know, where are you getting your water from, so on and so forth. And, man, I told a guy a long time ago, I said, if you ever really wanted to make a bunch of money, invest in water. Well, back then, you know, I mean, everywhere you went, they'd give you bottles of water and stuff, you know. And then it became a nickel, and then the next thing you know, it's 25 cents for a bottle of water, and it was no time. Now it's, you know, just about like pop or more in some places, right? Especially go to Florida, man. Whew. And then with them doing the chemtrails and all the garbage that they're doing, but the main point of this is, you'll hear about people saying that their water's bad where they're at and they can't drink the water, so on and so forth. Well, man, do I relate to that. Right here in southern Ohio. But I thought I'd make this video because I want to show you how horrible the water is that comes out of the tap and why you shouldn't drink it at all. And it is absolutely horrifying. Now, I don't know if you guys ever heard or seen one of these here. It's an electrolyzer, okay? And you can buy these, you know, they're pretty reasonable or whatever to buy or what have you. So, and I seen somebody do this, but it wasn't around here, and I thought, wow, man, that's horrible. I wonder what the water around here looks like. So, I thought what we would do, and I'm going to show you guys, okay, I got 2 jars here, and what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to fill one of them with tap water here. And this is just right out of the faucet right here. Leave it around a little bit, that way we give everybody a good fighting chance here or whatever. So, I'm going to put this in and fill this up. In case I didn't, I'll say it again. It's the 20th of January, fake year of 26. And now, I filled that up straight out of tap. Not going to turn off the camera or anything. And I'm going to get some spring water that's filtered spring water. Okay, now this is filtered spring water. We're going to put this over here. Closest one to me. Now, this gizmo wanker cracker right here, the electrolyzer, that's just the Wow Puma cat running in. She's having a ball running it down like a horse. Now, you plug that in. Now, these got electrodes on, as you can see. And what this thing does, it electrifies the water, so don't put your finger in there. But you just tell me when you're ready there. No, put it down there. You ready? Okay, now we're going to put this down in here like this. So we got 2 in this one, 2 in this one. Now, what this does is it Hey, I want to say if you're here joining us, really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Gnome, shout out to you. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for all your support. Very, very much. You're awesome. And if you're joining us or whatever, thanks for being here. Not asking anybody to subscribe or anything, but I'm just asking for you to pay attention to the message that I am trying to get out, because if you're not aware that the U.S. Incorporated is merging with Israeli military, which is the same as just us merging with, but when I say us, it's them. So I should say they are merging with Israel. They are invaders to our country, our land. We don't have America anymore, but this is our country. And we need to get not just invaders of the demonics out of here with Israel hell, but all of these invaders like Lindsey Graham and all of them. Thank goodness he's dead and out of the way now. Couldn't have happened it could have happened to more of the same demonic deranged demons for sure. I've got a list. Oh yeah, it really kind of goes hand in hand with that Epstein list, doesn't it? It splits the oxygen and all that out of the water, and then if there's anything in the water, it will clump it together. Okay. And we're going to turn this on, and we're going to do it for 1 minute, and then see what happens. So, here in 3, 2, 1. Okay, now we got this on. Now we're going to wait 1 minute. But it is absolutely, positively just beyond mind-blowing to know what they are doing. They actually are putting fluoride, poison, in our water, knowing that children and stuff, or even children, include all of human beings, are not only drinking it, but they're, you take a shower in it and everything else. It's absolutely appalling that they're doing this. And here in just a second here, let's see what we got. Another 10 seconds. Okay, coming down on 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Now we turn this off. Now I'm going to get a paper towel, and if you notice, you can already see this over here turning like a yellow and a brown looking color right here. Let's see if we can, we're going to zoom you in so that we can
really show you. Okay.
Yeah, if you look at that right there, see, if that was good clean water, you wouldn't be seeing anything right there that kind of looks like a shit stain in your water, because this is even more foul right here, because as this would set, this here would get even more cloudier, and of course nothing is ever as real as like actually being there, right? But even from these pictures, I mean, you can clearly see that there is garbage in this versus over here. And let me tell you one of the most insane things, and this is true, you can look this up, but Wellston, Ohio has such clean water because it comes out of a huge spring. There's a huge water source right underneath of Wellston. And when they mined it, you know, and took out all the coal and stuff, well, they turned off the pumps and stuff. Of course, you know, most of it flooded and everything else with spring water. Well, they pump that water out into the water plants and stuff. Now, listen to this is mind-blowingly retarded. You know, it's so dumb. You know, and remember, we created all of this dumbness, all of this retarded. This is our fault. We're to blame for it, right? So it's ours to clean up if we're smart enough, and if we, you know, are brave enough to stand up and clean this up. But it is so clean when they pump it out that they can't get a reading on it. Like all of their little gizmos and all their machines that they run the water through and everything, it comes back as being so clean, it won't even make their little needles move. It won't even register a little digital number on their digital machines or whatever to make it register. Do you hear what I'm saying? Okay, the water is like that, clean. Like clean, it's clean as if you would have distilled the damn water and ran it through. Nothing's in it. It's super pure, super clean. But do you know what they do? They take a bunch of shit water, literally, no kidding. They pump shit water over into the clean water that just come up that won't even register, so that they can then put all of their garbage into it that you and I know is poison to us anyway. So that they can then claim that it's cleaned, but then they can get a measurement on it really well, really easy. Their scales measure the shit just fine, everything goes way up, and it usually says, you know, borderline poison on their scales this is, but we know it's poison anyway. But like if it goes from, let's say 0 to 5 is fine, but anything after 5 would be bad, you know. But no, it goes up to like 5. I mean, pushing the 5, or they're like, oh, it's good, you know. If it does go a little over or something, like, it's all right, let it rip, you know. But if it gets up to 6 or something like that, then they got to run it back through their sand filters and stuff to get that needle back down to where it's what's considered safe. And that's literally what they say. Well, it's what we consider safe. You know, who are we talking about here? Are we talking about some piece of shit who don't give a shit about our country or about what your children would be putting in their bodies? Yeah, that's who we're talking about. We're talking about the demonic pieces of shit. Okay, here you go. You know, when is the last time that you went to a restaurant and like you really had a good time, like you was treated really well? Like from the time that you walked in the door. And I'm not talking about one of these 5 stars, over in Italy or some bullshit like that. I'm talking about right here in the good old U.S. Incorporated, the business. Anybody? Nobody? Nobody's ever been there? Nobody goes out no more? Anybody eat at McDonald's? Anybody that dumb to keep eating at McDonald's? Anybody so stupid they keep eating at Taco Hell? Anybody still eating human DNA? Anybody still doing that now that you know that they are? Anybody? You in the back? Yeah. Okay, well, nothing funny here, but what they have done, if you go to any town, any city, anywhere you go in this fucked up piece of shit U.S. Incorporated, you're going to come across the same demonic pieces of garbage, trash, shitholes to stop at. KFC, listen, oh my God, this is something stupid too. KFC. Do you know that there is no Kentucky Fried Chicken? That it's KFC? It's just the letters. It's not Kentucky Fried Chicken. None of that bullshit. No. No, they went straight to, well, let's just call it KFC. They couldn't go with Colonel Sanders. They couldn't go with, Kentucky Fried Chicken, because that might acknowledge people of Kentucky somehow or something like that, The good people of Kentucky. We can't have that shit. Hell no. No. Let's see. How can we mind screw these chattel, which are human cattle, which is what the demonics, and I'm talking about all of the Illuminati, that's what they consider you to be, and your children are animals that deserve nothing except for nothing short of killing your ass. That's it. That's all you're worthy of. Unless they want to make you a slave. But that's them being real good to the chattel, right? To the goyim. All right, so you got the same pieces of crap. KFC, Taco Smell, McDonald's. Let's see what else. Maybe Sonic. Oh, Arby's. Gotta put Arby's in there. Because they got the meats, right? Mm-hmm. Yep. So, have you ever had like a serious problem, a complaint or something like that? What usually happens? Well, the norm, what they usually do, like if you say, this burger sucks, this come with too much human feet meat on it, or whatever the case may be. I don't know why anybody'd still use. But when you take something up there, they'll be like, oh, sorry about that, here you go. And they'll slide another one across. They just took care of you, right? Everybody thinks, oh, well, that's a good place to eat. That sandwich sucked. I just got another one. They just handed it to me, But if you, were treated bad and then the manager done something, or it's something that you have to contact somebody of serious importance to that individual slime store, you can't get a hold of them. You'll never reach them. I've got a challenge for you right now. If you think that you can or whatever, I'm telling you right now. Let me tell you a true story. I have time. Was coming back from up north, and up in, I think it's Circleville is the name of it, below Columbus and in between Chillicothe there. There's South Bloomfield and then there's Circleville. I can't remember. I always get the two kind of mixed up there, but irrelevant. If you go up through there, they have a Hardee's, right? And on the way back, I thought, well, you know, I only stopped there just like a couple of times before. Nothing wow or nothing like. But I got to tell you, I was in a hurry, and I was meeting somebody, and I can't remember what that was about right now. But so I thought, well, you know what? I don't want to be starving or anything like that, so I'll just slide in real quick, and I'll grab something, and at least, you know, I won't have to worry about eating. I can just continue about my life. So I stopped in real quick, and I ordered, and one of the things that I ordered was a cinnamon roll, you know. Now I didn't really know what all I wanted, you know, but I knew I just wanted to get eaten out of the way or whatever, and I didn't want to be hungry and all that stuff. I just wanted to get on down the road, right? But I went ahead and I got a fry and a burger, what they call a burger, and then I got this cinnamon roll. Oh, and a drink. Well, the person at the window just acted odd anyway, you know what I mean? But I'm like, whatever, you know. They usually have the brightest individuals, right? They usually have the sharpest people. This is not Illuminati sign, by the way. I just do that or whatever. But you got to watch that, don't you? Because now we see what all these signs and stuff meaning. You know what I mean? Like they got Jay-Z doing his thing, like what Jim Carrey did on the Late Tonight Show or whatever it was with Jay Leno or something. Anyway, but I got this, and when I took off, I thought, well, I can either one keep driving and try to do the one-handed thing, you know, and I thought, nah, be safer. I'll just pull over, you know, the overpass, and I'll have something to eat, you know. So I pulled over, and I took a drink out of the what was supposed to have been at the time Coke or Pepsi or whatever, Dr. Pepper, whatever it was supposed to be. I don't remember. And it just tasted like cleaner, you know. And I'm like, what the hell? And I'm like, well, heck with that. You know, I guess I just won't have anything to drink. So I set it down. And then, so I looked at the fries. They looked like they'd been scooped off of the floor. And I'm not even joking. So I'm like, well, I ain't having that. And then the burger looked like somebody had grabbed it, wadded it up like a football or something. So I'm like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that neither. But then there was the cinnamon roll, right? And it had the icing or whatever, and it was all piled around, you know, they put a bunch of it on top there. And I thought, well, I said, that looks pretty good, you know. So I cautiously started taking a bite of it, and I could just tell immediately something was wrong. Now, what they had done, and I don't know exactly what else they'd done to it, you know, unfortunately, because we don't know, right? People can do stuff to your food. So, but they most certainly did this time, because they had put, instead of icing on that cinnamon roll, they had used mayonnaise. And they had piled it on there and made it look like that it was the icing or whatever, you know. Now, you know, some people would say, oh, well, that's funny. You know, that's funny. But I just wonder how funny that it would be. And I don't want to say if they was to hand that to one of their kids, because if somebody laughs at that and doesn't understand the importance of it, they don't need to be here listening to the most boring channel on YouTube, because they don't have the mindset to be an adult enough to fix a problem. Okay? See, of course, we could go over scenarios and stuff like if I would have known somebody that worked there and he seen me out the window and he secretively went back there and he put a little bit of mayo or she did, you know, because it's the women that likes whenever I would come through or come to the restaurants. They love it. But you know, if she would have like put a little bit of mayo or something like that on to the cinnamon roll, you know, and she knew me, and then I went and done something like that, and then you know, maybe in a little bit she'd text me and say, "Hey, baby, I just thought I'd tell you that I kind of snuck a little," and then I'd be like, "Oh, you put mayo on," you know. But we're not talking about that at all. There was no fun. There was no play. You know, this was some retarded demon thought that it would be okay to muck with somebody's nourishment that would be going into another human body, right? My first payroll job that I had was Kentucky Fried Chicken in Jackson. And you know, I absolutely loved that job. It was it was a pleasure working there. I mean, it was hard. It really was hard back then. I mean, but Marvin Payne, God rest his soul, really liked Marvin Payne. He was an incredible individual. He done a lot for Jackson and stuff like that. But he had a really good reputation, a good family and stuff. But he took pride in his stores and stuff. You know, he was in the Navy. He got out. If I'm mistaken on a little bit of this, forgive me. But he was in the service. He got out, and he went right in and bought him a store, which was the one in Jackson. And he cared about it. You could tell. I mean, he would say hi to the individuals, no matter where he was at. If he was with him, which I was with him, you know, quite often back some years ago. But you know, everybody knew him. He knew everybody, and he would take the time to talk to them. And he would, and it wouldn't matter if it was just, you know, usually like if people's just by themselves or something like that, they'll say, "Hey, don't worry about that. Cut a corner or something like that." He was not like that. Neither was I. And I took pride in everything that I did. If any, you know, one of the greatest things was when somebody came in to Marvin's store. You know, I honestly always remembered that, but I felt like that they was coming in to my store also. And I really, really wanted to do a good job. Not so much for Marvin. He was kind of an afterthought, if I'm honest about it. It was more that when you have individuals that show up and like they tell you, you know, "Hey, I come in, but I didn't stay because I knew you wasn't frying the chicken," or something like that. Man, that makes your, you know, head, you know, that big or whatever. Now, not that the other ones didn't know how to, but you know, there are different techniques and stuff to frying chicken. You know, you wouldn't think so, but I did. I took a lot of enjoyment and put a lot of effort into what I did because I knew somebody would be consuming it. So when I seen that somebody had put mayonnaise on a cinnamon roll like that, it just told me that, you know, we're in trouble here. You know, if you've got somebody that don't realize that food is that important, and that's just somebody who's working right there preparing that food, well, who are they around inside of that store that is passing to them that kind of mental thinking that they would just start doing that shit, right? Like it's okay to muck with somebody else's, you know what I mean? And if you think about it, it wasn't their property. Like when you pay for it, because when you drive through and you hand them the money over, well then that is your property then. And even though they're still preparing it, that's your property. So, but somebody took. Well, they didn't even give you your property. They actually give you something else. So it's false advertisement. It's mucking with your property. It's poisoning, if you ask me, because you know, there's people that's got allergies and stuff like that to certain foods. You know, I know people that's actually allergic to eggs and mayo. You know, so what if you'd have passed that to somebody, or somebody would have gotten that, you know, thinking, and then they would have took a, you know, no. But that's a true story. So Hardee's, you can kiss my ass anyway, because I would never ever, I wouldn't eat that trashy shit now. But furthermore on that, I had tried in and out, back and forth, side to side, up and down, through the middle, and diagonally, to get a hold of somebody for that very reason, because I was pissed. Could not get a hold of anybody, no matter what. So from that, I had learned that here's what happens. If you're thinking, I'll tell you what, I'll be right back. I'll let you guys watch a little bit more of this right here. But right here's where we're at. So this here was spring water here, clean water, spring water. And this right here is, see it turning color? Right there.
Yeah, let's see.
I'll finish when I finish.
Let's see. Now, there's 1 minute with that one, and there is the spring water. I mean, you can tell the difference already. Absolutely crazy, right? And it gets even worse. It really does, because it after you do that, it just keeps growing and growing and growing. Now, I'm gonna get a paper towel and show you something. Let's zoom you back out. Okay, now, watch here. We'll pull this out. Now, that's 1 minute. Now, see the probes there? Watch what happens here. You put the probes on there and pull them back, like you see the rust and gook on that. Okay, now let me show you this water, because I really want you to get, I don't know if can you see the clumps in there? Can you see the little lumpy pieces in there? You might have to zoom in, no? Let me see if I can, does that help? But
yeah, that actually did help.
But it is absolutely disgusting. Can you see on the top of that? But that,
Now look at that jar right there. I mean, I'm telling you right now, there's no way you should have anything in your water, and this is what they expect. Well, it's not that they expect, they want you to do this. They want you to consume this.
this here is one, like, probably a pretty normal, you know, like if you was thirsty and you went in to get you a drink, you know. But now, look here, look at this. This is the spring water. Nothing in it. Now, what I'm gonna do.
So that one right there
bad.
on the
I mean,
right
there's no way
is
this one can cross.
the spring water, like I said, and that is as clean as it comes right up naturally from the springs, but then they muck it up and they trash it up so that they can then get a reading on it. So then it's sent to you, and then here is the result of what you wind up with. So you don't wind up with this nice clean water. No, they're doing this here.
On camera as bad as it is. Let me see if I can, I don't want to pause this really, because I want you to, but let me show you right down. You see the pieces right there at the side and stuff? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. See all the little floaties in there?
You just imagine if you drink tap water and Southeast Ohio, that's what you're drinking.
Yeah, now all this does, this electrolyzer here, is that just like if there's little dissolved stuff in there, which we know they're in there, then it clumps them together. And so we're going to put this back in, and we're going to do it for another minute here and see what happens. Now it's already disgusting. This here should tell you right now, ain't no way. But here's, okay, we turn that on. Now we're gonna wait 1 minute. So I got the timer going there. Right now, here is water out of the tap, and then this right here, and these are that I bought this stuff that shows you the it tells you if there's chlorine in the water or not. You put a few drops in, we'll do that. But this one had the drops in it, and lo and behold, it turns yellow. But then it wasn't no time at all, because I just left them set, because I wanted to see what it did. And the reason why there's two of them is because this turned yellow, but I wanted to see just how dark it was, and the way you can do that is to naturally match it up with, you know, like one that ain't been messed with.
Time's up.
Okay, so now we put that in there for another minute, just so we can bring in, smear that off like that. We set these over for just a moment here. Now, also something that's really noticeable, like you can feel this is warm now, where this one's just as cold as it can be. This one here is actually warming up. And can you see that?
Yeah, you can see it now. The green and the...
Okay, I'm going to see if I can... Actually, let me pull it back off here.
Can you believe how disgusting that is?
Here a sec.
Hey, Scripture Journey!
If you can't tell...
Absolutely, we need good spiritual food, Scripture Journey, absolutely. Hey,
It's actually a
glad
good
you
view.
joined us.
Yeah, it shows up really good.
Well, the pieces and stuff in there. The countertop speckled like that really kind of hides a lot of the stuff. But can you see all the stuff right along there?
Yeah, it shows.
It's disgusting. It's a green, brown, yellow, all the nasty stuff, and that indicates acids, fluoride, and other manner. That's what it is. Red is iron and rust. Oh yeah, there you go. When I first did this, I done a...
Okay, now again, let me point this out, okay? Spring water, okay? And this is their treated water that comes into our tap water, and this is what they say, okay, even though it comes straight to them like this right here, this is spring water. This is the same thing that Wellston gets and so many places get. But, and I actually knew the doofus who worked at the water treatment plant or whatever. I'm like, wait a minute. And it's something so simple, and I mean this, like you would think, how can it be this incredibly dumb? Like, have you ever had something that was so simple that you was just like, it just didn't make any sense, right? Well, that's what they love to do to us, you know. And this is a prime example of something that they've done to us. So not only are words like understand, like they twist that, you know, understand means yeah, I comprehend what you're saying. No, 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 no. When they say, do you understand? You know, and so many people's like, oh, yeah, I understand. Well, what you're doing is you're saying, I understand your authority. When you took it as, you're wanting to know if I know what you're meaning. Yes, I comprehend. I know what you're meaning. No, 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 no. Okay, so this is another one of these extremely important screw yous that they, and when I say they, I'm talking about these demons, the Illuminati. Okay, and remember, that's not some fairy tale fictional. That is the enlightened ones. That's where Illuminati comes from. Okay, so these enlightened ones, the Illuminati, they wanted us to have this right here. Because instead of us having good, clean, pure water, because think about this, if it was you or I, and we started our own little village, our own group, which we should do, and we said, okay, well, when the water comes up, we'll look at it and we'll decide if it's good enough, or maybe if we need to run it through our sand filter or something like that, right? So, but no, that's instead they don't do that. You know, that's exactly what we should do, is say, nope, this looks good. Let's not run that through anything. That's clean. We can't get that any cleaner. But it goes even further than that, because they don't just say, oh, well, yeah, it's clean, but let's run it through the filter some more. No, 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 no. They have to get their reading, and I knew the moron who done this, and he is so dumb. I mean, anyway, and I'll tell you more about that maybe some other time or something. He's just dumb. But anyway, this right here is the way that it comes out. But they say, and this is how they get you. They say, well, our papers say that we have to have a reading on that. Like, we have to get a reading to turn in to the state. And I said, well, how come you can't just put on there that it was so clean it wouldn't even register? Oh, no, you can't do that. No, you got to have a number. You got to have a number. I said, so how come the number couldn't be 0 or -0? Oh, no, they don't accept that. No, you have to have something above 0. So I said, so make it a 1 and pass on. Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm dedicated to my job. Yeah, so what it is you're dedicated to poisoning that shit, period, right? All right, so anywho, no matter what they do, they're going to poison your water, okay? Because it's not about, oh, it's not clean enough, run it through that filter again. It's, nope, it doesn't have enough poison in it. Because like I said earlier, no kidding, they run it through their processing, meaning they add all their fluoride and all their other kill you shit that they put in it, literally. Like, now we know fluoride, like, what was we thinking, you know? Anyway, all for straight teeth, right? Unbelievable. Anyway, I'd rather have crooked ass teeth. I would. I'd rather have the crookedest teeth in the world, and you know, keep my organs functioning the way they're supposed to, right? So what they do is they run it through, and they put all their crap in there, and then it comes through like this. But now if it goes a little bit too far over, well, what they'll do is they'll run it through their filters, and they'll add a little bit of more of this or that or whatever, and this is the result of it right here. That's what you get. And I'm telling you right now, it does not, I mean, you can't even comprehend how bad that is right there. I mean, it truly is unbelievable. Anyway, we'll continue with this right here. I don't know what your guys' water is like wherever you're at. Scripture Journey, do you have good water where you're at? Have you had it tested? Anyway, here we go. I thought, well,
I'm gonna keep that. And I just left it set. So this here was done from about a month ago. And I don't know, can you see that?
Somewhat.
Down in the bottom here,
Not.
this stuff settles, and this right here, I actually put a piece of copper in there just to see if I could get it to, but I'll guarantee you I could stir that around. Let me get a spoon here. Can you see it there?
No, your hand's in the way.
My hand is on. About that?
Yeah.
Okay, well, anyway, can you see that?
Yeah. It shows.
Look at that. It's disgusting. Anyway, I thought, ain't no way I want to drink it anymore. This right here, I actually want to show you down in top of there, so let me show you. Okay.
Now watch, look at this. Look
Can
at
you
this.
see that? Look at that.
Look at this right here.
Look at that nasty.
Okay, now we just did that, right? All right, check this out. Look at how grimy this is. Look at the stuff on here. And mind you, when you leave this set for a little bit, it gets even worse.
Nasty, nasty stuff. Okay, spring water, tap water. And I'm here to tell you, it stinks. It smells like chemical after you do that, like burnt electric motor or something.
It does. It
horrible.
smells just like a really overly
Oh
hot
yeah, it's
electric
true.
motor.
You can't keep these. You can't keep the damn jars. They are hideous bad. They smell like burnt electric motors, like I said. Okay, now what I'm going to do is.
Can you tell that it's actually getting worse, that water in that jar? Can you see, since I first put it in there, how it's gaining more and more?
Get me another paper towel. That's probably the smart thing to do would be to set them over here, right? Okay, now, take a paper towel. Dry these here out. My whole point of making this, that is your tap water, right there. That's your tap water. And when you take a bath or something, just because your eyeballs can't see it, doesn't mean nothing. It's there.
Hey, I want to thank you for being here, Scriptural Journey. Glad you're on here. Appreciate that very much. Thanks for joining us this evening. But can you all see, like, this jar here, how it's actually, like, getting worse since I actually took the machine out of it. But look at it now. If you do this yourself at home, which I would strongly encourage you to, you'll see exactly the same results, I have no doubt.
All that electrolyzer does is it makes the invisible visible. It takes what they have dissolved and clumps it together again so that you can see it. I've actually been to the water treatment plants and stuff and seen where they've had these barrels and the bags of this fluoride and poisons and different things, but back then, you know, I just thought, well, hey, that's just, you know, what we do or whatever. Okay, now here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna, can you follow me here? We're gonna take a little bit of the tap water here. Okay. Set that there. gonna take another one, it's about the same weight. Set it over here. Now,
So straight out of the tap.
oh, is it 3 drops? No?
Yes.
Alright, now here, we'll take the indicator here. There's 3 drops in here. And it's already turned. I don't know if you can see it or not, but that's already... Look at that.
You need to move the other big ones and they can see it better.
Move the big ones.
Yeah,
These ones?
yeah. It's reflecting. There you go.
Well, is that better?
Yeah.
You should be able to really
Yeah.
tell. Look. So these are both the same. It's just I put the indicator for the chlorine, and it's P yellow for sure.
See how yellow that is? That was just to check it for
So-
chlorine or whatever, but look at this one
What
over
I
here.
done is I said, wow, I wonder
Look
what
at that
happens
jar.
if you just leave that set. So you can actually just leave these set, and it goes back clear again in just no time. And kind of accidentally, on purpose, just discovered what happens. Now here's something else here too. Look at this. Let me show you. This here blue, that's pH. Okay?
So what's your water like
So,
wherever
yeah.
you're at? You got good water?
We're gonna dump this out.
It's just straight out of the tap.
Okay? Now put a little bit in here. Now this right here, it's got a color coordinator gizmo wanky cranky that you match it up for. Now we already seen it was blue, which is, you know, a deep blue, which is 8.5 or what have you. So again, we're gonna put 3 drops in there. And then I'll tell you what they're doing. Already blue. There's 3 drops. Now, the pH, I looked it up, I'm like, well, why are they running, you know, higher pH than what they say is good? Because the correct is supposed to be like 7, if that's even true, right? I don't trust none of it. But they said that you can look it up on Giggle there, and Giggle tells you that 7 is optimal. But this shows up, and it was 8, 8.5. Now, I said, well, why is it so high? Are they doing that to clean the pipes or something? And lo and behold, they said, yes. And if you look it up on Giggle, it says, yes, that they will run a higher pH to clean the pipes. How?
So think about that. They're cleaning pipes with your drinking water. That way they don't have to come out once a year, twice a year, whatever it is. It don't make any difference. Or how about this? What about if they just ran the clean water, like the spring water right there, to begin with, right? That water right there. Okay? Instead, no, they turn it to that right there and then wonder why the pipes are screwed up, right? But it ain't about the pipes. It's not about those pipes in the ground. It's about your pipes and putting you in the ground.
Oh, goody, goody, goody. So, to keep our infrastructure, meaning the pipes clean, so they don't have to come out and replace them, you know, every 40 years or whatever it is, they would rather just run acid through there and have you drink it rather than ever do something to correct the problem or whatever, right? So, I don't know if I put enough drops, but maybe I'll put too much water in there or something. It's not really, it's blue on top, but it's, let's do it again. We'll put a little bit less water, I guess.
So now
Anyway.
look at the difference in these jars just since they've been sitting there. No kidding. I mean, this is mind blowing to me. Even going back and looking at this video 6 months ago. Look, completely clear, nothing in it, spring water. And then look at this. You can even see like big lumps and clumps in this right here. This one right here, this is the one that I just left set, you know, from the first time that I tried it. And there's so much garbage in that, it is unbelievable, you know. But that's after letting it set for a long time. I forget how long I left this one set. But look at this right here. This whole thing is nothing but contaminated. So you ain't getting away from that. Hand that to your child. Because remember, just putting that electrolyzer in there, all that did is that just made what's in the water visible so that your eyeball can see it. That's all it did. Didn't take it out, nothing like that. It just made it stick together more and clumps a little bit so that your eye can detect it. So that's what you're drinking, bathing with, and everything else.
It turns blue. You've seen the color that it turns. And I don't know, are you supposed to stir this or what? Okay. So anyhow, yeah, they'd rather us be drinking this acidy skank water. I mean, look at this. I'm telling you, when you're drinking, if you drink tap water, please don't. Please don't drink it. You know, I have a list of people who I would definitely let drink it.
Jeffrey Epstein list.
Drink it. But anyway,
Yeah, let them
aside from
drink.
that, look at this. Disgusting.
It's your
I
tap
just
water.
wanted to show you. No, Southern Ohio's water, man. Don't do it. Don't do it.
That's the one I left set for a very, very long time.
If you can do it,
That was one of the
go get your
original.
water tested or whatever, but just assume that it's poison because if it comes through a water treatment plant, you can just assume
Yeah, it's
that
been treated.
definitely-
It's definitely been treated.
poisoned. So
All right. So anyway, you get the gist of that. Your tap water is screwed. So I think what we'll do now, let's jump and go to what we stopped watching. Let's see, where was that at? Which one was that? Let's see. Oh yeah, I want to here after a bit. We're going to watch my mind. I gotta get my mind. Where did it go? What we was watching? Oh, now see right here. Real quick, we'll watch this right here. This is.
I held it up. Once you pop, you'll
Of course, they got to brainwash us first with this, right? So, sorry about the brainwashing thing. But Doug and Stacy right here, I don't know if anybody out there knows who Doug and Stacy is, but they do a really good job back some years ago. They made the conscious and very smart decision. They said, you know what, the hell with these city jobs. Let's sell whatever we can and get out of here and go get us a farm. And this is Doug and Stacy right here in their channel. But what are they really talking about? Well, mainly they're trying to sell you something anymore, which, I mean, I guess if I had over 1 million followers, I don't know. Anyway, they're trying to sell you stuff now, but to their credit, it is stuff for like purifying your water and stuff like that. But they've got a really, really good channel, and mine is the least popular channel on YouTube, and I don't care because I'm going to speak the truth. I'm going to always be telling about my Lord and Savior. And so here you go. He waits a long time, but I want you to hear a little bit of what he's talking about here.
Warren Heights, Michigan.
And he's talking about the water.
Blue collar America, okay? It's amazing, but if you look up how many mosques are in America, it's not even close to how many Jewish places there are. Oh my God, y'all. This is a great time to be alive if you are ever looking for the truth. But I got this paperwork today. We're gonna wait a few more minutes for people to show up.
All right. Yeah, it is what he does when he starts a live or something like that. You know, of course, over 1.25 million subscribers.
Lockdown, and COVID was a huge test, and we failed.
Yep, we did fail. Matter of fact, I'm just going to let it play right here just a little bit so you can see
part of Big Pharma
and listen.
And Big Pharma has to delegate the lie. I saw a T-shirt with sheep wearing a mask. That's amazing, right? And then they throw it in your face. They call them flock cameras, which are every day just looking worse and worse and worse, right? Worse and worse and worse. Cops being it to stalk their lovers. I mean, y'all, we are for some doozy times. Like I said last week, if you guys want to get out there and travel around and do something, you're running out of time. I truly believe that. So by 2030, which is their timeline, not mine. I'm not Nostradamus or anything, but by 2030 is what they say that they want to have this thing locked down. And COVID was a huge test, and we failed miserably. All right, 768 people, only 187 thumbs up. People are flying in here left and right. The show has started. Please give us a thumbs up so that'll help other people know that we are live and they can get this information. Okay? Oh, I didn't even notice that. Amazing. Este Informante. Now we got to get notifications in English and Spanish. This is another problem, right? When people come to our country, they're supposed to assimilate, okay? Not create a country inside of a country. Not walking around speaking their own foreign language all the time. They're supposed to know how to read and write on the English, our national language that has been for hundreds of years. This is another problem, I'm telling you guys. And calling somebody African American or, Ukrainian American and all these hyphenated Americans. This is all part of the teardown of America, one cut at a time, death by 1,000 cuts. All right, so just so you know, there it is right there, public notice, so you don't think anybody's playing around. I'm not doing nothing for clicks. I'm just always trying to bring you guys the truth, right? Because the truth can only do one thing, and that's set you free, okay? Because many of you might not even understand how bound up you are from lies and programming that have been instilled into your head ever since you were just a young kid. And you're believing that these things are truth, and they are not, okay? So I'm the jackhammer. It's okay if you get mad at Doug and you unsubscribe. It's okay, because I'm the jackhammer. Maybe 6 months from now, you find some other person talking the truth, and maybe you listen to them. It's okay. But remember, you heard it first here. So that's what I do. I break up the ground. I make you uncomfortable. I share these things that I find. I don't make this stuff up. So that's what's up. Unfortunately, America has to go to foreign countries and expect them to speak English too. Well, why do we even go to foreign countries? We should be keeping our butts right here. I know there's some kids watching. We need to be keeping our own border safe. Charity starts at home, okay? That's what the forefathers even said. We should not be getting our meddling in these other people's wars. And this global, stuff.
That must be
all nonsense. Also, if you guys never looked up the Adelman,
they don't like you bringing good information.
$250 million so he can run for president, and all he's doing is doing the bidding of the little
Edelson.
Okay,
$250 million.
There's no reason to mess with. First, he says they obliterated their nuclear capabilities. We blew them all up. That first day when we started dropping bombs on them, I told y'all that we were going in for World War III. But they got to slow roll it. Because nobody was going to jump on board right away. Okay?
Nope.
They got to slow roll it. And that's what they've been doing now for several months. It's just kind of slow rolling it, building it up, right? And also they're going to be showing you about the Muslims taking over America and stuff, right? Because they have the religious war is what's on deck. All right. Man, y'all, here's the paperwork. We're going to get right into it now. Make sure you guys hit that thumbs up, please.
Now, listen to this paperwork stuff here.
All right. First off,
I just thought that I kind of owed him a little bit of letting y'all see, in case you haven't seen Doug or Stacy's channel or whatever. Definitely recommend them. They're good people for sure, you know. But they moved out to the country, and they decided what they was going to do was live off grid, and you know, they walked away from city life and jobs, stuff like that, you know. Sort of kind of like Green Acres, I guess, but they both jumped in instead of just one. And you know, they had to figure it out. He built his own home with his own hands himself, and well, of course, both Doug and Stacy both did, but you know, they figured it out as they went along, how to keep their pipes from freezing and so on and so forth. So they got a bunch of information. But the main thing is because of what they're putting in our water. And I'll say it again, the reason why I'm doing these live shows is just to inform anybody, and this is self-documentation, that I am saying that I don't want it. I ain't for it. The U.S. Incorporated joining with the Israeli military, it doesn't make any difference if they say military all they want to. They're just saying that they're joining together. So it's not my country. I'm not doing it. This is nowhere, shape, or form my government. This is not my government. This is the invaders, though, that I have to eliminate and get out of my country, because they came here and they switched it around. The demonics, what they did, they started calling it the melting pot. Well, we didn't do that. We didn't call it that. That was a demonic that did that, that started doing that. And the reason why they did that is because they want to say, well, you know, it's the melting pot. You melt everything. No. And see, they went backwards about it. They're saying, well, we bring what we want to, and then we melt into what you have. No, that's backwards. See, whenever you're making something like chocolate, and you want to incorporate, I don't know, maybe a little bit of vanilla or something else or whatever, then you pour it in your chocolate, and then it becomes part of the chocolate itself. You know, or you add so small of a little amount here or there, or whatever it is that you put in there, that it still becomes the chocolate or whatever it is. You know, it's not that it's a melting pot. You just dump in whatever you want to until it melts. No, screw that.
Atrazine, right? Let's get you familiar with atrazine.
And that's what I want you to pay attention to here. Old Alex Jones or whatever, you know, don't trust that dude worth a shit at all. But he was the one that started telling about atrazine and all that. That's what I was saying earlier, that it's chemical castration to a male for sure. And in frogs, what it does is it, in fact, it takes frogs that are female frogs or male frogs, and it turns them into regular female frogs. You know, so wonder what it does to humans, right?
Right quick. Atrazine is a pesticide commonly used to kill weeds. It is widely popular in the United States in agricultural fields, but it is also used to treat golf courses and residential lawns. Its popularity allows for the pesticide to perpetrate both rural and residential areas because it's just so popular. How does atrazine enter the water supply? Atrazine has a relatively long half-life, meaning it does not just absorb into the ground and go away. Instead, it stays in the soil. And when it rains, the rain takes it into the groundwater supply. That's what this note is about. Into the groundwater supply, lakes and streams. From there, it enters households through tap water. That's why I told y'all the tap water is not fit for human consumption, especially if you live in the city. And even if you live in these rural areas, you think maybe, oh, I'm getting some goodness from these rural areas. We're not all that city folk stuff. Lies, okay? You might even be getting it worse. Atrazine poisoning can be avoided by consuming only clean water. I highly suggest you get some filtration systems for yourself, which ours will be in stock pretty soon. They're supposedly on the way. So stay tuned for that. It's all copper, works really well, removes this garbage from your water. The filters do. The filters should be here anytime. As a matter of fact, I'm going to call them first thing in the morning tomorrow because I think they were supposed to be shipping out shortly. Plus, before I digress here a little bit more, don't forget, we have a big giveaway going on where we're giving away a Lycan 5000 solar system backup. Y'all, I'm trying to give you the tools to help you survive the coming apocalypse, okay? All you have to do is go to offgridwithdougandstacy.com, hit the shop tab, it's a big button up there on the top. If you're on your cell phone, they call that a hamburger. When you see the 3 lines, click that, you'll see the Shop Now tab. Any $5 that you spend at our store gets you entered into the contest. It's like a $4,000 or $5,000 giveaway. And I'm trying to put these tools in your hand, and we're going to do it again after that. Here's the link right here, okay? But you can get that filter system there. Just give me a couple more days. And I'll send out emails to all you guys who are on our email list on Off Grid with Doug and Stacy and Missouri Tea Company, so you know that they're back in stock. Oh, back to the atrazine. Y'all, atrazine was widely used as a weed killer. It acts as an endocrine disruptor causing chemical castration. Hold on. Let me repeat that. It is an endocrine disruptor causing castration, chemical castration, demasculization. Look around, folks. Demasculization. That's why a guy like me has a hard time. I'm very masculine. And people don't know how to handle it, right? A complete sex reversal in genetic male frogs. Research led by the UC Berkeley biologist.
Now, here's the part I want you to pay attention to.
Why, yes, I did.
Listen to this. Unbelievable.
Tyrone Hayes showed that exposure to low environmentally relevant levels of atrazine can turn male frogs into functional females.
It's in your drinking water.
Y'all, I got the paper.
Comes out of the tap water.
These out that's why I don't touch the tap water. Okay? They're saying that they found atrazine in the reservoir. You know, most of these rural towns, they get their water from the reservoir. High levels. Not that high, they said. Although this is not an emergency, as our customers have the right to know what happened, what you should do, and what we're doing to correct the situation. They're doing nothing. I literally asked the guy when he handed it to me, I'm like, what? Atrazine? I was like, are you kidding me? What are they doing about it? Right? He said, well, that comes from the farmers in the field and everything. I'm like, well, would they tell the farmers to maybe not apply any of that stuff?
He said his job was just to tell you, notify you. Are they going to do anything?
All right. So, anyway, there you go. You just gotta, anyway, let's see. Let me see if I can find where we left off. Oh, yeah, here we go. Here we go. All right, now we're going to pick back up on to this right here for a little while. This guy, Will Jova here or whatever, he is the one that won the X Factor or whatever. If you was here last night, as Scripture Journey was, and Noma Campbell, Rocket Man, and a few other ones or whatever, had a really good show yesterday. If you're just now joining us, thank you for joining us. But we're going to start right back here. I'm going to rewind just a little bit. That way you can kind of overlap or whatever and get started here. So again, thank you everybody for being here. And remember, the U.S. Incorporated joining with Israel Hell or whatever, we can't allow that. We got to do whatever we got to do, right? So let's jump right back in, and here we go.
By another Freemason, Eliphas Levi.
So this guy is literally trying to warn everybody 5 years ago about what we're now dealing with. And you know, the Epstein, he had no idea about the Epstein list or whatever, because they offed him before that, you know. So anyway,
This book, The Doctrine of Transcendental Magic. This horrid thing, with breasts, a penis, and a goat's head with 2 horns, has these words written on its arms: Solve Coagula. The impact of the meaning of these 2 words should disturb you to soberness when I tell you about them. Because apart from other things, they involve the process in which the new system will be implemented at unbelievable cost to you and I. Here's a statue of the Baphomet at the temple, Satanic temple, complete with 2 little kids admiring it. That's J.K. Rowling's religion, Satanism. The secret religion for the highly evolved and the highly successful. Welcome to the real world. The same Masonic author writes in The Doctrine of Transcendental Magic, in the ceremonies practiced at reception by all secret societies, there are found indications of a doctrine which is everywhere carefully concealed, and that is witchcraft. And in his History of Magic, he tells us it is the royal art, and that's what Freemasonry calls it. And where did he get his inspiration for the Baphomet? From the Knights Templar, another secret society who were banned, and some of its members were executed in the 1300s for glorifying evil, as it's openly stated here in the Satanic Rituals. And where do modern day Knights Templars reside now? Within high degree of Freemasonry, right here. Again from the encyclopedia, and listen to this. The continuing impact of speculative Freemasonry, which means modern day Freemasonry, provided fertile soil in which new magical orders could grow. Magical orders, meaning other branches of secret societies, of which Freemasonry is the umbrella. Because Freemasonry is the king of secret societies. Just like JFK tried to tell us, it's the prestigious channel that one must go through. And it is the reason that the oldest religion in the world has made a colossal comeback and is now on the brink of success. Which, as I said, nothing can stop now. And again from the encyclopedia, the groups wear ritual garb and meet in magical lodges. And where do Masons meet? In the Masonic Lodge. Like here with a magical pentagram on their checkered floorboard. Are you believing your eyes? Or are you making excuses? Here's another statue of the Baphomet at a Satanic temple doing the sign of the horned god Lucifer. The hand sign mimicking the horns on his head. And of course, the upside down cross. And here's Barack Obama doing the same sign. And the sign of silence with a twist. Who do you think he's mocking here? You and I. But mainly Christians. Because Christianity is the one force that has stood between you and the inconceivable horror that is awaiting us and is on its way. Here's an article on Barack Obama, and that's his hands adjusting his presidential seal. And there's his Masonic ring, and the sign of the devil's horns, over and over. Freemasonry and Satanism are intertwined. Look at these Masonic politicians throwing up the devil's horns. George W. Bush. Look how sneaky and sinister the look on his face is here. And the manner in which he's delivering the sign. In front of the whole world. Is he a fan of rock music? Is he saying, I love you in sign language for the deaf, like some people like to say? This is his fraternal order called Skull and Bones, also known as the Order of Death, where you lie naked in a coffin with what's called a temple prostitute during initiation. Clearly a Masonic order, with this guy displaying the hidden hand of Freemasonry. In Stanley Kubrick's last movie before his death, he's telling you that all prominent members of industry, including politics, as the movie goes on to show, are members of a satanic secret society. In it, he shows the members engage in an orgy and feast after the ceremony of dedication to their horned god. To identify which secret society he's referring to, he leaves the clues in the artwork. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. The One-Eyed Religion. And who do you think the title of the movie is dedicated to? None other than the stupid, ignorant, and uninitiated masses watching the movie. And you know it now. He knew that when we'd leave the cinema, we'd be commenting on the performance of Tom Cruise, or giggling about the orgy scene, or just being disappointed because the movie went too long, or some other meaningless critique, with eyes wide shut. Look at the cover of his other movie, A Clockwork Orange. The eye on top of the pyramid. And on his shirt, the word devil in Italian. Let me take it up a notch, in case this isn't registering. Listen to the founder of the Satanic Church, Anton LaVey, tell us in his book, The Satanic Rituals, which is a companion to the Satanic Bible, Masonic orders have contained the most influential men in many governments, and virtually every occult order has many Masonic roots. This is back in 1972 he said this. Now 40 years later it should read all governments, not many. And why is the founder of the Church of Satan talking about Freemasonry, the most respectable and charitable fraternity in the world, that no one seems to talk about and that we never hear about in school? Because the Satanic Ritual is a blend of Gnostic, Kabbalistic, Hermetic, and Masonic elements.
So if you're just joining us, this guy won the X Factor, so I'd say you'd be able to go and pull that. Maybe we'll do that maybe after a while or something. But so they being the demonics, they took him in, all of the famous people and stuff, and they started showing him and trying to get him to be one of them, which he did. He accepted. He became one of them. And he was like, man, I can't do this. So he said, I'm pulling the plug on this because there's no way they're not dragging me down. But he seen what they had and what they was doing. And this very extremely brave individual, which if you was here last night, you know that earlier on in this that he says that, you know, the penalty for showing and exposing this is they're going to wipe him out. They'll kill him, you know. So, but he chose to do this anyway. So this is him actually telling us back then what they was doing then and what they're doing now. And these demons continue to do that, but now there's a lot of us actually paying attention.
That's crazy because Freemasonry is a blend of Gnostic, Kabbalistic, and Hermetic elements too. Any Masonic writer will confirm that. But how can that be? Because Freemasonry is Satanism in disguise.
Absolutely.
On page 106, every rite of the Black Order employed Masonic principles. Every rite of these Black Orders, one of which was called Freunden von Lucifer, which translates to Friends of Lucifer. And guess what? There are numerous manifestations of Satanism in Masonic ritual, including the goat, the coffin, and the death's head. Please awaken, O sleeper, and let the glorious light of the truth dawn upon your sleepy eyes. How did Freemasonry get away with this? Just like Jesus, the greatest enemy of theirs, said they would, by dressing the wolves as sheep. A satanic underground carefully cloaked in Christian trappings. That's how Freemasonry got away with it. We can't find out about it because they run the media and the education system clearly. John F. Kennedy was brutally assassinated after he attempted to inform us
Better pay attention.
that we are opposed around the world by a monolithic conspiracy. Did he know that Lucifer was the god of Freemasonry? I don't know. The Grand Master of my lodge, who was the mayor of the city, was a 32nd degree Freemason. That's one short of the top, one short of the true beginning of the secret religion, and he had no idea what Freemasonry really was. After 42 years in the lodge, they never invited him into the 33rd degree initiation because he couldn't see past the Christian trappings, as they were designed to do exactly that, trap the Christian. or trap anyone else who was too sensitive to behold the truth. Thus, Freemasonry could halt their progress at any time without suspicion, because it's a rare thing to reach the 33rd degree, and every Freemason knows that. So that there are no rude awakenings that take place with those that aren't ready to embrace Lucifer as the true God of Freemasonry and the world. This is an ingenious system, birthed by what must have been demonic inspiration. Anton LaVey says that this ingenious system I speak of serves as a rudimentary screening process for organized Satanism. Exactly right. It's a filtering process, as I've said earlier, an international filtering process from which men and women are picked and permitted to enter the world stage. And I'm saying all this for those who naively think that politics and magic ritual do not mix. That's the founder of the Satanic Church. He admits that. Admissions that were never heeded because no one cares. How else did the Freemasons pull the wool over our eyes? The companion to the Satanic Bible tells us that as well. By filling the world with fools. And who's the biggest fool in the eyes of Freemasonry? An atheist. From the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. One who does not believe in the existence of God. Such a state of mind can only arise from the ignorance of stupidity. All this time, you're laughing at Christians, and the Freemasons are laughing at you. Here's Brad Pitt wearing his Masonic ring and covering his eye. Now here's a genuine quote from Brad Pitt, the Freemason. In short, I could really try on something different for myself. That was Satanism. It's working out really well. I made a pact. That's why. You don't believe him? Bob Dylan does. And the hand sign they all do. Allow me to show you what it symbolizes. And now that you know what you know, it should make sense to you. It stands for 666. Yes, indeed. Satan's number, foretold by Jesus Christ. Now just hang on, let me prove it to you. Here it is for all to see on this shirt design, worn by Guns N' Roses guitarist Slash. See the I in the middle of the 6? Repeated 3 times. That's 666. In this one, the design in the shirt is clearly demonstrated by the person wearing it. Another example, the hand sign with 3 6s on the shirt. Here's a movie poster, the hand sign and the 6 on his lapel. Connect the dots. Here's Don Cheadle, the hand sign, and here he covers one eye with the dice. What's the number on the dice that he holds toward the camera? 6. There's literally 3 6s that manifest in the hand sign itself, like this. That's why they do it. Here's Drake with the most obvious example, holding up the hand sign with the all-seeing eye of Lucifer on his bicep. And here, blatantly connecting the 6 to the hand sign on the artwork to one of his songs. The hand sign over one eye, obviously signifying a 6. This is proof. The number is mystical and it's grounded in reality, and it's related to sex rituals within witchcraft. You'll see, I'll show you. But if that's not enough, there. Drake is clearly intending that hand sign to be a way of communicating the number 666. A hater of Christianity and Jesus Christ. But I wonder why. He has everything he desires. Christians aren't suppressing him. He doesn't hate Buddha or Muhammad. None of them do. No. Jesus is who they hate. But they protect Freemasonry by communicating its presence in their lives, not by word, but by symbols and signs. Disciples of Lucifer. While you don't believe it, they take it very seriously, and they mock you by displaying it in your face. They know the truth. The chief commander, the one at the top of the pyramid, is Satan, the god of this world, just like Jesus told you who he is. Britney Spears doing the 666 over the eye. And look at this. The devil's horns while she wears the seal of the US $1 bill, designed by Freemasons. You know why now. You just have to stop denying it. Freemasonry is Satanism in disguise. This is how they tell you. Let's go to Britney's close friend, whom she tongue-kissed in front of the world, sexualized as these people are, and for all the girls out there to be inspired and corrupted by. Madonna, wearing the same Masonic design as Britney. 666 hand sign, the one-eye symbolism, and the vow of silence. The
Look at
vow of
that.
silence with her fellow practitioner of witchcraft.
Unbelievable. Absolutely
The
unbelievable.
Masonic eye in the triangle behind her.
But they
And
try
now,
to make it look so
the
glamorous, don't
upside
they?
down cross of Christ on her outfit. A member of the secret society who hates Jesus with a passion. As you can see here, with Lucifer, the god of Freemasonry, giving her oral sex. Deep despisers of Christianity. Are you wondering why yet? The sign of the devil's horns here, meaningfully placed and done with precise intent.
Yep.
Like with all of them. And here teaching her poor children to
Look at
follow
that.
in her footsteps. Truly only God knows how many young people she's perverted in her career, all orchestrated by Freemasonry. Here's the founder of the Church of Satan again, Anton LaVey, showing the horn sign. The horned god of the witches, as illustrated by Una Woodruff in her book Witches. And here, with a member of the Agora sect of Hinduism partaking in a ritual of the oldest religion of the world. She's drinking blood here from what? A human skull. Sound familiar? That's right. That's what all the high-level Freemasons do, except they use wine, until they themselves are invited into the secret religion. It's ritualistically done to gain magical abilities, not a myth. And look at her hand sign. It's also known as the El Diablo. Do you still think this hand sign is a joke, or it's misunderstood or misrepresented by people like me? Look at the cover of Anton's other book called Satan Speaks. Look at the eye. He has one eye emphasized. Can you see? What about the image of Lucifer in the Satanic Temple? Look at the right eye. It's darkened. You ready for this? From the Bible. And this passage is thousands of years old. Woe to the worthless shepherd. His right arm shall be completely withered, and his right eye shall be utterly darkened. Where do you think this hatred for Jesus comes from? Do you think it's because we've outgrown it? Or because it speaks the truth? Who do you think this worthless shepherd with one eye darkened is? And who said, I am the good shepherd? Who said that? Jesus Christ is the good shepherd, not the worthless shepherd with one eye. You think this is all just a coincidence? Just hang tight a little longer and you will see some wonder. Here's Anton LaVey with Freemason Marilyn Manson, and here's Marilyn covering his eye. In case you forgot that this is the eye of Freemasonry, the international religion they all belong to. Here he is giving the sign of the master of the second veil, the hidden hand of Freemasonry, along with his Masonic ring. You know how many presidents and journalists and common men have tried to expose Freemasonry or get it shut down, get it banned? Well, those days are long gone. Marilyn Manson, the Freemason who tears the Bible into pieces on stage during his performances, he captured the fundamental purpose of Freemasonry's existence very well when he said in an interview with Spin magazine in 1996, "Hopefully I'll be remembered as the person who brought an end to Christianity," echoing the dreams of grandeur, just like his spiritual father. Now Kesha, one-eye symbolism of Freemasonry, the eye in the triangle, and the sign of silence. So she's a member. And behold, an inverted cross in her music video, inverted cross on her outfit, and a satanic pentagram on this outfit, just like the symbol of female Freemasonry. You think none of these Freemasons look like witches? Really? And none of these witches in the making? Remember, 90% of them don't know what they're serving, or what they're doing there, or why they're taking oaths of such silence and such penalty. Avril Lavigne does, showing her allegiance with the one-eye symbolism, participating in lesbianism in a video, influencing the masses, subtly stealing her innocence. And what's on her helmet? One eye. And doing the El Diablo with pentagrams at her concert. Anthony Bourdain, with his one-eye symbolism, he was openly a hater of Christianity. And what kind of woman would suit a man like this? Well, a fellow member of the secret society who hates Christianity too, of course, Asia Argento. One-eye symbolism, again and again. The sign of Lucifer's horns, and this pose of his image. Remember the Baphomet. There's Asia mimicking its pose, complete with the finger position. Creatures with breasts and an erect penis and a goat's head. You know, things you find normal now. Thanks to international Freemasonry, normalizing evil and filth through multiple levels of and avenues of propaganda and influence, including television, movies, music videos, schools, education, through legislation, through passing of laws to protect the evil nature, and of course through your favorite idols. Chris Hemsworth, just your everyday good Aussie bloke? I'm afraid not. One-eye symbolism and the sign of silence, both of which mean he's taken all the disgusting oaths of Freemasonry under the penalty of death, thus catapulting him over the competition, never to promote Christian values or Jesus Christ again. The 666 hand sign, and now, see how the hand symbol makes sense? Amber Heard, who was married to this Freemason, who's best friends with this Freemason. I told you they only date, marry, and associate with their secret society. Here with the 666 over one eye, and this tweet, I think it's a tweet, I don't know. Look at the one eye closed, darkened if you will, and identifying its meaning with the devil's hand symbol. Of course, she camouflages the whole thing with her misdirecting words for the dumb masses. But we can see through that now, right? But look, it's Elon Musk replying. He's a fan of Amber Heard. Or is there more to it? Good sign, he says. The sign of the devil's horns. The fertility god. The sex god. That's what he's referring to. Why on earth would he point that out? You know why. But to be sure, let's go to his wife or girlfriend, Grimes. One eye. And whose eye is it? You know that too now. The God of this world, who hates Jesus Christ just like she does. 2 inverted crosses of Christ and the pentagram. And what about Elon's mother? Of course, all members of the secret society. Most of us who never even knew it existed. Blink-182, initiated member with some of his secret brothers from the lodge. Vow of silence, sign of the devil. Cyndi Lauper, all-seeing eye, vow of silence, the sign of the God of this world. Christian Bale, who thanked Satan at an award show, doing the sign of the master of the second veil, the hidden hand of Freemasonry. Ashley Tisdale, all-seeing eye, social media post, and hanging out with her boyfriend, who proudly wears the satanic cross. Do you think they belong to the same religion? Of course they do. Bonnie Wright, one eye, and the satanic horns. John Cleese, I include him here because he's a well-known hater and mocker of Jesus Christ and Christianity. He got rich off it, and he's a proud Freemason, showing his allegiance. Motley Crue, Nikki Sixx, Tommy Lee, Vince Neil holding a cross upside down, and their album cover. Secretly Freemasons under oath while promoting Satanism in the open, doing their job and influencing the masses to hate Jesus and Christianity and to live a life of sin through seduction of their music. Secret Society member Jimi Hendrix hiding one eye and telling you about the secret powers of music. Nirvana, Kurt, bass player Chris, Dave Grohl, Dave and Jack Black making the sign of the pentagram, a geometric tool used in the magical curriculum, and Dave wearing his upside down cross. Hard to listen to all those beautiful songs he's written now. Courtney Love and her daughter glorifying the symbol of Satan, and Nirvana discovering something on a road trip while covering some numbers up. Proud Satanists, all secret Freemasons. Here's Quentin Tarantino. Now that we know what we know, can you see through this picture to reach its true meaning? The all-seeing eye, whose identity is revealed by the hand gesture, which is 666, with the vow of silence and throwing up the devil's horns, which I hope you can finally see means something. Share. Can this get any more obvious now? The sign of the vow of silence being made with the sign of the devil, telling you that the secret which isn't to be spoken of is Lucifer, right there in front of you, speaking through signs and symbols, like Confucius said, signs and symbols rule the world, not words nor laws. Cardi B, I just want you to see a few connections between the one-eye symbolism, the 666 hand sign, and the horned God symbol. Eddie Izzard, all-seeing eye, hidden hand, and mimicking the horns of the Masonic God. Oh, but men love the darkness rather than light, as the scriptures put it so solemnly. Look at how precise that statement is. With high-ranking Freemasons loving the darkness so much that they define the darkness itself as light. Watch. In MasonicWorld.com, an article by Worshipful Master John Alexander, who has journeyed from the lower degrees to the high and sublime degrees. This is the religion of our leaders and celebrities, so listen. He writes, every ritual from the high and sublime degrees that I've ever read contains the statement, I beg you to observe that the light of a Master Mason is darkness visible. I put it to you, brethren, that this is the most accurate description of Masonic light that you will ever find. Think about what you just heard, because this is what they learn. Masonic light is darkness. And this is before they enter the real religion of Freemasonry, Satanism. That's why in the high degrees the ritual states to the candidate, I beg of you to observe, meaning to ponder, to contemplate what they mean by the statement. My 32nd degree Grand Master, he never understood. And they don't push you, remember? It's all a screening process to weed out the weaklings who can't handle the truth. The truth that this is how the all-seeing eye sees things. Evil is good and good is evil. Look at what he says immediately afterwards. In keeping with our normal Masonic practice of burying our important truths deeply, the ritual sets out to immediately disguise this truth. Usually people bury their lies, but Masons bury their truths. Because their truth is that God is the devil and that we are in hell. So everything has to be flipped on its head in order for things to make sense in this place where lust creates life, where might is right, where compassion is weakness, and of course, in order to succeed. Look here, with another Freemason of the highest degree, Helena Blavatsky, she writes in her book, The Secret Doctrine. Doctrine means belief. So the book is called The Secret Belief of Freemasonry. She says, the sons of God, of whom Satan was one, all those spiritual beings were called angels of darkness, because that darkness is absolute light. Do you see how far they go to protect and glorify the darkness? Because men love darkness rather than light. If these were just randoms next door or some minor cult, I wouldn't be telling you about them, and I really wouldn't care this much. But these are not randoms. These are our heroes. These are those who have crept into the power structure very slowly since 1717, when the first Masonic Grand Lodge was organized, to overthrow Christianity and the world. These are those who we admire, trust. And these are those who have perverted our culture with one hand, the hidden hand, while upholding it with the other hand. So you can never call them out. because they run charities, nursing homes, and children's hospitals in the open, while they propagate smut, violence, debt, and of course atheism in secret. While a plethora of everyday distractions are endlessly supplied to us through entertainment and news, plowing through our lives. That's political Freemasonry, politicizing everything, including entertainment, supplying you with their heroes and their idols. And now that 95% of the world have been spiritually disarmed by thinking, oh, the world is a good place and Jesus is a myth, they've rigged our infrastructure and they're about to bring it down so they can build up their new world from the ashes. A completely new system of life on this planet is coming. I promise you that. In a book called Satan's Master Plan, LaVey affirms his commitment to destroy Christianity. Now check out Anton LaVey, once again in perfect parallel with Freemasonry, stating in the Satanic Bible, waiting at the darkness visible for that bright and morning star. Bright and morning star being a reference to Lucifer. The exact same expression as the Freemason and worshipful master John Alexander that we just heard describing Masonic light. Darkness visible, identical language, because Freemasonry is Satanism in disguise. This is what the initiated queen of Freemasonry, Helena Blavatsky, says of the bulk of Freemasons in her book. The knowledge of their members about the full signification of their symbols is nil. And that's of course true to the Freemasons listening. How do I know she's a Freemason? Because her diploma was reproduced on page 66 in Freemasonry Universal, Volume 5, Part 2, in the Autumn Equinox, 1929. And also because she's displaying the Masonic penalty sign, like all these Freemasons. Drew Barrymore, all-seeing eye, vow of silence. And see, the symbol of her secret God. Elijah Wood, one eye, hidden hand of Freemasonry, and the devil songs. Sammy Davis Jr., the eye of the Freemasons is the all-seeing eye of Lucifer. Because here he is with Anton LaVey, the founder of the Church of Satan. So when you see him hanging with other celebrities like Bill Cosby, can you be sure that they belong to the same religion? Sure you can. I told you they don't hang out with the uninitiated. You think the Rat Pack weren't Freemasons? Well, here's their leader, Frank Sinatra, doing the hidden hand.
Now that's Baphomet right there, upside down star. See, there's made clear what that is. And they shove this in our face and put it on our kids and everything else, and nobody even knows what it is. And for sharing all this, they politely done away with this guy too, you know. Oh, Iron Man. Mark Webber. They always try to make it look so glamorous, you know. Here's some death for you with diamonds.
Got introduced to the music industry. I swear I wanted to be like the Amy Grant of music. Yeah. But it did not work out, and so I sold my soul to the devil.
Didn't work out, so she sold her soul to the devil. Who are witches? Stevie Nicks.
On that, have you considered maybe doing more acting?
I only had a few lines. It was fantastic, but I can't really tell you anything else. But it was.
Sure you can.
I know I can't. It's very secretive. It's a very secret society.
That's a secret anymore. We know about. Look at there. What a, you know, all these actors that you say are good actors. They're great Satan worshipers is what they are. Scripture Journey was talking about that last night with the checkered floors. Players getting played. That was Anton LaVey or whatever. Oh, there's Joe Rogan. He's the one. Anybody ever... Hold on a minute. Old Joe Rogan there. Is anybody... Have you ever seen the clip of old Joe Rogan there when he said, I swear to God, I won't tell any secret or anything else. He said, if you tell me what's actually really going on, he said, I'll lie to my own mom or anything else. And by golly, he went on to just keep getting bigger and bigger. And now he's got the Joe Rogan podcast and all that. And I don't know how many millions of subscribers, so on and so forth, you know. And I mean, it's really plain and clear if you ever watch Joe Rogan there that, you know, he doesn't take a hard line on the right side. He always kind of stays like that, you know, soft line where he acts like he's on the good side or whatever. But see, look at there. Look at there. He literally said it. I mean, maybe we'll look that up.
And I'm like, if you don't get this right now, I swear this is forever. Poker facing with your sexuality. When I was making love to my old boyfriend, I used to think about women sometimes. Oh, good Lord. Sure you was delighted when you told me. Oh, good Lord. Sure you was You may feel a small Christ prick. Christ prick.
Well, welcome to the top of the hour, everybody. Happy midnight. Happy next day. Appreciate y'all being here. Welcome to the most boring channel on YouTube, where we talk about adult stuff, grown-up things. Our Lord and Savior, His only begotten Son, and the Holy Spirit. Leonard Nimoy. Oh, Lance Armstrong, the one that said he wasn't taking no steroids or anything. And he had a whole friggin' industry built around taking them, didn't he? You know, looking back now, old Armstrong or whatever saying that he wasn't taking no. Oh, look at Miley Cyrus. Man, I'll tell you what. I said it last night. I'll say it again. She just went all in with giving her soul away. Like, she didn't keep not even nothing. Not an eyelash. I guarantee even her shoes, even the air around her went full into. Look at that. That's so unbelievable that that's the same girl. So sad, but they didn't have a chance, did they? And listen here. Here is what you have to keep in mind. This was done by the demonics. They did this. Name one person. Somebody show me one person who genuinely comes out and says, nope, there's no foul play going on or nothing. And you know what? With this country going the way that it did, even with all of the vaccines and the poison shots and everything, where was all of these rock stars and all of these high-profile Hollywooders and stuff? Where was that? Anybody know of one that stood up and said, hey, this is bullshit? And I mean, you could tell they wasn't being controlled, suppressed, or there was no fear of anything. Not one. You ever look at that on a dollar? I have. I don't know why when they show it to you. I guess for your own eyeballs, you know, you want to see it. It's like, does that really do that? Yep, it really does that. Of course, talked about them last night, you know. Used to go around singing, not all the time. I knew there was something wrong with it when it would say that song, Imagine, you know. And even though you'd be singing the words and stuff, he was like, you know, but later on I'm like, yeah, wait a minute, that's crazy demonic. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try, is the way that song starts out. But there's people that still want to say Ozzy Osbourne is a Christian. You know, oh no, he got saved. They say, yeah, sorry. We talked about old Ceylon. How in the hell you say her name now? Hey, what's up, there? Celine Dion. Celine Dion. I think we'll look up a picture of Celine Dion there, what she looks like now. It's unbelievable. What Celine Dion looks like today.
What Celine Dion looks like today. This is why Celine Dion disappeared from the spotlight. In 2022, she revealed she was diagnosed with a rare neurological disorder called stiff person syndrome, a disease that causes painful muscle spasms and makes it difficult for her to walk or even sing. It forced her to cancel her entire world tour and step away from performing, something she's done her whole life. But now she's making a quiet comeback. Celine just appeared in a new beauty campaign, proving she's still strong, still graceful, and still fighting. What do you think? Let me know in the comments. This is why Celine Dion disappeared from the
Now
spotlight.
that's their
In
duded up
2022,
version.
she revealed she was diagnosed with a rare neurological.
Celine Dion today. And this is somebody trying to make her look good. But look at that right there. Ugh.
It's just, I'd like to, first of all, I'd like to thank Satan. I'd like to thank Louis Armstrong. I'd like to thank Neil Young. I'd like to thank the Rollins Band. I'd like to thank Bob Marley. I'd like to thank the Marx Brothers. I'd like to thank Salvador Dali. I'd like to thank Louis Bruwell. I'd like to thank Miles Davis. I'd like to thank the Parliament Funkadelic. And I'd like to thank you, Tiffany.
Justin Bieber. Okay, why am I showing all this? Let me tell you why. Because this is the creations of the demonics. The very ones getting ready to show you you don't have a damn country. The same exact ones is coming and nobody gives a damn. They're coming. You don't have a choice. They've done it. They're on their way. They're already here, actually. Anyone see upstate New York there where all these demonic little hat-wearing pieces of shit are? They have their own police just for them. Yep, it's true. They don't call these dipshits that we have to put up with, even though they're working for them also. No, because even though when somebody's doing something for the demonics, they don't see it that way. They just say, oh, well, here's a stupid animal that's doing something, you know, really dumb, which is against itself, but we'll let it do that. That symbol right there, this one over here on this side here, somebody has a brand of whiskey or vodka or something like that, and they use that very same symbol right there. Never to tell the secret society of the Freemasons. So see, the Masons organized Satanism.
There is a fork in the road that's approaching you. And you can stay on the path which curves to the left by denying the existence of Satanism in the fullness that you've been shown. Or you can surrender to the truth and take the right-hand path. Now, where that road could lead is the sweetest risk you'll ever take. Are you still pretending that this one-eye religion of Freemasonry isn't Luciferianism?
No, I know it
See,
is.
this here is the biggest obstacle you'll ever face. The very thing that could lead you to the prize is the very thing that will keep you from it. The reality of international Satanism. In the shadow of Christianity, Satanism has always been there. With every church that sprung up, so did its invisible enemy, the Satanic Church, growing out of sight and out of mind. From this to this. And Christianity has long been deprived of its power, as clearly demonstrable by the absolute lack of preaching against the institution of Freemasonry. Satanism's magic cloak, Satanism's magic trick, that's Freemasonry. And how they are laughing for now. So Freemasons are now at the helm of the power structure of society, which means Satanism rules. And they're making their move for the new order of the ages. Are you that besotted by this evil world that you'll even deny the existence of secret societies? And what about the American president, John Kennedy? Was he just a nut job like me? Warning us about an international secret society with an international secret plot, a Freemason trying to tell you and the world about Freemasonry. Shot through the head. I've shown you who they are. I've shown you how they successfully operate with degrees of initiations and horrific and illegal oaths of secrecy. And I've shown you why they are a secret society. I've proven it to you. And only now that I've done that, I can show you in this many minutes what the shocking new order that Freemasonry has so cautiously been guiding us toward actually looks like. And of course, you won't believe that either. By now, there's a 98.5% chance that you belong to the world. And in that case, the world can do, will do, and is doing whatever the hell it wants to with you.
Yep.
And when all you have is the world, you'll do anything to hold on to it. Christian or not, most of you will follow this world straight to the slaughterhouse in the name of peace, safety, and progress. Clinging to it, because all you love is inside it. Blissfully ignoring people like me warning you of who's really in charge of it. Men, women, actors, singers, businessmen, and politicians, all interlocked, whose God is named Lucifer. You've seen it with your own eyes, but now you can hear it with your own ears from this 33-degree Freemason in person, just in case the Masonic literature wasn't enough for you.
Find Lucifer for me. Pure, virtuous, wholesome, innocent individual that's out to help people. Lucifer is? Yeah. Say that again. Lucifer is a pure, holy, virtuous. Virtuous. Now, is he the Lucifer that God created? That's the same one. Oh, man, this is great. I'm going to put this on the internet. No, bless you, brother. Because that's exactly what the Shriners and Masons teach us at Lucifer. Lucifer is light. No. And you're going to turn on bills. Jesus said, many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, we did not do these good deeds in your name. And you'll say, away from me, you workers of iniquity, I never knew you. Jesus said in Matthew chapter 5.
You've been bred from childhood to fall for the biggest lie ever told, that Satan doesn't exist. And if Satan doesn't exist, well, then neither does Jesus. And while your heroes and idols know full well that they do exist. And when I say you've been bred from childhood, I mean just that. Walter Disney was a high-ranking Freemason. He is a Masonic stamp dedicated to him, and he's very exclusive Club 33, which stands for the 33 degrees of Freemasonry. And who's the god of the 33rd degree Freemason, Walt Disney? Well, Walter hides the answer in plain sight, because that's what Freemasons do. Firstly, the god of Mr. Disney is wicked. See how they veil evil with a cloak of innocence? What does the word veil itself conceal? Secondly, Walter's god is horny, symbolized by the horned god of the witches. And we all know Walt Disney loves magic, which is witchcraft. So the depictions of sex are hidden in plain sight as well. Remember, lust produces life, not love. So lust is purity, lust is love for the high degree Freemason. And thirdly, he hides the number of his God's name in the open as well. No, that's not a 666 you're seeing interwoven in the design. That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Not even when they separate the sixes from the name, all three of them, and place them together for you like this, in plain sight. No, not even then will people see. Do you think things are any better 50 years later? Here's the eye of Lucifer in the Nickelodeon channel, and his lightning flash. Remember what they actually believe about Satan. From Freemason Helena Blavatsky's book, The Secret Doctrine, meaning the secret belief. Who is Satan? He is the angel who was proud enough to believe himself God, brave enough to buy his independence at the price of eternal suffering and torture, beautiful enough to have adored himself in full divine light, strong enough to still reign in darkness amidst agony. Helena Blavatsky is suggested as recommended reading by the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry right here. And the Grand Pontiff of Universal Freemasonry, speaking of Lucifer, Satan, and the Devil on page 407, writes that to the initiate, the devil is the instrument of liberty or free will. That's who Lucifer is to them, okay? To show you how little you know of who you're dealing with and the extent of this religion's influence and power, not to mention their plans, let me jump ahead for a minute. Watch this. This is Lucius Trust. The Lucius Trust is a non-for-profit service organization incorporated in the United States in 1922, and their objective from Lucius Trust website, dedicated to the establishment of a new and better way of life for everyone in the world based on the fulfillment of the divine plan for humanity. The divine plan, a new way of life, like a new world system, like a new order. Now, you want to see who they work for? The Lucius Trust has consultative status with the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. The United Nations, the UN. They consult the United Nations of the world. They advise the United Nations of the world. Now look at this. The Lucius Trust's publishing company was founded in the early 1920s as Lucifer Publishing Company. The Lucius Trust says that the name was probably chosen to honor Lucifer. What on earth does a modern day consultant to the most powerful and progressive force engaged in uniting all nations under one banner, the UN, have to do with the fallen angel of the Holy Bible? The one that Jesus Christ told us would manifest on earth as a world ruler, to deceive the whole world into a new world system. Yes, that angel. Why on earth would they honor that angel? Well, that's easy. They were founded by Freemasons. Incorporated into the United States by Alice Bailey and her husband, Foster. Well, here's a book written by Foster the Freemason, The Spirit of Freemasonry, published by Lucius Press, also known as Lucifer Publishing. And one last thing, if you dig a little, you'll find an article on their website, The Esoteric Meaning of Lucifer, on a modern company website with consultative powers to the United Nations of all things. Wow, I really hope you're seeing this. In the article, it states that the Baileys had enormous respect for H.P. Blavatsky, who stated in her renowned occult book, The Secret Doctrine, on page 245, in a chapter called Holy Satan. It is Satan who is the God of our planet and the only God. Then the article goes on to say that the Baileys sought to elicit a deeper understanding of the sacrifice made by Lucifer. Everything has been reversed. Evil is good, Jesus is the enemy, and Lucifer sacrificed himself for you, not Jesus Christ, the one who washed the feet of his disciples and the only one they fear. Modern progressive atheists do not influence world events, people. Satanists do. Remember the goal of the Lucius Trust? The fulfillment of the divine plan for humanity. Yeah, the divine plan exposed by Jesus Christ in the Gospels. Hence their war on the Bible and the abolition of it from the school system, and even from modern Christian churches who dare not preach from the book of Revelation. Your most highly evolved and contemporary leaders of society secretly believe that in the theosophical perspective, the descent of these solar angels was not a fall into sin or disgrace, but rather an act of great sacrifice. They believe in the fallen angels and their revolt against God as revealed in the Bible, led by the devil, the chief commander of Freemason Bob Dylan, remember? These people make contact with these fallen angels, with the royal art of Freemasonry called witchcraft. Please stick around, let me show you that. How many solar angels does the Bible say followed Lucifer out of his heavenly realm? A third of the angels makes 33%. Does that number sound familiar yet? 33 degrees of Freemasonry. Just a coincidence? From the Gospels again, which expose these people every time. Do not let anyone who delights in false humility and the worship of angels and who has access to some visionary world beguile you, trick you of your reward. You still don't believe that the false humility of the charitable fraternity of the Freemasons is behind it all? Well, Blavatsky also published a magazine called Lucifer with a woman named Annie Besant. And here's a letter written by Annie herself with the official Masonic letterhead. And here Annie signs off as a 33rd degree Freemason. Printed also in the left-hand corner, Annie Besant, 33rd degree, and a member of the Supreme Council. Undeniable and undisputable. Please don't make me prove it to you over and over. Have you caught a glimpse of who you're dealing with yet? They're all Freemasons, high-ranking. And they're all buffeted by a plethora of Masonic dupes who don't know any of this because they can't decipher the symbols and they don't care to try. They're proud and boastful and defensive of their beloved fraternity, in which they get to rub shoulders with the most important people of their suburbs, cities and towns, and in which they got on their knees to take blood oaths of death, calling other old decrepitated men worshipful master, yet still they think it's innocent and has nothing to hide. Delusional and lost, almost beyond hope. Some of them still think it's a Christian organization, just like the founder of the Satanic Church described. What do you get when you carefully conceal Satanism with Christianity? You get Freemasonry. People, Satanism is at the core of our world, and it is behind the new order that will be implemented soon enough. It will be all done through deception. You'll be tricked. Remember how I told you that the all-seeing eye sees that we're in hell? Well, the massive witch and Freemason Helena says so right here. Satan is the minister of God, Lord of the seven mansions of Hades, the angel of the manifest worlds. Hades means hell, manifest worlds means earth. This is who you're dealing with. This is the religion and the beliefs of the rich, powerful, and famous. And yes, politicians. Do you want to go back to sleep? You can sleep after this. But wait till I show you what they're going to do to you, coming up in this many minutes. For those who simply refuse to believe that Bono or Scott Morrison or Prince can be Luciferians because they all go to church, let me show you another Masonic ritual they do. And this is before Satanism or Luciferianism is revealed to the candidate. And then you tell me if Bono or Scott are capable of secretly believing in Lucifer. It all starts here with the Masonic apron. Different kinds signifying different grades. Have you guessed what's hiding yet? The genitals. Pretty obvious. Like everything else they hide, once you can see. The genitals are the true working tools of a Mason. Freemasonry is foundationally a sex cult, like Satanism, because it all starts with sex, doesn't it? Life itself starts with sex. So the mystical force of the true God of Freemasonry hides in the hidden part of the human body. That's the Holy of Holies, covered by the Masonic apron, the seat of God, the seat of Lucifer. See here with Satanist King Donald's artwork? The eye is attached to the horn god, but look at where the eye starts, from the waist down. That's where the apron of a Mason begins. And the one eye of Freemasonry is also the one eye of the penis, where life generates and springs forth. See the openly hidden secret of the Masonic square and compass now? You're looking at the sex act. That's the female in missionary position, and that's the male mounting her. The sex act. And the eye in the middle, with these emanating rays, is the orgasm and the ejaculation of the penis. See life shooting forth. That's how they see the sun and the earth too. The sun is the visible penis of their true God, shooting forth life continually. The light itself is the mystical sperm of the God of this world. The sun and penis generate life, while the earth and female worm produce life. The letter G, when replacing the I in the middle of the square and compass, stands for generation, sexual generation. The practical aspect of Freemasonry and Satanism's religion is that of a sex cult. You see Rod Stewart telling you he's a Freemason? By displaying the hidden hand of Freemasonry, also known as the Master of the Second Veil. And look at his other hand, taking the Masonic apron's place for covering his penis, which is the Holy of Holies, the seat of God for the Mason. And from the Grand Pontiff of Freemasonry, Albert Pike. Hence the significancy of the phallus, the penis, or of its inoffensive substitute, the obelisk. Straight from the horse's mouth, the erect penis graces us, or should I say disgraces us, with its presence in every country in the world, marking its territory. The Masonic obelisk in our face, everywhere, making its bold statement, yelling, screaming in silence. This is another reason why we're considered the ignorant and stupid masses. Another example of hidden in plain sight. And here's an erect penis on the front page of the female Freemasonry magazine, The Eastern Star. I once stood in front of this obelisk in Sydney and I must have asked 30 people what they thought it was. Not a single one of them knew. To the Freemasons of the higher degrees, the whole universe is in fact one giant and continual sex act. This is the structure of Freemasonry. You can take this path to the top or this path. And way up here, you have the Order of the Mystic Shrine. The Mystic Shrine is what's found behind the Masonic apron, because that's where life comes from.
Red Cross.
That's the Mystic Shrine. You have to be a 32nd degree Freemason to be asked to join the Order of the Mystic Shrine. And then, once you're inside, you can be invited to join this order, the Royal Order of Jesters. See, Freemasonry is like Russian dolls, and Satanism is at its center. Look at some of the pins and lapel designs for the Order of the Jesters. You can only join them unless you're at least a 32nd degree Freemason. Sex and debauchery. Erections. The adoration of the phallus. Masturbation. Devils. Demons. Fallen angels. This one here, mocking holiness, reference to the anus, and sodomy, anything to mock the Bible. This disgusting one has King Momus sitting on a female's face, and hidden in plain sight is the square and the compass, for those who have eyes to see. Bestiality, yes indeed. This bagpipe player has an erection and the sheep is running away scared. Self-explanatory. This character has an emphasized eye, if you can see that, and the skull has an emphasized eye also. The wink and the one eye of the Indian. And the secrecy, the symbols of secrecy. On the far right here, the monkey covers his groin area, symbolizing the Masonic apron, and the black and white dogs, well, they symbolize the checkered floorboard of the Masonic Lodge, which is sexualized male and female principles. The horned god, where evil and good don't exist. And in the first degree, Masons are given a Bible stamped with the square and compass, oblivious to the inherent mockery and the foundation of the whole fraternity, as alluded to here with a genuine Royal Order of Jesters private lapel. This is a certificate that a jester receives after his initiation, and you see here their patron is named King Momus, and he was a god or a daemon, which is a variant of the word demon, who was expelled from heaven, as the legend goes. Sounds just like Lucifer, because it is. Did Freemasonry disassociate themselves from the tax-exempt branch of Freemasonry known as the Jesters? Well, no, they didn't, because, I mean, this is rare footage of an event within the lodge. Now, I'm sorry about the quality of this, but this is a Masonic lodge. So for Masons that want to say that the Jesters are contrary to Masonry, well, look at these dirty old men, masters of the lodge.
Well, that's a dude right there in front anyway.
All married, probably all have daughters and granddaughters, yet still this
Looks like a
inside
friggin'
the lodge. But for you, it should be obvious. Because you can see the square and compass, the sex act, and the all-seeing eye right in the middle. I told you that Satanism was the oldest religion in the world, and it is. The sex act was ritualized and organized as a religion before we called it Satanism. But Satan has always been the god, the horny god, the horned god of these sex cults. All of them, from Samaria to Egypt to Greece and so on. That's called paganism. And the real Bible of the Freemasons and the pagans, the one not written by hand, the one that's older than any book, the one that supersedes all the rest in age, thus making it the purest and most unadulterated word of God in the eyes of the Freemasons, is nature. Nature is their Bible. And before you think there's nothing wrong with that, wait a second, because you're not thinking straight. Ask a Mason, whether he be a 1st degree or a 33rd degree, what is Freemasonry? And the universal go-to answer is this: a peculiar system of morality, veiled in allegory and illustrated by symbols. Now, why would you need to veil your morals? Because in their peculiar system, evil is good and good is evil. That's Satanism 101. A peculiar system of morals. That should tell you something. That should tell you everything. Why would your morals need to be a secret? Because their deeds are in fact evil. Glorifying the laws of nature, where cruelty and self-obsession are virtuous characteristics. That's nature. Nature is as cruel as she is kind. The checkered floorboard, where everything is legal. It's Christianity that lives in reverse. The first shall be last. Love your enemies. The meek shall inherit the earth. These are unholy and unnatural concepts in the eyes of visible nature, the nature of Freemasonry, which is Satanism. What the Freemasons really mean by this morality veiled in allegory is that they're allowed to steal because nature allows it. They're allowed to kill because nature allows it. They're allowed to commit adultery because nature isn't monogamous.
Now, listen to what he's saying, because what does this remind you of? Absolutely, the Talmud.
They're allowed to lie, indulge in all their God-given senses, especially sexual, because nature encourages it, as long as no one finds out, under oath. Jesus said, narrow is the road that leads to life, and broad is the road that leads to destruction. The Freemason of the century says, no true Mason can be narrow, for his lodge is the divine expression of all broadness. Because broad are the divine laws of nature. While they glorify those laws, Christianity breaks those laws. It becomes supernatural, because only then can you love your enemy. And so it goes that Christianity is despised by Freemasonry, the real Freemasons, because their Bible is nature. And by nature, they know the personality traits of their God, Satan, because he's the God of this world, just as the Freemasons, the enemies of mankind, say that he is. And just like Jesus said he was too. So they believe that Jesus is evil because he denies human nature and burdens us with the knowledge of sin. Observable nature, that's what guides the Masons' ethics and the Masons' morals. That's why they're called Freemasons. Believe you me, because they're free from moral obligations, free from sin, from guilt. They're free from Jesus Christ. These people are introducing this new system of the world, this new age. You're going to miss Christianity when it's gone. Mark my words. Because you have no rights in the eyes of nature, which is the Bible of Freemasonry and Satanism. And soon that will become painfully plain as a fact of life. Now please, I'll give you fair warning of what's to come in this presentation. It's very disturbing, or at least it should be. But cause to celebrate follows the disgusting things you're about to see. This is precisely where my own life and well-being come into danger. So let me say this right now. If you hear of my sudden death, or of my possession of 0.5 kilogram of cocaine or child porn, or my overdose or my suicide, remember this video. And if something so unfortunate should happen to me, may it serve as a catapult to you and as a remembrance of the conclusion to this presentation, which is this many minutes away. Do I really think they're going to make me pay for this video, for breaking my oaths? Well, seeing as people are so far gone, lost in the illusion that secret societies have constructed around you and inside you, and seeing as they can simply pull this video down, close my account and whatnot, no, I don't think they'll come after me. But if they do, let me say this to the Grand Lodge that orders my demise right now. Jesus wins.
Think about that, what he just said, what he just did there. You know what? That is what I'm doing also. That's exactly why that I'm doing what I am doing, because I don't care if one person gets on here. I don't care if 2 people gets on here. I don't care if there's 1 million people to watch this. I don't care. This is for my very own documentation that I can say that I am standing for the Lord and His name. And I don't care. They can kill us. And they did kill him. And I'm sure they'll kill me. But let this be my testimony for Jesus, Yeshua, Yahusha. We're talking about the one and the same, which is God's only begotten Son. That forever and always I belong to Him. And He will win. He does win. That's why they're doing what they're doing. They're just trying to get you to break away and go down that broad path that He just talked about. They want you not to make it. You know what they're going to do? They're just going to use your blood to spill all around them so they can keep mocking Jesus, Yeshua, Yahusha. And you know, He's only going to let it go for so long.
So in saying all that, here we go. Is Scott Morrison a Satanist? I'll let you answer that. Here is a ritual that
yes,
Scott
he's a
and every
Satanist.
Freemason from this guy to this girl have performed. There is one Masonic apron you'll never see being worn. This one. And when I bumped into it, I thought it was a fake. Until I found this in Richardson's Monitor Freemasonry, official Masonic literature, written for Masons only. On this page, what is that head doing there? You'll find out in a sec. Let's read the description of the apron worn in this degree. Speaking of the initiates, it states, they wear white aprons sprinkled with blood red and lined and bordered with black. On the flap of the apron, a bloody arm holding a dagger, and on the apron, a bloody arm holding a bloody head by the hair. Now this is why there's an illustration of a decapitated head. And this is going to become to a bone-chilling conclusion. So during this ritual, the candidate removes the blindfold and discovers a basin of water with a tumbler beside it. He's also astonished to find a human head lying on the floor. The master of ceremonies returns and directs the candidate to take up the knife in his right hand and the head in his left. Yes, this pope, this rock star, this pop star, this actor, this actress, and this beloved Prime Minister. This is what they've done. All of them, hands down. And you thought all you needed to be is talented to succeed? No, you need to belong to the secret society called Freemasonry. And believe me, when you belong to them, you belong to them. Now you tell me, can these people end up believing in Lucifer?
Okay, there's another play on them words that I'm telling you about, like understand. Well, talking about when you belong to them, you know, like normal people would think, like, oh, I belong to the lodge uptown. Yeah, we up there and we drink every Thursday. Or, you know, like the Moose Lodge or something like that. Which is no less evil because they're stepping stones. They're just kind of conditioning you. If you belong to your little lodge, Moose Lodge, or whatever it happens to be.
Is that really a stretch? Carrying around a bloody head? Swearing to have your brain cooked, tongue torn out from the roots if you ever reveal anything? No, the stretch is that you think they couldn't.
Nobody cares. They think it's not going to happen to them.
Lucifer, the one who sets you free, remember, from sin by sinning.
Well, Lucifer's their good guy, ain't it?
Freemasonry lurking behind the veneer of charity and the veneer of Christianity.
Yeah, they like Lucifer.
Church, apparently. The Pope is a Christian, apparently.
The Pope?
But look at these people. So-called Christians, or Christians, gathered around a giant erect phallus in the middle of the Catholic square. This is Freemasonry, the demolition of morals, the creation of hypocrisy.
But nobody sees that.
The demolition of true virtue.
They just think that's a statue standing there.
Now, to be fair, I don't know if these heads are real heads. I never got that far to find out. But I will tell you this. All the skulls they use they're real. All the skeletons they use they're real. And they run every single noteworthy funeral home in Australia and the world. I know that personally and for a fact. Once again, you are only seeing the tip of the iceberg because I can't bring myself to tell you about what I really know of the rituals that come after the 33rd degree Freemasonry. For as much as they celebrate life in various grotesque ways, they also celebrate death in ritual form, which are the things I can't speak of to you. They have to celebrate death in order to prove that they can see things through the all-seeing eye, the one that sees above evil and above good, the checkered floorboard where things kill each other to live, where life is cruel, where morals are broad. There is no sin, there is only nature. See, these Masonic rituals are designed to desensitize the candidate further and further in preparation for the raw truth of Satanism, the truth which is plainly stated by the Grand Pontiff of Universal Freemasonry. Lucifer is the light bearer, and that you should doubt it not. From their own literature, and from their own royal art of Freemasonry, witchcraft, the ancient craft. Why do you think that witchcraft has disappeared? It never disappeared. It was hidden, forced to go into hiding by the appearance of Jesus on the human scene. Another reason why he's passionately hated. And soon, him and his ways will be done away with in this new world. And so will your rights. You still don't believe me? You still doubting all the evidence?
Oh, it's coming, brother.
Counting on you to doubt.
Oh, it's coming.
Well, remember from the Encyclopedia of American Religion.
It's coming under the cloak of merging the militaries with Israel, but nobody giving a shit right now. Watch and see. And you know what? I wouldn't give a shit if those people got like obliterated and what they need and what they deserve. It's coming. What I hate is that it's going to be me.
Recommended by another Mason. Well, in order to join witchcraft, you have to be first screened. You have to be recommended by somebody currently in witchcraft.
Well, when I was initiated, I was blindfolded and bound by a rope, and on your bare chest was thrust the point of a spear.
In witchcraft, we were initiated through a very involved ritual, initiation ceremony, wherein the candidate was led
blindfolded, bound by a rope to the edge of the magic circle. And the rope is around your neck and you're leaning forward. And up front, at the eastern end of the building, is a person who's a worshipful master. And you kneel down before him as if he were a god. You were met by the high priest or high priestess at that time, usually with a sword to your chest.
When I went to enter the lodge, a sharp object was put to my left breast. And I was warned that should I reveal any of the secrets of Freemasonry, to know what to expect.
When you're presented before the high priest, a sword is held against your chest, and you actually take a blood oath, promising to remain faithful to the secrets of witchcraft.
Well, when you are in the room, this blindfold is taken away from you, and this is the time when they say that you're coming from darkness into light.
During the initiation ceremony, the initiate is led by the lieutenant of the high priest and is challenged at the edge of the circle by someone saying, "Who goes there?" And the answer is, "One from the world of darkness."
In Masonry, the prayers are ended with salute thee.
Oh, and one of the other aspects of, or distinctives of the craft was that we would always end any spell or ritual where we released the powers, where the power was released, with the word "so mote it be."
By now, this should sound like a stupid question, but why do you think that the initiation ceremonies into witchcraft are almost identical to that of Freemasonry? I'm not even going to answer that. Come on, people, wake up with me. Here's Kylie Minogue, a Freemason, okay? Hidden hand of Freemasonry and the one-eye symbolism of the god of her religion. Now here she is giving the vow of silence, but what the masses fail to see is what's written on the book she's holding. Witchcraft, the royal art of Freemasonry. This is what her vow of silence is referring to in the picture. Yes, Kylie Minogue is a witch. And if you're still that deluded by the magic wand that is television, entertainment, movies, media, and whatnot, then you'll no doubt fail to use the incredible eyes that God gave you, from which to see
We don't
the
like
real world
witches.
with, the evil world,
We don't like them.
where Satanists are at the helm. The ban on witchcraft was only officially
We don't
lifted
like
in England
Satanists.
in the 50s.
We don't like
after
'em.
more than 1,500 years. So that tells you who's in control now. And when I give you a glimpse into witchcraft in a minute, you'll see why it's evil.
Boo, witches.
And why it should be anything but legal, even when using it for so-called good, because the well they draw from is poisoned.
Yeah,
But thanks to propaganda,
they're part of the
craft
poison.
of the witch has been absorbed into the realm of fantasy. Justin Timberlake here is also referring to magic in this cover art, with the all-seeing eye looking through the
Boo!
magic. Magic is a much smoother and more acceptable word than witchcraft, that other word. That word still retains its ferociousness, its true character. But that word has been sterilized. That word isn't real to you anymore. You can't feel it for what it really is. Or if you do, your mind has isolated it, confined it to some small groups of unimportance scattered here and there over this diverse world. And so it's nothing to be feared or concerned about. But that's the furthest thing from the truth. Now, some witches want to say that witchcraft isn't Satanism. That's either more delusion or misdirection, as confirmed here by Anton LaVey in the Companion to the Satanic Bible, when speaking of the followers of the Witchcraft Not Satanism school. He writes very accurately that they cannot afford to admit to an affinity with anything that bears the name Satan. He knows where the power of witchcraft comes from. Now, does that mean that Justin Timberlake is a Satanist because of his symbolism and the use of his word alluding to witchcraft in his artwork? Well, yes, actually, that's correct. He is. Here's a quote from one of his songs. You want to see who else is in good company with these famous idols? Suzanne Atkins.
Boo! We don't like
Same
Suzanne
religion.
Atkins neither, whatever her name is.
Satanism. Do they
Boo!
all have to admit it in the English language for you to believe me? Or can the symbols they use finally be enough for you? Look at what another legendary Freemason, Arthur E. Waite, states. Out of evil comes good.
Boo! We don't like him neither.
Gave rise to the ancient practice of Masons
Boo! He
conversing
sucks.
without the use of speech. Out of evil comes good, so it's good to do evil. That's what he's saying. See, I'm trying to include you into the conversation that the Freemasons are having with each other in public via symbolism, unbeknownst to you. Listen to what famous US footballer Tom Brady said regarding his wife.
Boo! Tom Brady.
I listened to her. And right after the game, she said, see, I did a lot of work. You do your work, I do mine. She said, you're lucky you married a witch. I'm just a good witch.
Boo! Witches.
Well, this is Tom Brady. And this is his wife. Both initiated into the secret society. Of course they are. Wait, she's not displaying the one-eye symbol of the Freemasons, is she? That's just art, isn't it? Well, no, it's not. She's a witch, and her husband just told you she was. Here's Steve Miller's front cover to the famous song Abracadabra. And he covers his eye, because he's a member of the one-eyed religion.
Don't
And
like him
abracadabra
neither.
is a legitimate word used in witchcraft. Here it is in the 100-year-old Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. Why would the word abracadabra be in the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, the fraternity that runs charities, hospitals, nursing homes, and that secretly supply us with popes, presidents, prime ministers, kings and queens, and the bulk of our entertainers? Why? You know, I really think it's time to show you what the Satanists dressed as Freemasons are going to do to you and the world to finally establish their new world,
show us.
their utopia. And this is going to be the segue into that. This is my last practical example of Freemasonry's satanic roots. And then I'll close this presentation with the most shocking thing you'll see or hear. You probably won't care, but to the precious few who remain, I will send you off with the greatest and most beautiful shock of all. This is Jay-Z inside his Masonic Lodge. You can see the Masons in aprons in front of him. This is where Jay-Z takes his sick oaths of silence, kneels down in front of other men, and calls them most worshipful master, an appalling title to give to a man on this planet.
Jay-Z
Jay-Z
sucks.
Freemason writes songs like this. This one's called Lucifer. And in Empire State of Mind, he writes, Jesus can't save you. Life starts when the church ends.
Suck.
Oh, but he can save you, Jay-Z. He can even wake you up just before you collide into a concrete wall doing 120 kilometers an hour. I should know. This is fellow member of the craft, Alicia Keys, who sings on the track.
Don't like her neither.
Here she is, showing her allegiance and wearing the broken and bloody cross of Jesus Christ. The occult peace sign.
What a piece of shit.
Pure hatred for Jesus. There is peace when your conscience has been killed, seared to sin, and you can indulge to anything. A false and temporary kind of peace, no doubt. Here's a shot of Jay-Z's clothing line, purely Masonic, The Craft. Well, this is the craft he's referring to. This is him with well-known witch, Marina Abramovich.
Boo.
Also showing her sign of allegiance to Freemasonry. Now here we go. Here's Jay-Z wearing a most revealing top and the dead giveaway that you need to see behind the curtain of Freemasonry. Do what thou wilt. Do whatever you want. That's the adopted motto of the most notorious Satanist of the 20th century.
Yeah, own nothing and be happy.
Aleister Crowley.
That's a piece of shit right
Here is
there,
his
you
certificate
piece of
appointment,
shit.
known as the 33rd degree inscription and the double-headed eagle of Freemasonry. And here, next to his name on the certificate, including a symbol for a Grand Commander of Freemasonry, as shown in their encyclopedia. But to really confirm that he's a Freemason, here he is doing the Masonic sign of the Master of the
Yeah,
Second
there, you piece of shit.
Now here's a legitimate letter from Aleister.
Aleister Crowley.
Again, the addition of his inscription of the 33rd degree, and he signs off with a symbol of the past commander of Freemasonry.
And of course, everybody knows that Ozzy Osbourne, he sung a song about old Mr. Crowley or whatever, and that was his dedicated bunch of shit song to Crowley.
Right beside it, Baphomet. This Baphomet. Now listen to this man to get a clearer picture of the truth behind the secret religion of the stars and the leaders of the world. Alistair is the founder of a Luciferian church called the Ordo Templi Orientis, and he named himself the Beast 666, straight from the Bible, depicting the number of wickedness in human form.
Yep.
In his what's called Liber's writings, he says, "With my hawk's head, I peck at the eyes of Jesus as he hangs upon the cross."
Mm.
Do you see the hatred? You think they don't hate you too?
Yeah, how does somebody do that anyway? How do you hate somebody that's saying to be good? How do you do that? I don't understand that at all. How do you do that?
What does it mean? The writer himself explains. The picture is symbolic of the new eon, the new age. From the blasted stump of dogma hangs the hag with dyed and bloody hair, Christianity. There's a massive glimpse into the new world order that's coming. Keep watching. And down here, do what thou wilt is the true nature. The true nature, remember? The broad morals. There is no such thing as evil. So do what you want. Can you see the Masonic future yet? That pulses through its veins. If they believe in do what thou wilt, what do you think they will do to you? And what do you think they'll do in order to build this new world?
You know, I don't care if they do it to you if you choose to go the wrong way, but I don't want
that all children should be accustomed from infancy to witness every type of sexual act. Do what thou wilt. And what about the royal art of Freemasonry? Magic is the highest, most absolute, and most divine knowledge of natural philosophy. What a statement. The highest, most absolute and divine. Well, let's have a closer look into some of the more hidden secrets of the most divine natural philosophy known as magic. Any living being is a storehouse of energy, varying in quantity according to the size and health of the animal. At the death of the animal, this energy is liberated suddenly. The animal, therefore, should be killed within the circle, within the magic circle, so that energy that's released can be captured and directed to serve the will of the witch, male or female. This is a science, a hidden science. But now hear this, coming from a 33rd degree Freemason, and don't you forget that. For the highest spiritual working, one must accordingly choose that victim which contains the greatest and purest force. A male child of perfect innocence and high intelligence is the most suitable sacrifice.
Hear that
shit? Can you see? This is who Jay-Z is quoting on his top. This is who this Jonas brother holds in high esteem. This is who the Beatles have on their front cover as a figure they
Alistair
admire.
Crowley.
No worse, they put at the top. This is the same picture of the front cover in a mirrored form, and after some kaleidoscoping, you'll find this. Fellow Freemason Alistair Crowley sits at the top, and down the bottom there even appears the phallus with the testicles, and up here the vesica Pisces, also known as the vagina. Does this picture make more sense now? All Freemasons, yes indeed. And by the way, that's where Jay-Z got his symbol from Satanism, as portrayed here by Satanist and Freemason Alistair Crowley, and by Satanic Church founder Anton LaVey. Does anyone still think that Freemasonry isn't Satanism in disguise? Let's finally take a peek into the royal art of Freemasonry. And this is the briefest way I can show you from the complete book of Magic and Witchcraft. This is a practitioner's manual, not from some bogus author trying to expose witchcraft. Just so you can get it through your head that this is real and this is protected. The writer or compiler of this God-forsaken book warns the reader that the recipes may seem disgusting, that the knowledge revealed has been forbidden and has caused suffering and death to witches and the victims of witches. You don't think witchcraft was a serious menace in times past and present? Come with me, and I'll show you how bad this menace actually gets. As the world's most powerful and secret religion moves ever closer to fulfilling its biblical destiny, and it will. Close your eyes or not, it will fulfill its destiny. Firstly, let's connect this sick art straight to modern Freemasonry with the word abracadabra. Both written in triangular form, from the Manual of Witchcraft and from the Encyclopedia of the Secret Society that your Prime Minister belongs to. And just like high-ranking Freemasons, male and female witches also drink out of a human skull. But here the practitioner drinks wine, in which they first dissolve or boil the brains or heart of an animal, before consuming it all from the human skull. In this ritual, the initiate is instructed to drink in the night at spring water, out of a skull of one that hath been slain. That's right, out of the skull of a human who's been murdered or sacrificed. Otherwise, eat a pig with a knife that slew a man. Please don't turn away. Look straight ahead and open your eyes to the planet you are on, because the real monster under your bed doesn't actually go away when you close your eyes. In other rituals of the craft, you burn a rooster while he's alive. With the use of a poisonous plant used in ointments and potions of witches, you can assure death and destruction on a victim. You want to make a female enemy sterile or a male enemy impotent for the rest of his life? Otherwise, you can just kill them. The hand of glory is the severed hand that is dried and preserved to be used in black magic. Yes, a dead human hand. A black circle is most effective for operations of evil. The use of blood and sex in ritual was considered helpful for obtaining the necessary energy to successfully work magic or achieve mystical insight. But here's where the darkness thickens even further. Animals such as black cats or children may be sacrificed, and participants may drink the blood of the sacrifice. And just so you know that Stanley Kubrick wasn't joking, an orgy of participants sometimes follows the mass. No remorse, just science, the science of witchcraft, the royal art. And here, what's necessary for the working is the fat of young children, dead children. How many children do you think go missing in Australia every year?
Too
That's
damn
how
many.
many.
Too damn many.
And what about the world? Is it 1 million? Well, according to the International Center for Missing and Exploited Children, it's 8 million children per year.
How is that
Do
even
you think that
possible?
the highest, most absolute, and most divine knowledge of natural philosophy has anything to do with that? Any chance of an international secret system that is bolstered by initiations and degrees and bound under the most brutal penalties that the human mind can ever devise? Do you
Child
think that has any
protective
involvement? Any
systems.
chance of that? Am I saying that this Freemason has sacrificed children? No, I never said that. But did he ever even remotely mention the secret societies? Did he ever try to warn you? Educate you? No, he was under oath. Am I saying that these Freemasons have sacrificed children? No, I never said that either. But have they ever warned you about the secret society that believes that Lucifer is the savior? The society functioning right under your nose, that secret society? No, not a chance. Julia Gillard admitted she belonged to one, but that's about it because they're all under oath. So where does this ancient craft originate from? It originates from the spirit realm, from spirit beings. That's who taught mankind the royal art before civilization began. In this chapter, The Rites of Satanism and Witchcraft, the manual explains that a typical satanic Sabbath was, number one, a homage to the devil, usually performed as the osculum infamy, also known as the kiss of shame, which is so shameful that we'll just put it this way. The ritual involves kissing the hindquarters of the devil, the rear. Surely this is far removed from anything to do with Freemasonry. People, the original order of the Knights Templar were found guilty of this very same obscene ritual. And where do you find the modern variant of the Knights Templars of today? I told you, in the highest degree of Freemasonry, right here, Here's a couple of them now. And what's on this Templar's head? From the Masonic Encyclopedia, remember? A symbol of the Baphomet, according to 33rd degree Aleister Crowley. And we could confirm that in the Satanic Bible. That's exactly what's hiding deep inside of Freemasonry. I'm only showing you this to show you the reality of Satanism and the demonic realm, the world you can't see.
On this earth? And in this earth and in the world we can't see.
Look here. The hierarchy of demons occupies a more important place in both black and white magic rituals. Both black and white. This is where the power of witchcraft comes from. And this is the reason these bizarre rituals actually function and actually work. Because after the ritual is performed on Earth, its effects are carried out to their conclusion in the spirit realm by spiritual beings or demons, actual demons. The reality that is hidden from you. Because if you found out that Satan was real, then that would have to make Jesus Christ real too. And he is the one they hate. And if Jesus Christ is real, that changes everything. And this is how much they hate him. The prayer that Jesus taught his disciples is performed backwards. The high priest is sometimes naked. A prostitute assists him, and a naked virgin, who may later be deflowered, is the altar. Everything that is sacred is defiled, and everything that is filthy is honored as pure. Because of their burning hatred of Jesus Christ, just as he's hated by the fallen angels that they worship. It gets worse when you hear what they use as a substitute for the bread that Jesus broke and told his disciples to eat in remembrance of him. A wafer which initiates me with this, this, and this. Or the name of Satan may be written upon it. And this isn't even witchcraft, this is just a ceremony announcing who they love and who they hate. So is Satan real?
Absolutely.
It continues to state in the hierarchy of demons at the very top, Satanakia, whose title is the Commander-in-Chief. What did Bob Dylan, the Freemason, call the one he made a bargain with?
Commander-in-Chief.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with? with the chief commander.
Same title, Commander-in-Chief, Chief Commander. Are you following? But watch this. In case the darkness is getting a little too thick and encompassing for you, let's shine a little light. The true light that only the Gospels can supply. Speaking to us humans and revealing something about Satan, the Gospels state, you follow the spirit of the age in this world system as dominated by the commander of the spiritual powers of the air. Satan, the god of this world, the commander. You still think the Gospels are wrong or fake? See, Satanists know that the spirits also live in the air, just as the Gospels reveal. You can summon any of these demonic spirits by name if you possess the royal art. Who do you think this figure on the front cover represents? A magician who is inadequately prepared and cannot attain his desires may seek the aid of Satan. That's who this is. Now that you know, hopefully for a fact, that these are at the top of the human food chain. Do you think they'd be fooling around with stupid fairy tales? No, witchcraft and Satanism is absolutely real, hence their earthly power. This demon here, fifth in the pyramid structure, holds the title of Inspector General. And what's the title of the highest degree in Freemasonry, who exists in every local lodge in every suburb, a suburb near you? Inspector General. Same title as the living demon. Do you believe me now? You can even conjure Lucifer himself, or be Beelzebub, who the Gospels call the Prince of the Devils. Both of whom are listed as superior spirits in this book of witchcraft and magic. I can show you so much more from this disgusting book, but I'll cut it off here with the seal of Satan, a demonic sigil from the complete book of magic and witchcraft. And this is his seal. Can you see? Do you see? This is the society that lives amongst you, above you. The one-eye religion of Freemasonry, hidden right in front of those who have their eyes wide shut. I'm going to now show you what that world that they are building from the ashes of the one you're currently living in looks like. But lastly, to drive this business of blood sacrifice home, here's American rapper Azealia Banks with the 666 hand sign, and now over the all-seeing eye in her video, the eye in the triangle of the Freemasons on her shirt, and the devil's horns, her liberator, her master, her commander. And now displaying the secret society vow of silence. Along with that, the last brief glimpse into the highly concealed royal art of Freemasonry.
Amount of crap that's about to come off my floor right now, guys. Oh my god. 3 years worth of brujeria. Yes, you know I gotta scrape all this shit up.
And what does brujeria mean? You know what it means. Witchcraft. Azealia Banks, the witch, with her eye in the triangle shirt.
I did not know
And
that. I didn't know
the
that
logo
meant
of, for
witchcraft.
example, the Grand Lodge of Freemasonry in Spain. One and the same symbol. The logo of the Fraternity of the Freemasons and the logo of this Church of Lucifer. The one eye. One and the same symbol. Freemasonry has deceived you. Yes, people, now you know.
And that's
how
why they
Satanism
call the
has
penis the
functioned
one-eyed
outside and
monster,
out of
you know.
mind. You still
Well,
think there's
that's
no
why
such
they
thing
call
as
mine.
witchcraft?
Well,
Or that it only
anyway,
existed
some
in the
some
olden
people
days?
call it.
You still think that
It's
blood
been
is
called
a part
that,
of
I
the
should
royal
say.
art? You still think that local Masonic lodges of the world are not filtering systems for Satanists and a cloak for organized Satanism with a grand master plan for the world? You think there's nothing to the blood sacrifice of Jesus Christ? After seeing all this and the Azealia Banks clip, and after realizing that there exists a hidden and guarded science of the art of blood sacrifice, you think there was no science behind Jesus' crucifixion, a deeper reality that we can't see or understand? You think Jesus didn't know what he was doing? Or are you one of those who still think he didn't exist? Tell me, how can they hate something that doesn't exist?
Yep. He exists.
If only you could hear from some other Freemasons who have the courage to break their oaths. But you won't. You won't. This is probably it. But I once heard from a Freemason, an honest one, in about 2016, after I posted this picture on Facebook. He knew the truth. Just like you do now, or just like you should. And he wrote to me, and he said, by the time we are done, every church will be a brothel. Well, in case you think that that's impossible, this is a fashion show that was held in a church, a real church, and it was organized by high-ranking Freemasons, who you will see now to be Satanists. Designed to be a heart-wrenching mockery and a colossal sign of the times, this event. Just so you know, it's a Masonic production. Here's the inside of a lodge.
Yep.
See those twin pillars? Well, here they are. See the Masonic checkered floorboard? Well, there it is. See the Masonic square and compass? Well, there it is. And do you see the eye of Freemasonry? Yeah, there they are. The lower square in the square and compass has been disfigured so that as to not make it too obvious. But now that we've established
Scripture Journey was talking about that too, and she.
as displayed through just a few of the models, this one wears the horns of the Baphomet, the horns of Satan, with his all-seeing eye in the background.
Boo.
More horns. This model wears the all-seeing eye, as does this one. And this disgusting thing with another huge all-seeing eye of Lucifer in the background. Then there's this, with a satanic pentagram on her face.
Boo.
And finally, this male model in a skirt with 2 satanic inverted crosses of Jesus Christ on his top in a church. Oh, the morbid victory of the Freemasons. Unstoppable. For now. When people like Lady Gaga cover one eye while wearing an inverted cross, and you don't see the connection of the one-eye symbolism to Satanism, then your observational skills have been compromised. In a span of 2 days, I saw these ads in my local shopping centre, and that alone tells me that the satanic age is here, manifesting all around us, seemingly invisible, while you look straight ahead through the symbols. Just like the initiation process of the secret societies themselves, society at large must be incrementally introduced and seduced into further depravity and self-love. And haven't we been slowly but surely perverted over time?
Yep.
Degree by degree?
Yep.
Until we think that men dressing as women is beautiful and healthy?
Yep.
Anal sex is a form of expressing love? The sick world of pornography is considered as liberating for women and men and protected by free speech. In California, babies are allowed to be aborted after birth.
Yep.
Because it's a woman's choice.
Nobody wants to talk about that,
and that's
though,
not
brother.
Considered murder. A world where we should applaud young children like Desmond is amazing, cross-dressing while he dances for gay men at a gay bar on a podium because he's paving the way for the kids of the future. And we should get shamed.
Demons.
And even
Straight up
if we
freaking
point
demons,
out
man. And people don't know what demons look like. You just seen one.
Dare call it evil, which is what it is. What spirit is behind Desmond is amazing. Oh yeah.
Another demon.
An evil spirit, no doubt about it. You think Freemasonry and their peculiar morals
Children being
are
made
behind
to
the
do
decline
that.
of Christian morality and morality worldwide? It's all by design. The Masonic war on Jesus and the Christian social structure, generally undetected by human perceptions, and still people will write to me and comment on how absurd what I've said is. A cloud over the eyes of their heart. Well, I'll tell you this. There is no bigger axe that has ever been grinded than the one Freemasonry grinds. Because the appearance of Jesus Christ pretty much destroyed their religion, drove it underground.
Appreciate y'all being with me.
And they will have their
Thank you very much.
Soon you're going to see it.
Don't care if you subscribe or anything. Just thanks for viewing,
materialistic Satanism
hanging out.
under the
Appreciate
banner
it very,
of
very much.
secular humanism. I know blokes who think that life's great, mate. Life's terrific. Life's what you make it. Evil, Lucifer, Satan, these are just words that Christians invented to help them sleep better at night. There are no cults. There are no conspiracies. John F. Kennedy's speech about secret societies plotting against the world, that's not relevant anymore. That's history. There's no such thing as Satanism amongst civilized people. Oh, children, when darkness comes to your door, takes your wife, takes your health, your job, your home, your freedom, your children, then you call out, oh my God, this is evil. Why is this happening to me? Well, here comes the darkness. Here comes the evil. You want to know what the New World Order looks like? You want to know what the future holds? You want to know what horror is coming to our planet? As Jesus told us, for then there will be great distress, unequaled from the beginning of the world until now, and never to be equaled again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Masonic New World Order. These are the mysterious Georgia
headstones, yep.
Also known as the American Stonehenge. They are a set of granite monoliths which were constructed in
Pay attention to this. This is unbelievable. They blew these up, by the way.
And commissioned by a man using the pseudonym R.C. Christian. On a ledger beside the monument is written, "Let these be guidestones to an age of reason." Here we have a reference to a new age. With this, we get a clue as to the spirit behind the structure. The Age of Reason happens to be the title of a book by Thomas Paine. Now, you can color him any which way.
We're going to be checking out Isaac Cappy here soon also.
Thomas was a hater of Christianity. That's the second clue to the spirit behind the Georgia Guidestones. The third is the fact that the Guidestones feature as what could be seen as a replacement to the Ten Commandments of the Christian God with the new Ten Commandments of the New Age. Because I will not steal, cheat, lie, kill, and so on. They're just, well, too narrow for the New Age, for the Age of Reason. Clearly designed to be a take on the biblical commandments, being 10 in number. They are all very vague indeed. But anyone can ascertain the horror that must first take place before this New Age can begin by looking at the first guideline. Because this one's not vague at all. Maintain humanity at under 500 million. That's right, a reduction of at least 7 billion human beings would be necessary for that. This thing cost the equivalent of $500,000 US to build, and the street it's located on is named after it, so that tells you how much reach its creators had. Its presence alone is a disgrace and a declaration of execution to most living people alive today. But let's go on to the fourth clue, as to the spirit behind these monuments. The monuments outlining the Age of Reason. The name R.C. Christian, the so-called person who commissioned the building of these giant slabs, anyone who's versed in secret societies or is a high-ranking member themselves would instantly recognize the pseudonym as a reference to the secret society known as the Rosicrucians, which is just another secret society branch that exists under the umbrella of Freemasonry, which is an extension of all secret societies of the past and is now the mother of all of them. In this Masonic website, Worshipful Master Wynne Westcott urges the Freemasons to consider their status as Rosicrucians. The RC stands for Rosenkreuz. Christian Rosenkreuz is the mythical founder of the Rosicrucian order. And as impossible as it is for me to prove that Thomas Paine himself, the writer of Age of Reason, was a Freemason, he did also write this book, The Origin of Freemasonry. That is the spirit behind the Georgia Guidestones, the satanic spirit, and a straight off the bat view of this approaching New Age. I told you, the whole system is about to change. And it's not going into the future. It's actually going back into the past. The old religion, that's what's taking everything over. And you'll walk straight into it, blind as a bat, thinking these people want to help you. They will appear as your saviors, forgetting or never being told in the first place that all this time there have been two societies in the world. The visible one, which is the one we're in, and the invisible one. Remember that the invisible one considers you profane, vile, and vulgar. Why on earth would they want to keep you around? In a book I can't mention written by them, people are referred to as useless eaters. We've become excess inventory, redundant, and past our use-by date in their eyes. Think about this. According to a prediction by information technology and research advisory firm Gartner, 1/3 of jobs will be replaced by software, robots, and smart machines by 2025. That's 4 years away. Google engineering director Ray Kurzweil anticipates that robots will have reached human-level intelligence by 2029. And by 2050, 80% of all jobs will be eliminated by automation. What on earth are you and your family good for then?
Now, remember, this 5 years ago, he's saying this, and look where we're at now.
The utopia is coming.
Look where we're at now.
But it ain't your utopia.
No, it's not our utopia. People are so stupid, man. They think that this is their world, or that these idiots are doing anything for us. They're not. These fucking morons, they don't give a shit about you. They don't even see you as anything except for useless consumers. You're eating and breathing their air. You're eating their food. You're consuming their resources.
In the name of evolution. an artificially induced evolution.
Don't worry, cops are here to
Into
fucking
this.
protect you. Cops are here for
Is the
your
same image
protection,
in real life
sheeple.
in Eilat, Israel, seemingly unrelated to the seal on the US dollar bill, right? But standing in glory with a Masonic square and compass, telling you exactly who owns this pyramidal symbol, complete with the one eye on top. Same symbol, same designers.
Oh, but the
Worshipping
one
the
eye don't
same
mean
God.
anything. They say, don't they?
You should be getting goosebumps by now. Is this a conspiracy led by international Freemasonry? Oh, you don't have to bet your life on it, because your life has already been placed as a bet on your behalf and without your knowledge, but with your permission. Because all of the information is hidden in plain sight.
But with
In
your
the phrase
permission,
where it's
remember
hidden.
that. You say nothing, that's your permission. If you say
you've been
nothing at
hidden
all, if you
in
don't
Jesus
do
Christ,
anything,
the only
that's
one
you
who
giving
warns you
your
that the
permission.
new age is a trap, and that it is the climax to this epic drama being played out on planet Earth. Now hang on, brace yourself, because I ain't gonna let you down. This is a magazine called The New Age, but if you press rewind, you can find its source. Supreme Council of 33 Degree Freemasonry.
There you go.
This one stretches way back to 1922. See the twin pillars of Freemasonry? Look, this is 19th century Freemason and New Age pioneer Helena Blavatsky on the cover of this edition. She's the one who wrote that darkness is absolute light, and that Satan is the god of our planet, and that we are in hell. But do you think the readers of these magazines are told that?
No, my people see this as boring
Darkness
shit.
is sold as light.
The very stuff they're
Satan is
telling you
disguised,
in plain
and it's
sight
him in the
that they're
details.
killing us with.
This Masonic New Age magazine was the precursor to all magazines and trends, promoting the great deception of self-love and spirituality. Meanwhile, you're feeding off the plate that Luciferians serve you. Look at how the Satanic Bible in 1966 reveals the reality behind the curtain. Evidence of a new satanic age. A new age. The new satanic age. All rigged and all propelled by Freemasonry. Satanism's magic
They
cloak.
tell you in the music that they put out, the music.
After all, and I think you should have guessed by now that Anton Szandor LaVey, the founder of the Satanic Church, the one who vowed to help destroy Christianity, is himself a Freemason. I can't prove it to you, but I know it. Because of not only his obvious fondness of the fraternity of the Freemasons and the mention of it in his Satanic Bible, and its vital role in the Satanic takeover, but also because of the symbols, specifically this one, generally called the Devil's Claw or the Lion's Paw. Freemason James de Rothschild displaying the Devil's Claw or the Lion's Paw. X-Factor's L.A. Reid showing the Devil's Horns next to fellow Freemason Avril Lavigne. The Secret Society sign for the Devil's Number, and displaying the Devil's Claw over and over. The better example is with New Age guru Annie Besant, co-writer of Lucifer magazine and 33rd Degree Freemason, also showing the Lion's Paw here and here. But the best example I have is with Aerosmith. Guitarist Joe Perry clearly displaying the sign of the Master of the Second Veil of the Freemasons, and right next to him, Steven Tyler, doing the Lion's Paw. Clearly both Freemasons, secretly showing their allegiance with symbols.
There's two of them there. I'll
And
give them
here's
that.
Anton LaVey displaying the same Masonic symbol. Yes, a Freemason founded the Satanic Church.
Big piece of shit there.
Now that we know who's really behind the so-called New Age, listen to some of the confessions of the New Agers in their literature, once you scrape past all the talk of spirituality and love and rainbows. New Age author, feminist and hater of Christianity, Barbara G. Walker writes in The Woman's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets, a 666, 666, was the magic number of the triple Aphrodite. She further compliments the number when she calls it the miraculous number 666. Speaking of the New Age to come, PhD Christopher Hyatt writes in Undoing Yourself, as we moved closer and closer to the well-planned for and long-awaited invocation of the Prime Minister unto the very King of Hell, the Grand Vicar of Lord Lucifer, Yes, the very well planned for and very long awaited indeed. Do you see what's coming? Mr. Hyde also enlightens us in the fact that opposites do not exist apart from the mind. Evil and good are all in your head. That's why you should brace yourself, because these are the minds creating the new world system. He confirms this. The new age will require new men, men of high consciousness and fortitude. All of our present dogma models
Not
will
you,
crumble.
not your children.
He means the Christian and the Christian social structure will crumble.
Yep.
In the introduction to the book, another PhD, Robert Anton Wilson, tells you what the New Age really thinks of the Christian social structure, which you have more or less enjoyed your whole life, Christian or not. Christianity and democracy have been among the worst disasters to ever befall the human race. I told you, atheists, you're going to miss Christianity when it's gone.
Yep.
Here's a picture of Robert with the Masonic eye in the triangle on the wall behind him. Remember where the term New Age came from. So once again, do you think that the new system, the New Age, is going to be democratic, a system that respects you, or gives a damn about what you think once it's in place?
Everybody thinks it's not going to happen to them, brother.
Christopher Hyde quotes from one of his literary heroes and famed philosopher, Friedrich Nietzsche, who said, "What is more harmful than any vice? Active sympathy for the ill-constituted and weak, Christianity." So to be a Christian and to actively have sympathy for the weak, that's the worst vice. That's backward and evil.
So empathy or
So
caring
yes,
for
no.
another is weak.
This is what I'm warning you
That's
about.
wrong.
And look, Frederick's work has exerted a profound influence on modern history. That's from Wikipedia. You know what else Frederick said? You probably won't find this on Wikipedia. The domestic animal, the herd animal, the sick animal man. That's the Christian. And what book of Friedrich Nietzsche were these quotes pulled from? The Antichrist. Nietzsche also wrote Beyond Good and Evil. That's how the all-seeing eye sees things, remember? So does Christopher Hyde mention mass murder and depopulation in his book? Sure, here you go. Those who would survive can do so only by grasping the vision of what lies ahead. The new wave that will carry them into an interesting future. Yeah, where the vicar of Lucifer is God and Prime Minister. He openly admits the identity of this man. This Antichrist that most of you still think is a fairy tale figure from a fairy tale book. Jesus calls him the man of sin whose number is 666. The actual Antichrist, beloved of the secret societies. Yes, people, the New Age is satanic, actually and literally. On the front cover of this book, in which Christopher was co-writer, you can clearly see the eye in the triangle of the Freemasons above the Baphomet. Christopher admits in another book that both satanic cults and Christian fundamentalists are closer to seeing the truth than most normal people. Yes, indeed, how true that is. In Coming World Changes, Harriet and Homer Curtis speak of a prophecy they received from a mysterious spirit titled King of the World. Now, I wonder who that could be. Think not that any
Trump
country
thinks
in
it's
this
him.
broad world can escape. And they also speak of the long-expected great teacher, the king of the new one-world government.
Yep. Trump.
The victors will remain as the seed of the
Butt
new
plug
race
of
to
America.
people the new land.
Americans, I
For
should
the
say.
new sixth
There is no
great
America.
race. This is the race that Luciferian Lady Gaga referred to. All part of the plan. In Threshold to Tomorrow, New Age author Ruth Montgomery writes on page 206 that only those open to the reality of one world will be around to enjoy it. Sounds like another vague suggestion for mass murder.
To enjoy it.
The Vera Elder
Yeah,
Sanders
you're going to
title
enjoy
implies
people
much the
ripping
same
your
thing.
face off.
Initiation of the world. That's right. It's coming.
Yeah, I
You think
can go
Vera
up
will be
and
initiated
have
into
my
the sacred
skin
order of
filleted off of me and
What else
hung
is she
upside down.
How about
Why everybody
the finding
sucks
of the
my
third
blood
eye,
out of my
the
body. Oh,
all-seeing
sounds
eye?
like a good time to me.
New Age author
Sign me
John
up.
Randolph Price writes in The Planetary Commission, in question and answer form, how do you define the Antichrist? The answer is pretty amazing.
How do you define the
Any
Antichrist?
individual or group who
Donald Trump.
denies the divinity of man as exemplified by Jesus Christ, the highest self of each individual, which Jesus Christ never exemplified because he is God. If you deny that mere men and women are divine gods, you are unfit for the glorious New Age kingdom. And you are the definition of Antichrist. In Practical Spirituality, he prepares his readers for a population drop of 2.5 billion people before the New Age era can begin. On page 32 of New Age author Barbara Marx Hubbard's book, Happy Birthday Planet Earth, she states that people will either change or die. That's the choice, she says.
They're going to die.
Notice the New Age has a new gospel.
People's not going to change.
Yet all the while, the world will be neglected of the information in the real gospels, where it warns
Everybody
and
thinks
predicts.
they're smart until
For if
after they're
someone comes
behind
and
bars.
preaches another Jesus, not the Jesus whom we preached, or another gospel, you are most beautifully tolerant of them. In the Book of Knowledge, The Keys of Enoch, the writer has a quote-unquote direct experience with two spirits, Enoch and Metatron, and they share with the writer spiritually scientific teachings regarding the new system of things soon to be fully manifest. The reason this work is considered extra special amongst its readers is because it was the first book to point out the alignment between the Great Pyramid and the constellation of Orion. The first book ever. That's basically proof that these spirits, Enoch and Metatron, are the real deal. Not only that, it was also the first book to show the direct relationship between
Did he say Megatron?
and the divine name.
Isn't that like the...
That's pretty serious, and the atheists should be really waking up by now, because this is the world's most powerful and secret religion we're talking about, nothing less. The writer was told that those who govern the earth are those who have fallen from the heavens. He calls them the masters.
No, Megatron. Isn't that in the... oh, what's the movie with the robots and stuff in it?
The Bible people.
What's the name of that movie?
These are the masters of the Masonic New Age, as proven here in one of the illustrations from the book. Same symbology. This worldwide catastrophe that is coming will bring about a complete reorganization.
Transformers. Thank you very much, Seeking
And
to
like
Find.
all
Thank you so much for that. I
high-grade
appreciate that.
of the secret society, every attempt
Naomi,
made to
she
bring
finally chimed
positivity
in.
to the number of the Vicar of Lucifer. I was given instruction.
Seeking to Find. What an awesome handle that is. I love that.
999 and 121212. The spirits further inform the writer of the Keys of Enoch that the pattern 666 is used to identify you with respect to the Earth's vibration. The number of the beast of the Book of Revelation of Jesus Christ is not only being glorified, it's manifesting in the world. And from another illustration,
Can't believe I can't remember.
once again,
Transformers.
the same image we see being used over and over.
It was the Transformers Seeking to Find. Those was really good when they, until all of a sudden you can tell, like they said, oh, for some reason the people are enjoying these movies. Let's trash these movies like they do everything else.
Absolute counterfeit of the
We
truth.
can't have a good
Christ is mentioned everywhere,
bunch
but
of movies going
not
out
Jesus
that people
Christ.
enjoy, you know?
No, this is the anti.
Like, why did they
Spirit.
screw them movies
It
up
will
that
eventually
bad?
manifest and appear to the world as one man.
As they did Star
Doesn't
Wars.
sound so mythical anymore when you see that the enemies of Jesus Christ and those behind the New World System, they use biblical terms. And Christ, to depict the antithesis, the anti of the real Christ, their savior. And these spirits from the world we can't see are the ones who taught mankind the sick art of witchcraft. Look at who supplies this book online, sacredmagic.com. You know what magic really is and what it really entails now. So once again, you can see the connection, the relationship. If you still think that this phrase, New World Order, is a conspiracy theory, you're suffering from a medical condition. On the Lucius Trust website, the consultants to the European Union, you find the statement that the New World servers are occupied with the task of inaugurating the New World Order.
I agree with that. Seeking to Find, absolutely. You're totally right.
Humanity will stand upon the path at the close of this age, and with that, 1/3 will
Yeah,
die.
it's unfortunate, but yeah, actually, any kind of magic you
The word
know,
Lucius
not
being the replacement for the word
following
Lucifer.
God's
It works hand
law,
in
you
hand
know. I mean,
with
you
their
have to stay
European
in
Union,
bounds, you know.
stating that 2.5 billion human beings
Bradley
are planned to
Bear.
be killed off, all predicted by Jesus and only Jesus. And if you still think I'm joking,
I just believe in miracles
are
that
and what
come
they plan to
straight
do,
from our
here's a
Lord and
book written by the
Savior.
founder of the Lucius Trust.
It's
The
too bad
Freemason
everybody's,
Alice
you know,
Bailey,
believing
Education
or
in New
even
Age,
saying
where she
magic.
will
You know,
educate
it's not
you
magic. That's
about
not
mass
hocus pocus
population
stuff. You
reduction.
know, I mean, they have it,
When a form
but
proves
most of
inadequate
it's
or too
or all of
diseased
it's
or too
demonic. You
crippled
know,
for the
because
expression of
it
that
brings your
purpose,
mind
it
away
is,
from,
the point of view of the hierarchy,
you know,
no
where it
disaster
actually comes
when
from,
that
which
form
is
has to go.
from our Lord and Savior.
Death is not a disaster to be feared. The work of the destroyer is not really cruel or undesirable.
Oh, absolutely,
Do you
Bradley
see?
Bear. Absolutely,
Did
I
you hear
totally
that?
agree with that. I've
Through the
seen
all-seeing
Christian
eye of Lucifer, the
magic,
destroyer,
and I've
for the
seen
purpose of the new world,
religion used
death
for
and
evil.
mass murder
Oh,
isn't evil.
yes,
It's good.
absolutely. But the problem
And
of it
Alice
is,
Bailey in The
when
Latest
you're saying
Hercules
religion,
also tries to
what people are
re-educate
calling
us and
religion
protect that
isn't
God-forsaken
really
predicted in the Gospels to be
following
associated with evil.
the
The
Father,
number of
the
the
Son, and the
physical
Holy
plane
Ghost.
activity
You
is
know
called
that.
the number of the beast.
So I mean, you can
This
call
idea
something
seems to have a
religion,
fascination with many, but what it really means
but
is that
it's not
Virgo
truly
is the symbol of
religious.
triplicity. 6 on the physical plane, 6 on the emotional plane, and 6 on
But
the mental
man,
plane.
do I
Not
understand that,
6,
brother?
6
Because
at all.
I'm telling you, it's sad that so many
And
people
one more
have been
time,
burnt
from
by
consultants to the
evilness out
European
there.
Union, from their website,
And
Lucius
after
Trust,
so long, I
to
mean,
prove
I
to you
get it.
that
I
these people are
understand
all
why everybody
working
starts
toward
saying,
and waiting
well,
for
you know,
the world
religion
leader.
is bad.
The coming of the
You know,
Avatar
but it's not
and the
that. It's that
advent
they
of the coming
switched
one
out the word
are the
religion
keynotes of the
for
present
something so
expectancy.
evil, you know, and then they say, oh, come to our church, you know,
After
we're going
everything
to
I've
heal
shown
you.
are you
We're
gonna
going to
do this?
heal you because
Or
we're
worse,
religious
are you gonna
in
trust
here.
these people?
I'm going to lay
Are you
my
gonna predict
hands
against
on
their
you. Let me
condemnation
get,
in 2000?
by the power of the Lord, I command you to be healed, you know.
And
Now, give
to the man who
me
will
all
come
that
in
money. The
666,
Lord told you to
and with
empty
it,
out your bank account
implement a new
and put it into
system
my hand.
in which
He
you
said
won't
I
have to
need a
buy or
new
sell
plane.
unless you receive
The
a
Lord
line
was
in
so
your hand
good to
or
me,
through.
he just bought me 2
And what's
brand
just been
new
announced by
mansions.
Business Insider? Cash the
Hey, what's
society.
that one
Due to
sick,
this, by 2024.
what's that one real sick evil guy's name or whatever he claims to be? Man, I can see his face right now, but I can't think of his name. He's the one that bought those brand new jets and everything. He tried to say that, you know, the Lord told him to do it and all this. I can't think of his name. Know him where you at. You know who I'm talking about.
This is the manufactured trend for the world. And you better believe it's fulfilling biblical prophecy. You know that book that's been ripped out of schools and hysterically discredited? Why do you think there's a single eye displayed on all the covers of George Orwell's dystopian novel 1984? It's because the one eye
Hollywood,
religion
yeah,
is the
absolutely.
one
We
in
talked about
permanent
that last
control,
night on the
where
show.
democracy and Christianity
Seeking to
have
Find,
been utterly
absolutely.
extinguished, and the remaining population live in a whole new level
Hollywood,
of
that actually
communism.
comes from a holly tree.
It is
That's
well
what
known
they
that
use
George
to make
Orwell
their
himself
magic
had ties
wands and stuff with.
the Fabian Society, which is a secret society complete with degrees of
Absolutely.
initiation.
Yep. Very well said, too,
Tucked away
there.
neatly somewhere under the wing of Freemasonry. The Fabian Society's logo used to be this: a wolf in sheep's clothing, which is exactly what Freemasonry is. And it was a metaphor for gradually advancing socialism. And socialism is communism for slow learners. This level of denial on our part has been brought on by mass propaganda, because everything has been weaponized to work against you and God's truth. Education,
Kenneth
entertainment,
Copeland.
and
Yeah,
economics.
yeah, it was
You're
Kenneth
a
Copeland.
slave to each one.
Yep, you're right. Thank
And
you,
Freemasonry
Ruru. Appreciate
is
that.
the
Cool,
slave
cool
master.
handle.
Listen to
Bradley
the Grand
Bear
Pontiff
says,
of
yeah,
Universal
that dude
Freemasonry
is
tell
evil.
you about it in Miles Diploma.
Hey,
The blind force
yeah,
of the
let me
people is a
see if
force
I
that
can find a
must be
picture of
economized
that
and
goofy
also
dude there.
managed as the blind force of steam. You are just blind energy to them, made to be enslaved. This force must have a brain. Who do you think the brain is? Freemasonry is the brain, obviously. And he's saying that we're just the body parts that move to its will. Look, these are some pictures I took of the local obelisk in my town. An erect phallus hidden in plain sight.
All right, y'all ready for
See how
this?
the
Here you
head
go,
of the
Kenneth
bottom is
Copeland.
rough? In Freemasonry, it's called the Rough Ashlar Stone. Well, watch this from Morals and Dogma. The Rough Ashlar is the people, rude.
I'm so sorry about putting him on there right
Once
now.
again,
Oh
you
man,
can
that
see
dude
what
is
this secret
spooky.
society secretly thinks of you. Now see how the stone built on top is smooth? That's called the perfect ashlar.
You can't join
The perfect ashlar is the state, the
Mason's
rulers.
Lodge unless
Yeah, the one-eyed
you believe
sex
in
cult
God.
of
Yeah, but what they
Freemasonry,
call God,
which hides its
which
master,
God? You know,
Satanism.
that's what you got to watch for, Bradley
Now,
Bear.
where is this brain taking us? Remember, this guy is the general who fought against the United States forces to uphold the institution of slavery. And the Grand Pontiff
Noma
of the Universal
says that's
Freemasonry,
when he
who
yelled
calls
at
you
the...
the vulgar herd
Yeah,
and the ignorant multitude,
he's yelling at the
and
reporter.
admits that yes, unbelievably so, Lucifer is the light bearer. This is the highest authority in Freemasonry, the secret religion of all our leaders and idols. Believe it. Now listen to this. The papacy and rival monarchies, all that will become the heritage of the temple, meaning the temple of Freemasonry. The world will soon come to us for its sovereigns and pontiffs. We shall constitute the equilibrium of the universe and be rulers over the masters of the world. They're gonna own it all. And it's true, the papacy and the monarchy have fallen into their hands. All Freemasons now. This is a 150-year-old book, so you can see how far ahead they plan, while we stay ignorant. How do you suppose that they won't achieve the New World Order? The New World Order of death. Of combined and systematic movement and effort, the great revolution prepared for by the ages will begin to march. The future is all planned for by them, and the revolution prepared for by the ages is coming. And it'll look like a natural occurring event, just as current events seem natural. Lastly, from his other book, Legenda, and reading from the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite Freemasonry, Albert writes, and thus the warfare against the powers of evil, meaning Christianity, that crushed the order of the temple in the 1300s, goes steadily on, and freedom marches ever onward toward the conquest of the world. The conquest of the world, guys. And this is their method. Ingenious as it is, the double-headed eagle, left and right paradigm. Whether you are pro-abortion or life, prefer Macca's or KFC, Ford or Holden, vote Liberal or Labor, shop at Coles or Woolies, go for the Parramatta Eels or the Canterbury Bulldogs, always the two most opposing forces, the result always feeds the one belly. The two heads always serve the same Masonic beast.
Now, see, I never got that. I never understood that, the two-headed thing. I mean,
magnificent motto of their double-headed eagle, Ordo.
But it makes sense, doesn't it?
That means
that it feeds the same thing. You know, it's really just like our Democrat and Republican, left-wing, right-wing, you know, blue and red,
beautiful and noble things.
feeding the same
With the
shit.
other hand, the hidden hand, they destroy and pervert. Then the helping hand comes back in to save or fix things again, alternating from one to the other, while nudging toward a predetermined goal, until finally reaching that goal that's set in mind in the first place. All the while, you never knew that the same hand that's saving you is the same hand that was destroying you in the first place. Order out of chaos. Their order out of their chaos. Another way to look at it is this. Z creates or exploits a problem, then attributes blame to others. Y reacts by asking Z for protection and help to solve the problem. Z offers the solution that was planned for by them long before the crisis occurred. Order av chaos, order out of chaos. Now you can change Z and Y to suit any scenario. For example, your best friend who wants to sleep with you creates or exploits a problem, then attributes blame to others. You react by asking your best friend who wants to sleep with you for protection and help to solve the problem. Your best friend who wants to sleep with you offers the solution that was planned by them long before the crisis occurred. Each time your best friend gets closer and closer to you until eventually they're in your bed. How about your employee creates or exploits a problem, then attributes blame to others? The employer reacts by asking the employee for help to solve the problem. The employee offers the solution that was planned by them long before the crisis occurred. The employee eventually gets the promotion. But this is the way I really want to put it. The government creates or exploits a problem, then attributes blame to others. The population reacts by asking the government for protection and help to solve the problem. The government offers the solution that was planned by them long before the crisis even occurred.
Somebody tell me
This is
why
how the
something
Great
lost
Revolution,
is always so
for
hard to
ages
find.
by the Freemasons, will begin.
Anybody ever lose their glasses?
So who's going to warn you?
Oh, it's mine.
Even modern Christianity is steered by Freemasonry. Hillsong won't warn the sheep about Freemasonry and the one world government. What, the Hillsong senior pastor who wrote these books and lives here? No chance. Did modern day Christian heroes like Billy Graham warn you about Freemasonry? Well, no, because here he is giving the Master Mason grip to other Christian giants like Paul and Jan Crouch, all Freemasons. Here he gives the same third-degree handshake to former President Harry Truman, and here to a Muslim Freemason. Billy's listed as a Freemason in the 33rd degree Albert Mackey's History of Freemasonry by the publisher on the inside flap. Billy's son, Franklin Graham, also won't ever expose Freemasonry because he's too busy eating at Voodoo Donuts, where they sell these donuts and these Pentagon
Look at
donuts.
that.
More Christian heavyweights like John Hagee or Hagee throwing up the devil's horns. He'll never preach against Freemasonry. Neither will all these world-famous pastors throwing up the devil's horns. The very popular Ray Comfort even stated that he wasn't a Freemason. Well, here he is, giving a perfect Masonic handshake with pastoral giant Joyce Meyer. Do either of them expose Freemasonry, or the fact that it's the
I don't know if y'all know
driving
who Ray Comfort is,
all
but
predicted by Jesus?
man, I've been a watcher of Ray Comfort for a long time. I didn't know that.
Not a single word of warning whatsoever regarding
But
the
just
satanic
because
church that lives and breathes
he
all
shows a
around us.
handshake like that doesn't
Freemasons
necessarily
like
mean,
Bono,
but
wearing the Christian name tag, his whole band
I
of
can't
Freemasons.
stand Bono there. He is
Bono
a
too should know better than
piece of
anyone
shit.
that a one world government is a trap as foretold in the Bible. But Bono supports it. Oh yeah, he works for it. Just like the Masonic Pope does.
Boo, poop.
Even if by some freak chance they didn't know any better. No disciple of Jesus can bend their knee to another man in the Masonic Lodge, calling him master and swear to keep secrets. Look what they call each other from the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. Master Mason, Grand Master, Most Eminent Grand Master, and the most appalling title of all, Most Worshipful Master. Most worshipful. Do you see how extra diluted the Christian Freemason has to be when Jesus said, do not be called master, because one is your master.
Yep. Call no man father except he is in heaven. Yep, that's
Don't
right.
worry, Jesus covered that too. What I tell you is this: do not put yourself under oath at all, but let your yes mean yes
And your
your
no being no.
no.
Yep.
How's
Amen.
that for an ID?
Yep.
But the Freemasons' yes means no, because they all swear to lie and conceal from the first degree initiation all the way through. What is whispered in your ear, proclaim it from the rooftops. That's Jesus. You see the contrast?
Say whatever you want to about this dude here, but man, he is so smart, man.
You think Bono
Wow.
and the Pope don't know about the Masonic calendar?
You know what
And how
blows
the
me
Masonic
away
calendar is ours?
is so many
From the
times
Encyclopedia
if
of
you
Freemasonry,
listen
the
to some
real date of the
people
world is found by
who
adding
actually
4,000 to the
find,
Vulgate
you
era.
know,
This whole Christian era is
it never
vulgar.
ceases to amaze me. Like you listen
So
to
the
somebody
year
and
in the
think,
Masonic
man,
order
they're
is
so
actually
smart, and then all of a sudden they'll be like, yeah, I'm a devil worshiper.
And this
Oh,
abbreviation
man.
is in French, the Vulgate era, beginning since the year of the Lord, since the year of Jesus Christ. That's how they feel about the current age, which is coming to a mind-blowing end by design. Now, do you think Freemasons aren't capable of mass murder? Well, Joseph Stalin murdered approximately 20 million people, and he was a Freemason, displaying the sign of the master of the second veil of Freemasonry. Vladimir Lenin was the leader of the Bolshevik Party, and he paved the way for the mass murder of 60 million people, mostly Christians, and he was a proud Freemason. And ladies and gentlemen, this is Adolf Hitler, a Freemason, clearly giving the grip of a
It's
master
all
mason.
of them. It's all of them.
And
You
here
know.
he sits next to his military leader, Hermann Goring, who is also displaying his allegiance to Freemasonry with a hidden hand. He even displays the Masonic triangle, just like fellow Masonic brother Jay-Z.
You know what's amazing when you
The mind
dive
of
into
Hitler
these stories and you
surrounds
find
you now.
out
It
that
just hasn't
Hitler
pounced yet.
was
The
funded by
mind of Hitler
Rothschild
isn't isolated to
to
some
do all
portion
that
of the world
shit.
anymore. It now encompasses you. Hitler is everywhere. Far more clever than you can imagine. Evolved and sleeping in your bed. It's easy to say that's impossible. Once upon a time, 70 million Germans adored him. Once upon a time, Hitler was named Man of the Year by Time magazine. You've been fooled by the satanic machine. Please don't try to get inside to the mind of Freemasonry. It's like trying to understand Satan himself. You can't, and you don't want to.
Nope.
Freemasons will make friends with their most hated enemies. They will cross-dress their morals to move closer to their goal. They'll make the English language.
Well,
avoid of
that's
any
how they
meaning by
manipulate
turning
them. It's
everything
like, hey,
inside out
buddy,
and
come
upside
on
down
up
to
here. I got
camouflage
some
its objectives.
really good fine wine
They will
and
simultaneously
whiskey,
create
and oh,
charities
by the way, here's a
along with the
little
greatest
underage
machines to
girl
ever
for
destroy
you.
the hearts
Oh,
of men,
she's
like
17.
pornography.
It's okay.
They will sell their souls to gain the world. They are a dichotomy, a paradox, a lie that loves to speak the truth, and a truth that loves to lie. They are a snake eating their own tail, consuming what they produce. Freemasonry is hell, dressed as heaven. Death, dressed as life. Its God is an angel of darkness, dressed as an angel of light. And 90% of its membership is a shield, lost in its symbolism. Freemasonry has become the ally and the opposition. Who are the biggest voices on so-called climate change in recent years? Which is more order out of chaos? Al Gore, a Freemason, and Greta Thunberg.
Wow. Anybody did anybody know that? I didn't know that. I thought Greta Thunberg there was just oh wait a minute.
Said this in
Thornburg. What kind of a name is Thornburg? Where'd that come from?
Yes.
I need to
The
look
whole
at
world
it.
is under the control of the evil one, like the Gospels say. Freemasonry controls the opposition with the most popular conspiracy theorists, Alex Jones and David Icke, both banned, yet both secretly Freemasons, who will lead you in every direction except into the arms of the ultimate power of the Gospels. Every noteworthy religion is comfortably caught in the Masonic net because they all stem from a lie. Here's the Dalai Lama with a bunch of Freemasons.
Yuck.
He just loves hanging out with famous people. Here he's throwing up the devil's horns with Freemason Gene Simmons. But there's no way the Dalai Lama can be a Freemason, right?
Oh yeah.
Well,
Anybody ever see this piece of shit whenever he said
next to George W. Bush,
he told that little kid to suck his tongue? Anybody ever watch that sick shit?
Under an oath of silence and sworn to secrecy. Are you going to wake up now? Here he is with his students in his temple. And what's behind him? This symbol. Can you see? The pyramid with the emanating eye on top, symbolized by a sun, which you know now is the phallus of the god of this world, shooting forth his generative light, his mystical sperm that gives life.
That's why they call it the one-eyed
And
monster.
his one eye transcends good and evil, both of which are just illusions of the mind.
Well, some they call
Understanding
monster, others
comes
they
by
call
initiations.
well,
And yes,
it's
tantric initiations are used in Tibetan Buddhism.
small.
Gerald York was the Dalai Lama's emissary, his personal representative to the West, and he was personal friends with 33rd degree Freemason and Satanist Aleister Crowley, who wrote 20 essays named Aleister Crowley, The Golden Dawn, and Buddhism. And he also served as a consultant to the movie Lucifer Rising, the Dalai Lama's representative. See how the eye can also be represented by the sun, caught behind the moon in this movie poster. That's just like the Dalai Lama's logo.
Well,
And
yeah,
he's seen
morning
from the movie
star.
with a Masonic square and compass hidden in plain sight. Look at the symbol of Buddhism, and look at the flaw inside every Masonic lodge, symbolizing opposites and equilibrium, which creates life, and where evil is not what seems, it's necessary. Why do you think the New Age author Christopher Hyatt, who writes that the Grand Vicar of Lord Lucifer is soon to be crowned Prime Minister of the world, notes in that same book his appreciation of Nietzsche, the man who states that the Christian is the sick animal man, the Zohar, which is witchcraft, and Buddha. These are the people he appreciates. Why does he lump Buddha into the same basket? I'll tell you why right now. Because in his highest manifestation, the Buddha, seeing the illusionary world through the all-seeing eye, his third eye, would not interrupt a rape if he happened to walk by, so as to stay detached from the karmic cycle. Whereas Jesus, knowing everything and more than the Buddha, would sacrifice himself, because he was born to destroy evil, not transcend it. So tell me, who would you rather have walk by if you were being raped? A transcendental meditator or Jesus Christ?
Oh, no. Yeah, Jesus for sure.
Whatever you think of me, you'll have to reconcile the fact that all the leaders of the world, from Scott Morrison to the Dalai Lama, belong to the very same secret society as Adolf Hitler did, Freemasonry. The secret religion no one speaks about, for good reason, and by good, I mean very, very evil. What do you think is going on here? I've told you almost exactly what's going on.
Anybody know who Scott Morris is? I don't know who he's talking about.
The one-eyed
Who is
man
Scott
is
Morris?
king. And Hitler, Stalin, and Lenin combined will be child's play compared to what's just ahead. Now, here's a point-blank picture of the future and the reality of their most brutal truth. From the 33rd degree Freemason Aleister Crowley's The Book of the Law. We have nothing but the outcast and the unfit. Let them die in their misery. Compassion is the vice of kings. Stamp down the wretched and the weak. This
Stamp down the wretched and the weak.
Do you see?
That's how they all
Can you see
see
the future yet?
we the people.
Now please pay attention. From his other book,
Useless
Magic in
eaters.
Theory and Practice. This is what all the degrees of initiation are for. And this is what it takes for them to create the New World Order. He speaks of the initiation in the true order of the Rosy Cross. Rosy Cross being another name for the Order of the Rosicrucians. Remember the guys that built this? Now this is a 33rd
Georgia
degree Freemason
Guidestone.
speaking. It is extremely desirable that he should have attained an absolute degree of moral emancipation. That is purity of spirit and perfect understanding. I've shown you this over and over. Because the world is full of evil, they mimic the morals of nature, because they are the true morals of the true God of this world. That's purity to them. That's true honesty and perfect understanding. Evil is good. That's the moral emancipation he's speaking of. Now watch this and brace yourself, because this is the future. There is a magical operation of maximum importance, the initiation of a new eon. When it becomes necessary to utter a word, the whole planet must be bathed in blood. This bloody sacrifice is the critical point of the world ceremony of the proclamation of Horus, the crowned and conquering child, as Lord of the Eon. I've shown you that secret societies participate in the science of blood rituals. Well, this is what it climaxes into. A massive blood ritual in the name of the new Eon, the new age, which revolves around a divine plan not of this world, as confessed by all of them. You are not who you think you are. You are not where you think you are. Do you see it? Can you fathom? And what blood means in this world? So much more than what you may have known before now. Blood sacrifice is of the utmost importance. It's what the beings in the other realm require, desire. We can't fully understand it. But do you see how the blood sacrifice of Jesus Christ takes on a whole new meaning now? A very real meaning. And guess what? Because of it, the good guy really does win in the end. You either fall under the blood of the world or under the blood of him. There is no middle ground. Blood is like the monetary currency of the spirits. And that's how God bought us back from the legal ownership of the ruler of this world with blood, his own blood. Now you can begin to understand why they hate him so much. Because that's why he was born into the world of flesh, to produce blood of his very own. Not by means of perishable things were you set free once and for all, by the payment of ransom money, but by costly blood. By the one who was visibly manifested at the closing years of the times, for your sake. That is the truth. Do you think it's just a coincidence that This is the last age before the long planned for new order of the ages. That's ages, plural. That means forever. That's the plan. That's why the Gospels say that he was visibly manifested at the closing years of the times, at the end of this last age. In the book 1984, George Orwell told us, if you want a vision of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. I've shown you that this so-called New Age is in actuality a new satanic age. And it's not really new at all. It's very old indeed, it's ancient. But like I said, its progress was derailed by the appearance of Jesus on the human scene. Now I'll prove to you that the New Age is an old religion. Novus Ordo Seclorum is part of a quotation taken from the Roman pagan philosopher Virgil's fourth eclogue, which was borrowed by him from the Sibylline records, which were ancient prophecies delivered by an oracle through witchcraft or divination. That's where the phrase Novus Ordo Seclorum comes from. Now look at what the full phrase actually says. A mighty order of ages is born anew. Both the prophetic virgin and Saturnian kingdoms now return. Now a new progeny is led down from the lofty heavens. Favor, chaste Lucina, the boy soon to be born, in whom the iron age shall come to an end, and the golden one shall arise in the whole earth. We've just been told that the New Age is a Saturnian kingdom which returns, so it's been here before. Next we see that a new progeny, meaning a new seed, a new race, there's that race again, is coming to earth. And that a boy will be born who will bring the Iron Age, which is the age we're currently in, to an end. And that the Golden Age, the New Age about to begin, will again arise over the whole world. Now what is the Saturnian kingdom? Well, for starters, this is a band called Saturnian Mist. And here on their front cover, we have a reference to magic. Then we see by the singer's shirt, they're Satanists. Then with his other shirt, we see the connection once again between the inverted pentagram of Satanism and the one eye of Freemasonry, the secret religion of the who's who of planet Earth. Freemason and Satanist Marilyn Manson has a song called Saturnalia, and on a satanic website on ritual offerings for demonic bindings, we find that Satan is Saturnian in nature. Here on the front page, we see the inverted pentagram under the head of the Baphomet, and right next to it, a version of the square and compass of the Freemasons, of which a lodge is located near a suburb near you, no matter where on earth you live. The Satanic Church hidden in plain sight. Now let's go straight to the source so you can see for yourself the nature of the New Age Saturnian kingdom found in the full quote of the Freemasons.
Which is the man, what is
from this book,
which is the man picture that Jesus
which is a factual study of the single most influential occult organization in modern
Jews
Germany.
Worship Satan.
The Fraternitas Saturni.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Bradley Bear. Totally agree with that. Absolutely.
Of the Saturnian initiate, which is outlined in detail with the meaning of all 33 grades, 33 degrees of Freemasonry. This is the very same thing, the same objectives. All secret societies work for the same goal because they all have the same spirit. The only difference between Freemasonry and this Saturnian fraternity is that your local Masonic lodges are veiled and camouflaged filtering systems for future Satanists, from which all influential figures of society are chosen, where the real religion begins at the 33rd degree. Whereas with orders like the Saturnian Brotherhood, there is no filtering system. As such, you're a student of Satanism from the first degree. That's why Satanism's takeover would have been impossible without international Freemasonry.
Thornburg is
the Saturnian
Swedish.
teachings include sexual mysticism, sex magic, and Nietzschean
Freemasonry is not a religion. Well, but that's what they're saying, Bradley Bear, that
the guy who wrote this book
it is.
And doesn't believe in
well, not a religion. You're right. It's not a religion. It's a cult.
From 33rd degree Freemason, who says that in this book that to initiate the New Age, the whole world must be bathed in blood in a bloody sacrifice before man can accept the law of Thelema. Nietzschean Thelemism. That's what the New Age Saturnian kingdom, from which the Freemasons took this phrase
Noma says the Jews do not worship Satan, they follow the Torah. Well,
that's... is filled with references to Lucifer.
I don't quite understand
Satan,
that, Noma.
magic, sex magic, blood, sacrifice, the number 666 as mentioned by Jesus Christ himself, and of course, Freemasonry. The secret society that all of our politicians and
I don't
entertainers
understand, Noma.
belong
The
to.
Jews do not worship
And what's the
Satan. They
demonic sigil
follow
for
the
Satan?
Torah.
The Masonic square and compass.
Well, that's Satan.
Are you going to snap out of it now? When you see a beautiful sunrise and smell the fresh air, or hear a great song, or see a great movie, are you going to forget where you really are? When you hear people using Jesus Christ's holy name as a cuss word, are you going to forget where this phenomenon really came from and why it's taking place? Now that you've seen how actual and bona fide the reality of 666 is from their own mouths and symbols, let me show you where else it's revealed. Do you see these Roman numeral numbers down here? They add up to 1776, the year that America officially became the country we know of today. And also the year of the birth of another secret society, which was absorbed into Freemasonry after it was banned in 1785. But look, the base numbers. M is 1,000, C is 100, and X is 10. All you have to do is subtract the base numbers. 1776 minus 1,000 minus 100 minus 10. Or simply remove the Roman numerals which represent the base numbers. No, I'm not playing tricks on you. Neither are your eyes. But someone else is. Now that you've seen the prevalence and seriousness of this horrid number, now that you've seen what you've seen, I can show you where else it appears. This figure is represented by the numbers. To make this work, they had to remove the number 1 altogether and separate the 2. Of course, we'd be too dumb to pick up on it. But 789 minus 456 is this, multiplied by this lonesome 2. That's right.
Wow.
This dark and mysterious figure is none other than the long-anticipated Antichrist.
Yep.
The ruler of the
That's why I don't
Saturnian
have a
kingdom,
face or anything there yet. Remains
is
to be
on its
seen.
way.
Yeah.
And Australia has been steeped up to its neck in secret societies since the early 1900s. World Economic Forum logo with this slash through the O's is of course representative of the number of the ruler of the New Age, 666. The barcode is the primitive version of the worldwide system that Jesus predicted would revolve around the number of the beast. And as you can see, the base of every single barcode in all the world
They do this
is
garbage
666.
so subtle that
on the ends and in the middle are
normally
elongated
nobody'd
or
pick
not.
up on it. You just think, oh,
I
that's
found
just a
that
design
out
or
from the
something.
horse's mouth in an interview with the man who was commissioned by IBM to come up with a new way to automate data collection. There are in fact 3 6s in the Google logo,
Chrome.
which comes from this occult symbol. Coincidence. And he found in a Masonic lodge the square and compass symbol appears in the middle of the hexagram, which is a symbol used in the royal art of Freemasonry, witchcraft, as shown in this book.
What really tears me up is
Well,
people
among other
do
things,
not realize
the hexagram
how this
itself
affects
can be
your
broken
life
down
so
to quite
hard.
clearly represent
You know.
666. This is a Masonic square and compass designed by the Manal Masonic Lodge, symbolizing world unity. At the top you find the logo of the United Nations.
Flat
Well, there
Earth
are
too.
33 segments in the UN logo, symbolizing the 33 degrees of Freemasonry. See this crop circle here with the Masonic eye on top of the pyramid?
Huh.
I know nothing about crop circles and the phenomenon of them, but I know how many rays are coming off the eye. 33. 33 degrees Freemasonry. Don't forget that the highest authority of Freemasonry already admitted to be the designers of the pyramidal seal in the 1962 edition of their magazine, The New Age. I've shown you how the inverted pentagram makes for the spelling of the word Mason in the same seal. Well, that same pentagram with the elongated top horns appears here in a European Union logo. An inverted satanic pentagram right in front of our eyes. Here's the European Union building architecturally mimicking the Tower of Babel. That was the very same tower that the God of the Bible destroyed thousands of years ago, according to the Bible, when Nimrod, one of the admitted founders of the original craft of Freemasonry, tried to unite the world under one world government. So this logo and this building design is a clear statement to the God who intervened the first attempt at a world government. This is England's Secret Service logo for MI5 with the word intelligence being symbolized by the eye of Lucifer, who was viewed as the most intelligent entity in existence by the secret societies.
Oh yeah, that's interesting, Bradley Bear. Yeah.
For the information awareness.
Saturn is in Saturday, which is
you know exactly who's in control.
Saturn's day.
And
Absolutely.
exactly
the black cube they have on their head is Saturn,
by former US President and Freemasons
as is the Star of David and hexagram, known as a symbol
for the United
for
Nations called the Temple of
Saturn.
Understanding.
Yeah, absolutely,
She
Bradley
writes
Bear.
that
Good
the
stuff,
symbolism
man.
planned for the building dates back to the black magic practiced
The
by
Sabbath
the high
is
priests of ancient
Saturday.
Egypt.
Saturn's
And
day.
that the building
Yeah,
will
I
contain a
totally
giant
agree.
eye.
Yep, absolutely.
You don't have to wonder why now.
Good
'Cause you know
stuff.
why. This clothing designer is fully aware
Don't
that the
humans
wow
have
symbol
33
is synonymous with Satan
vertebrae?
and hatred of
Possible connection.
Jesus. Does this movie poster
You know,
make any more
I
sense
don't
to you now?
know. I don't know. You know what? Without even looking, I'll bet you that's
Well, are you ready for the
true,
second big
Bradley
shocker
Bear.
Whatever you think of what
There
you're
is
about
no
to say,
Star of
please,
David,
come
Noma
see me
says.
on the other side of this so I can show you something.
Yeah, but
This
you
clip
know,
only goes
what
for
I
a few
think what they're
minutes.
saying,
Keep in
Gnome, is
mind,
that
the only
they're
reason I'm showing you this to you
that's what
is
they
because the writer
say.
and
You know,
director
not us,
of the
not we,
preview of
but
this movie-style documentary was murdered,
the demons and
along with his
shit.
wife
They want it to be.
and his little daughter, and his dog.
Yes, humans have 33 I had no doubt that he was right, because it would make sense, especially going up to the brain, you know.
The
And
news of which never made national broadcasts, just the local news. Case closed, nothing to see here. You have to ask yourself why. After so many movies with a
oh yeah,
dystopian
you know, I
war,
watch Jordan
totalitarian
Maxwell all the time.
type theme, why was this movie so dangerous and
Yeah.
strictly unacceptable?
Yeah,
for
I've been
public
watching
viewing?
him for quite a
That a whole
while,
family
Brad. That's
would be murdered.
you know,
Well,
he's
this
got
movie is gonna
a
tell us
brilliant
about
mind
America's
also,
secret
but then
destiny.
he goes to a certain
And
point,
one
and
other
then
thing
he,
that you'll see on the other side of this
for
amazing
me,
thing.
then he just kind
As
of
told
falls
by
off or
Raymond
whatever,
P.
you
Hall
know.
over
And
100 years ago. What's the secret destiny of America? Well, it's this.
And didn't Jesus live 33 years? Got to be a connection there. You know, I never really put that together neither. If I'm honest about it, Bradley Bear, that's interesting, but that's true. I do agree about Max. Yeah. You know, he's super smart, isn't he? But he goes to like a certain point, and then all of a sudden it's like he kind of veers off, you know. So, but you cannot deny he was brilliant, man. I just realized that about three. Oh yeah, you know, that's good. That's good, because I mean, you've already showed, kind of got my brain pointing and a lot. But look at this, what they're showing right here, scanning the barcode and stuff. You know, the Antichrist, what it's going to be like, and all that stuff. You know, I don't want to be around. I want to be gone. You and me both, Bradley Bear. I'm telling you, man. You and me both. But that's good. I love this, because, I mean, you guys are always so brilliant on here. Gnome, she always, like, points me in directions and stuff that I never thought about. And now you're in here. We had some really, really good ones on yesterday's show. It was really, really super brilliant people, are just amazing, you know. You know, I know this is an older video here and stuff, but isn't it amazing, like when you go back to a movie that you've already watched or a documentary or something, and you pick up on so much more, and then even like right now, this is why I love going back and picking through these, is because, man, it's like if you would have watched this, which I did immediately after it came out, it was like pretty profound stuff, right? But now with what all that we're dealing with and stuff, you know, and what we already know has came to pass and come to light now.
What was David's
I mean, now it makes
hidden
even more
message inside
sense,
the
you know.
Gray State? And could it be the reason for his death? Perhaps the scariest part of Gray State's conceptual trailer is this character here, who appears to be operating a guillotine. David Crowley was very intentional in this frame of the movie.
A guillotine, guillotine, however you want to say it. Something that lops your head off. Anybody know the government bought 30,000 of them sons of bitches?
You will see that this terrifying
30,000. The government. When I say government, not our government.
Like an apron.
They bought them a few years back.
Wears a Freemason apron, complete with the all-seeing eye, the compass, and the 2 pillars. I do believe David Crowley is trying to tell us something. He is telling us that the organization behind the French and American revolutions, the organization behind the Italian Revolution of 1830, the organization that outlined a plan to overtake the Vatican in a document called the Alta Vendita, the organization behind the Trail of Tears and the deaths of
Bring it back for our
Native
treasonous
Americans,
politicians.
Freemason
I agree. I totally agree with that.
The organization behind the Ku Klux Klan in the United States post-Civil War and its rebirth in 1915. The organization behind Hiroshima and Nagasaki. During 30
Look at that sellout piece of shit there. Anybody know who that is? That was old President Roosevelt or whatever. Piece of shit.
Because they worship and follow.
Look at this. Look at them all set. And everybody thinks that don't mean anything. That's them wearing their fancy dress, and everybody just thinks that they get together and drink beer and talk about ball games. Bullshit.
When I was in high school, coming from a completely non-Christian and non-religious family or background, I distinctly remember the first time that I decided that the Bible or the New Testament, to be more precise, was definitely not true. Made up, fairy tale, whatever. It was one verse, one scripture that to me at the time proved unequivocally.
Absolutely. Big club, and we ain't in it, Bradley Bear. Yeah, absolutely.
A prophecy that was impossible.
George Carlin, brilliant. What a mind, right? Brilliant guy. And you know what? That's a prime example of like what I was speaking about just a few minutes ago.
And I saw the souls.
You know, you hear of these brilliant minds and these people that are so quick-minded and sharp and intelligent.
No way it could guillotine.
And then they come out and it's like, yeah, but I don't believe in God. You know, it's like,
no way.
Oh man.
Proof that the Bible was a prehistoric book written for prehistoric people. And this is long before he woke me up on a midnight highway to spare my life from a high-speed collision into a concrete wall. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2021, like the smartphone or the smartwatch, this is called the smart guillotine.
Look at there.
Built by Chanel. You know, the perfume and clothing and accessories brand for the rich. What on earth does a perfume company have to do with chopping people's heads off?
Absolutely.
Well, I thought I told you that all of this is just the tip of the iceberg. I wonder who really owns Chanel. Well, here's their logo, and there is an eye in the design. And have you seen their drip design?
Makes me reminds me of Wexner.
Welcome to the real world. You ready? This is from a legislation archive from the Georgia House of Representatives in the 1995-96 sessions. This is Bill.
Which one has ties, Bradley Bear?
Guillotine provisions. How far along are we into enacting these
You
bills?
mean
worldwide?
Wexner or
I don't know.
Coco Chanel?
Maybe
They're all
they've
in
been
it
enacted
together
already.
anyway.
But I just want to show you that in 1995 the ball was already rolling. Another ball that's rolling are the 7 universal Noahide laws.
Oh,
They
Chanel.
sound great from the outside,
Yeah.
designed so to conceal some terrifying details on the inside.
Wow.
Firstly, they were signed into
Interesting.
US law in 1991 by George H.W. Bush on March 26. Here's the
Well, you know where the
resolution.
Nazis come
It
from
was named
also,
Education
right,
Day.
Bradley?
As you can see in the details of Resolution HJ 104, they are the 7 Noahide laws, resolved by the Senate and
You know
House of
who funded
Representatives of the
them
United
for
States
sure.
of America in 1996. Every single president since H.W. Bush has annually re-signed this resolution. Many world leaders have called for the acknowledgement and observance of the 7 Noahide laws, including the President of the European Union in July 2014 and the Australian Governor-General Michael Jeffrey in 2008. And this will be international law. So what's the problem? Well, just for starters, the law against idol worship will include, quite specifically, the worship of Jesus Christ as the Son of God.
Yep, and look where
which
we're
the
at right
Noahide laws
now.
will classify as blasphemy, and the punishment for transgressing
Think
the
about
7
this.
Noahide
This
laws
was 5
and
years
for
ago,
blaspheming
and look
the
what they're
ineffable
doing
name of
in
God,
November.
according to Jesus
November
God,
2nd, they're having
is
their
decapitation.
first big meeting to start this
I'll
council
let you
for
take
this
that in for a second.
bullshit.
This will be governed by a world court with no possibility of appeals. Something like this, an international Sanhedrin. Who do you think is truly behind these laws? Well, I can show you that right now. Here is the bill being signed into law by H.W. Bush, and here is their signature hidden in plain sight, the hidden hand of Freemasonry, displayed by this sinister and gloating-looking individual. And you know what Freemasonry is
National Socialism, funded by the central bank family Red Shield. Oh yeah, oh man, yeah. It's unbelievable. People think that Red Cross and Red Shield and all that it stands for something good, and it's not. It's just a way for them to hide their evil shit, their agenda. Yes, they fund both sides so they don't lose at all. It's a win-win, like what they did with the Civil War and all the rest of them, right? But they always make money, you know? They always make money. And it's also for the blood sacrifice. And people don't realize that all those people dying and stuff, when they scoop them up, where do they go, right? If you die on the field, they scoop your body up and they take you to the hospital. Well, the hospital says, yep, this one didn't make it, you know. So where do they go to? Especially if there's no family.
Brutally eliminated.
And think about this, 8 million children, 8 million a year.
Paid the greatest price to share this with you.
8 million.
Prophecy will be fulfilled.
Gone, disappears each
Listen
year.
to the words that come right after the execution by guillotine scripture in the Gospels. And I saw those who were such that they did not worship the beast, nor his image, and did not receive his mark of identification upon their forehead and hand. Remember this mark in the video? I'm not saying that the director knew what the mark was.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And nobody's understanding what's about ready to take place. I mean, they just don't, they aren't getting it. They're turning the water up really slow on us froggies, on us sheeple, and everybody's turning their head. They're running away. They don't want to hear this message. And I don't give a shit. Like I said, this whole thing that I'm doing this for self-documentation, if for no other reason. It's so that everybody knows that my Lord and Savior is Yeshua, Jesus, and the Father in heaven is my leader, and it's my testimony or whatever, and this is me saying I'm not changing my mind. You can put screws on my thumb and you can do whatever you want to me, and this body, I might say anything you want me to say, but it's null and void because this is my testimony of what I really feel.
A new and higher
You know,
system.
Jesus told Peter that he was going to deny him, and Peter was like, "No, Lord, I'll never deny." And he walked with
chaos must ensue.
the Lord right here on earth.
A deep Masonic
So
truth, which is mostly
if
true
he
anyway,
failed at it,
is that
I know I
destruction
probably will
precedes
too, you
destruction.
know?
It's like having to destroy a tree in order to create a table. The same principle applies to creating the new age.
yeah,
That's why I know that
absolutely.
the process which
That's
involves the
pretty
creation
good.
of a new system must
I
involve
like
the
that.
destruction of this one.
Well, definitely, yeah.
This is the last reference.
I mean, how do I get people to see what's already taken place? It's already taken place. They're turning it up so slow. Here's what will happen. They're already here. People already know that these demonics are already here. The IDF, they're already here. They're training
in 2006.
our
please pause to confirm that. Where you can find his
see, I hate saying peace officers because they're not peace officers no more. They're training
David Spangler, remember,
the cops right along with the cops. I got to be careful because I don't want to. I hate merging us with these demonic assholes because we're not them. And like what you pointed out there that George Carlin said. It's a big club, and Bradley Bear and James Preston is not in it. That's right. I'm not in it. Neither do I want in it. I wouldn't be in it. But you know what? Think about the guy that's speaking right there, right now, that I got up on the screen there. He was right in with them. I mean, they was patting him on the ass, and they was, giving him everything or whatever. But when he seen that he had to give up, and kill people and everything. He's like, nope, can't do that. I'm out. And he got out. And this is how he got out. And now this man here that we're watching is dead. But how do you get somebody to realize they are coming? They've already done this. You can't make somebody pay attention because they keep saying, oh, that's politics. And that's just their way of bailing out so they don't have to pay attention. But how do we do that? Bradley Bear, how do you get somebody and say, listen, just pay attention for a little bit because I'm here to tell you, you're taking the kids to daycare tomorrow or trying to get that job you're after or whatever is like not the most important thing right now, Your children is your most important. I mean, I get that. But how do you get people to realize what they have just done? They literally 2 weeks ago, Bradley, 2 weeks ago, they put this same shit to our to the vote, and it got shut down. They said, no, we're not joining with those demonic, Israel, because the people stood up and was saying, nope, don't do it. Well, they took it away, they repackaged the shit, and they pushed it back up there again, and now it went through this time. And I almost missed it because, when it got shot down, I went back out and was thinking, well, okay, it didn't pass. We're not joining. They're not going to join the militaries together with Israel, and so we're good, And I started trying to do other things that I was kind of falling behind on, and then I thought, well, I'm just going to check and see what's going on. And then all of a sudden they're like, well, that shit passed. And I'm like, no, that's got to be an old video or something. And then I got to look and nope, they just shoved it back up there again, repackaged it.
With a superior species, a new species. No one is aware.
They also keep us divided with class war and race war and religious war. Oh, that's their weapon. That is their weapon of choice right there. Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that, Bradley Bear. It's good stuff, man. Yes. Totally agree with that.
Planning the new age wears the ring of a Freemason. This ring. And he wears it exactly on the finger that a Master Mason should. It is worn on the third finger of the right hand. There is one who predicted it all, and they know that. That's why he's been so thoroughly discredited, or so it seems. Yes,
I'm going to disagree with you on that one, Bradley Bear. It's not treason. For most of them, it is not treason. Let me explain why, if I may. Treason is when you belong to a country and then you betray that country. In fact, they are being very, very loyal to their country of Israel, hell, aren't they? So they don't belong to this country. They're playing all the way along, Donald Trump included, because if you go back and you look at how many times he went bankrupt and who bailed him out, he owed all of his creators the same way with J.D. Vance. Look how J.D. Vance was created and who created him. You know, Peter Thiel. The very ones that's doing all these damn flock cameras out here that's up everybody's ass, you know, trying to say that they're for a license plate reader. Well, only the dipshits ever would call them a license plate reader. We know they're not for license plate.
Why the negative obsession with Christianity? It's not as if Christians run the game. Freemasons have banned Bibles from schools. They teach evolution as a fact. Pornography is thriving. There are no Christian protesters left. Homosexuality is rampant and protected, and Christianity is buckled. Which church preaches against
it's treason, plain and simple. We are an occupied people. Oh, you totally agree with that. We are.
Which has permeated every
we most certainly are. I totally agree with that.
So
we are
why
occupied.
do they hate Jesus if they're at the top of their game?
And you know, I'm sure there is some of them in there that's treasonous, but I'm telling you, for the most part, it's not treason because they are loyal to their country, and it's not this one. But either way, you know, the result at the end is we're saying the same thing. We're occupied by somebody that we should not be occupied by.
For them. If you've come this far and you still don't care or still unwilling to trust, then you deserve what's coming as a law of nature.
Yep.
Because you've been warned of all of it.
Yep.
The one world government clearly on its way. Cashless society, inevitable. The mark that each person will receive.
5 years ago, he already was saying this.
Or participate in this world. And the manifestation of the name, the number of the name of the one who will implement this system. 666. All of it is coming to pass. Inescapable we are from him. Everything and everyone will fall back into his hands, where he will finally separate the goats from the sheep. Now watch the Bible destroy Freemasonry like no other book in 2 minutes. Regarding their lodges and obelisks, their heart is faithless. Now they must bear their guilt. The Lord
It's
will
all
break
from a
down their
playbook
altars
that
and
goes
destroy
back
their sacred obelisks.
from before the Roman
speaking
Empire.
of the bloodline that gave
Absolutely,
birth to
Bradley
Jesus
Bear.
Christ
Man,
says,
see,
"You
you're
shall
awfully
not set up
smart,
for
brother.
yourselves a
You're
sacred
deep
pillar,
in it. Yes,
which the
that
Lord
you're
God
totally right.
hates."
It does go way back.
See what you're up against,
And
Freemasonry?
I was blown away whenever,
While Freemasonry meets
you know, when I started realizing how far back that it goes. It's like people don't even know 1776, you know, what happened there. They just see it as the birth of this nation. And, you know, old Albert Pike, man, they launched it on 1776, all of his demonic shit, you know?
On whom it falls will be crushed. Every Masonic lodge is built so that all the members face the east. Who are these men with their backs toward the temple, facing the east and worshipping the sun? It is detestable. Freemasonry does evil in secret with their hand.
Here's what aggravates me plumb to death. Is
but
like,
Jesus says,
I appreciate that, Bradley Bear.
do not let your left hand know what your right is doing.
When you see these people, and I'm not joking you, it's like,
will reward you.
Whenever I do a show or something like that, you'll see somebody and they'll just say hi or whatever sometimes, if you can get them to do that. But knowing that there is such brilliant minds that is right in front of you, but they never say anything, you know. And then here, especially last night and tonight, you know, like encountering yourself and then others, you know, Naomi on here, she's like super brilliant. I mean, she always like brings stuff to the table that is really good for us to know and stuff, you know. And you're pointing out stuff that's like waking me up even further. Well, I shouldn't say woke up, because I definitely am awake. I'm awake. I'm looking. And you're bringing some good stuff to think about for sure. Really interesting points.
Practice of putting yourselves under oath.
I appreciate you being here
Freemasonry
too,
is built
Bradley
upon a
Bear. Thank you
hierarchical
very much,
system, a
brother.
pyramidal system. Jesus said, "For everyone who exalts themselves will be humbled."
And I mean
whoever
that.
humbles themselves
Anybody
will be
here,
exalted.
I mean, even if you're not
We could go
commenting
on
or whatever,
and
I'm
on,
telling you, thank
but
you
we're
so
gonna
much
end on
for
this
just
one.
being here. I'm not asking you
Exclusively
to
written for the
subscribe.
practices in the lodge room
I'm
of
only
political
here. I
Freemasonry.
just want to tell you
A
that they're
troublemaker and a
merging
villain who
this
goes
U.S.
about
incorporated
with a corrupt
military
who winks
with
with his
the
eye,
Israeli
signals with
military,
his feet,
and it's
and
kind of like
teaches
saying,
with his
well,
fingers,
we're just
who
merging
plots
our
evil
hearts
with
together.
deceit
You
in
know,
his
we're
heart.
just going to share the same
He
heart,
always
sort of
stirs
like
up
what we was
conflict.
talking about with the bird
Therefore,
earlier. 2
disaster
heads
will
and 1
overtake him.
stomach.
He will
You know,
suddenly be
same,
destroyed.
same.
That is Freemasonry.
You don't have to subscribe, but I do appreciate that. I don't know how long I'll have this this channel, Bradley Bear, because I'm just talking, and that's why I went live. Like I used to try to do these shows and stuff, and record them, and then go back and then add stuff onto it and everything. And I'm like, damn, I wished I'd have said that, or damn, I didn't have a chance to do this, or I should have did that different. So, and then for the longest time, I just quit even bothering with YouTube because we know who it belongs to. You know,
God Almighty above.
it's the same way with Facebook and all that. Old sucker turd, Mark Suckle turd. I mean, name any of them. It don't matter. Peter Thiel,
The only thing you
all
can
of
count
them.
on in this world, more than death, more than taxes, is the Son of God.
Noma says edit them and then go. And add stuff.
This is it.
It's whole process. Yeah, Noma's helped me out.
And by far the biggest.
A lot, Bradley Bear, on
If you ever needed
like getting the
intellectual
videos
proof
and
that
stuff
Jesus
out,
Christ
and it is
and living right now,
it is a task, you know. And now, unless you're if you're like one of these whiz bangs like I've seen where they set their computers all up and then they just let AI do it for them and stuff like that, you can do that. But I hate AI. That's the devil's tool.
If Jesus wasn't real,
and I'm
then
not doing
so-called
that.
Satanists would be scattered here and there over the world in little local covens by silly teenagers rebelling against society and living in their own la-la land with their own little make-believe devils, being make-believe rebels. But no, people who believe that Lucifer is God run the world from top to bottom. They are dedicated to the core. They're highly sophisticated. They make the movies, they star in the movies, they write the songs, they sing and dance. They are worshipped as idols. They set trends, they live large, and they practice witchcraft, complete with sex magic and blood sacrifices. Why?
Sex magic.
Why do they do that? Why would they bother? Because witchcraft is real and has been since before civilization began, hidden from the vile multitude who have been stupefied by propaganda to the point that they don't believe in anything anymore. And who waged a war on witchcraft on your behalf? God did, the God of the Bible. If Jesus wasn't real, Luciferians wouldn't be building their paradise on earth. Atheists would. If Jesus wasn't real, Luciferians wouldn't be passionately hating him to the point of keeping their existence hidden under penalties of torture and death. Lo and behold, in the 21st century, yes, if Jesus was a myth, Luciferians wouldn't be working overtime to inadvertently fulfill every prophecy that Jesus gave us. Can anybody read me? What part of Jesus foretold a worldwide cashless system, a worldwide government, and a worldwide religion do you not get? If Jesus wasn't real,
that's what the Noahide laws that they're putting together in November. They're having their meeting November 2nd, everybody.
They have no power over the disciples of Jesus. How is that possible? And what about this one that's been going around? If the Gospels were written by the Catholic Church in order to control people, then why didn't they include a pope in the scriptures? There's no pope here. Why didn't they include instructions to obey the priests? There's no priests in the New Testament. Except for
we know that there's witches out there and that they're real because Here's something that I will not watch. I haven't watched. Maybe I should, but I don't know how many of you know about this here. It's called Frazzle Drip. But the depiction there is supposed to represent Hillary Clinton, who is in this Frazzle Drip thing here. But her really good friend is, I forget her name right now, but she's like a true witch. Brahmovich, that's it. Brahmovich is Hillary Clinton's best buddy's name that happens to be. But this is a real thing right here, this Frazzle Drip. And I'll try to hold still if you want to read it and stuff. You can.
Celebrities, they're members of it. That was the first shock.
But it is demonic bad stuff. I was warned not to even watch this stuff.
Decapitated
you know.
heads, brains exposed to the sun, drinking wine from human beings' skulls, all done by the people you respect the most. Pretty shocking if you have any brains left in your skull and heart left in your ribcage. The third shock was the reason they took the oaths and performed the rituals. And that reason is that the secret society they all belong to is in fact Satanism.
No, Mother Campbell says, no, I will not watch that. That is horribly evil. Yeah, well, you know, I mean, some things we should absolutely, you know, look at because we owe it to the children, right? But, you know, maybe I should watch it. I don't know. It's just really, people's warned me and told me, don't watch Frazzle Drip. Don't watch Frazzle Drip.
Jesus is the shock. He's the shockwave, the reality and truth of him. Because that changes everything. He changes everything. The greatest news you could never think up, that God left his abode to come here, a form of hell, manifest on earth, to be ridiculed and executed to save our sorry asses by taking a bullet for us. Don't worry, his second coming won't be so sacrificial. Better start fearing like you fear a cop and like you fear a judge. Oh, I know you tremble in front of them. But you don't fear God? Oh, how we love the darkness and sin. You, possibly you, loved gossip. You loved sex and porn. You loved sodomy. You couldn't stop lying. You couldn't stop cussing. You loved your idols, singers, actors, sports people, sports teams, putting people who fart, smell, and eventually die on a pedestal. You just couldn't cut yourself off from the ways of the world. Purity? Who wants to be pure? I have to be pure. I have to live holy. Stop sinning? That's so boring. What kind of God is this? To hell with that God. Well, do you like filth in your home? Do you? Do you like filth on your carpet, on your clothes, on your face? Do you invite filthy guests over and give them a share in all your belongings and all your power? Do you give them the keys to your house and car? No, you don't.
I have before, unfortunately.
Who has the greatest house of all? He should.
The results was as you would expect.
Earn $1,000 a week, and we don't give that away to anyone. But now God should share his wealth with you, the unclean. Is it too much to ask your filthy guests to clean up before they enter? To watch their mouths, to control their willy? Is that too much to ask? Oh, but if God was real, what about all the children that die? What about them? What are you doing about them? Are you still stuck on which phone you're going to upgrade to or what's for dinner? Why don't you leave your abode, your luxuries, and your loved ones and risk it all to go save some children yourself? Oh, but what about all those who've never heard of Jesus? Let me ask you, what's your excuse? I know they have one, but what's yours? You've heard of him. Every morning you wake up and look at the calendar is a testament to his name, because it's 2021 in Australia, it's 2021 in Brazil, it's 2021 in China, it's 2021 in every single country in the world. So let me ask you, 2021 years since what? Like I said, just waking up in the morning and knowing what day it is a testament to him.
Yep.
But if God was real, why wouldn't he just show himself? Show himself to who? To you? You can't even get on your knees and repent. You can't even hate sin and scream out to him. So why would he? How do I get the girl if I don't ask her out? And if I do, maybe she rejects me the first time and the second. How bad do I want her? How
Yeah,
hard
or
do
the
I
fifth
try?
or sixth or seventh.
Most haven't even knocked on his door. Well, I did. I just kept knocking and knocking, and then I started banging and banging. I refused to leave his porch. I lay there like a hungry puppy. But even when he answered the door, I did the runner, because he was too big for me, and I loved sin a little too much. Yet he still left the light on for me. But here's the craziest part about people who ask me why he doesn't just show himself the way they'd like him to. Their hearts have been so hardened that even if he did appear to them, in 2 weeks they would go back to being their old self, and he knows that. That's why. They might even forget it ever happened. Oh, that was just a crazy day. That was probably all in my head.
Yeah.
Oh, how we love to make excuses.
Yep.
But if God was real, what about all the other gods? What other gods? Did Buddha perform a miracle for you? Did he affect a plethora of witnesses? Were his followers stoned to death, sawn in half, eaten alive? Did historians of his era leave any trace of him? Did he prophesy all the kingdoms that would appear on earth? And in what order? Did he foretell of worldwide floods, of enemies that would despise his followers, use his name as a cussword, and eventually attempt to set up a world kingdom? Did his appearance change the calendar from one end of the world to the other, and predict that his appearance would in fact change the calendar? What did the Prophet Muhammad do for you? Apart from stealing Jesus from billions of people and corrupting the Gospels, did he dedicate his entire life to sinlessness? Did he remain celibate so that his blood could make a difference in the hidden realm by the science of sacrifice, which is practiced in secret every day, in order to shield your very soul? No, he didn't. Instead, he had 11 wives, and one of them was 9 years old, and he lived like a king, while the real king lived like a slave, and died like one too, and washed the feet of his disciples while demons trembled at his name and presence, and still do. And let's not even bother with the other pagan gods, Osiris, Odin, Vishnu, all inventions of fertility cults that worship the sun, sex, genitals, death, destruction, agricultural religions. Did anyone else apart from Jesus Christ ever say the words, "I am the truth"? Have those words even ever come out of someone's mouth? I've heard of, "I know the truth," "I have the truth," but "I am the truth"? That doesn't even make sense. Unless truth itself was once upon a time born on earth as a man. Well, of course he's the truth.
The way and the
What are all
life.
the heart-wrenching, knee-buckling testimonies about the indescribable power of this Holy Spirit, which comes in to sweep you off your feet and drown you in its tides, changing you forever? Where are all those testimonies? I'll tell you where they are. In the Christian column. That's where. Oh yeah, you'll get them here and there in every genre, but Christian testimonies simply outclips the rest. Where are all the life-changing, electrifying Hindu testimonies? The Muslim testimonies? A Muslim, Buddhist, or a Jew on the street corner, or from the proverbial rooftops, shouting the truth for all to hear, no matter the cost, because they love us that much, because he loves us that much? Where are they? And Freemason testimonies? Have you even heard of one of those? Satanic testimonies? You ever heard of one of those? A Freemason on his knees sobbing from joy because of the overwhelming knowledge that Lucifer loves him? No Mason or Satanist has ever done or heard of such a thing.
Nope.
But the biggest cult in size is the cult of society. Where do you think the word culture comes from? And the TV, the doctors, the idols, the PhDs, the scientists, they are the priests of the cult of society. You atheists think you don't live in a religious world of your own, filled with daily rituals and daily worship? Even your beliefs require faith in what your priests teach you. Evolution, no proof. Age of the earth, no proof. Distance of the sun, all faith-based on what you are told by strangers. You can see the rings of Saturn with your telescopes, but you can't see the buggy on the moon that was left behind in 1969, yet you still believe, because you have faith. Don't you worry, no matter who you are, you live in a religious world because life is religion. And if you're still in the I'm not religious category, think again. You all worship something or someone, and your religion is futile. But for you, for the one, whoever you are, remember the advantage that evil has over good. A little good doesn't destroy evil, but a little bit of evil destroys all good. See this glass of water? One single drop of poison is enough to render the whole
Oh, that's
lot
interesting right there.
useless or
Exactly.
deadly.
I use that
That means
analogy
that
all the
99% of
time.
the goodness and
One
purity
drop
that water
of
amounts to
poison
nothing.
will make something like
All
that.
because of
All
one
poison.
single drop.
Yep.
The whole glass is evil.
Yep.
And so it is with the human soul. You better believe it. Does anyone go out with a stain on their face or on their shirt? You think the soul can't be stained? Think about it. Just one lie makes you a liar. So you can't go where life is stained with death. Now, in case someone thinks I'm playing a high and mighty role, I tell you this. I used to be a liar. I used to be a pervert. I used to be a drunkard. I used to smoke all kinds of poison. I used to have angry outbursts, use a filthy mouth, indulge in filthy humor. I used to. Past tense. But no more. He finally summoned me. He called my name for the last time. He took my dog, then my music. He took my band, broke it all, and broke me, flooded me clean. He sent for me. He woke me up from a deep sleep on a high-speed midnight highway with a whisper, an actual whisper in my ear, and only meters between me and a concrete wall with my name on it, because he knew I had it in me. I had it in me to lay it all down, risk everything, so I can take a stand for him, for the Gospels, and for you. Well, this is me taking a stand. Brothers and sisters, I did all this for just one person, and I'll be hated and mocked and worse maybe, so that that one, whoever you may be, will wage war on sin and believe. Don't let even one drop in. No matter what the distractions this evil world may place in your path, in order to bury itself and its poison in your heart, where it will take root and overpower the 99% goodness in you. Just like only a few find success in this world, even fewer will find the kingdom.
Yep.
It's far more difficult than winning X Factor, or making $1 billion, or reaching a 33rd degree of a secret society. It's as difficult as loving your greatest enemy. And that's just about impossible.
Which, if anybody
But
don't
if you
know,
could
he
figure out how
did
to do
win
that,
X Factor.
then you found the road.
That's where he
to
got
life.
his fame from.
And I hope to see you soon.
Well,
God love. Jesus wins.
Well, I gotta tell you, man, that guy is super brilliant. It's just too bad that he's no longer with us now, you know. It's super sad. You know, you find these people that's got such brilliant minds and stuff like that. This guy here, I watch him all the time, Beyond the Veil. I don't know, Bradley Bear, if you've ever watched him or not, but he's like, he said the heck with it. He got out of the United States of Incorporated there, and I forget what country that he went to now, but I'm gonna look up Isaac Cappy now. Anybody know who Isaac Cappy is? Very interesting guy too, you know. Isaac Cappy. It just is mind blowing of
What's up, guys?
to listen
Welcome back.
to him say all of the stuff that's coming true and coming to pass right now, right in front of us, and you know that guy's no longer with us, and all the stuff that he talked about, how right on that he was. Now this here's Isaac Cappy, the lost tape Dead Man Switch. This here was his last, obviously, video that he put out or what. I've never seen this. It shows that I watched a little bit of it, but I don't know. I don't really remember. Let's see what it is. Just a little bit quick on Isaac Cappy here. I don't know if anybody does know who he is or whatever, but he was a big whistleblower, the same as the last guy. You know, he started telling about different ones, and the biggest one that stands out that Isaac Cappy told me about was Seth Green. You know, and if you don't know who Seth Green is, I'm sure that they'll show it or whatever, but. And I'll even look up a picture of old Seth Green. I'm sure you guys probably already know who I'm talking about. But he was also on, oh, what's the name of that movie he was in? The one with Michael Myers or whatever. Anyway, I'll think of it eventually.
What is up, fam? What's up? Oh boy.
This was his. So far, this is claiming to be his Dead Man Switch tape. That if something happened that he wound up dead, that whoever was supposed to present this tape. So I've never seen this one.
There are so many fucking Mossad operatives. It would blow your mind, guys.
Mossad.
They're very, very bad people. They're very, very bad. I just found out a bunch of crap today. Holy shit. I remember this guy from yesterday. And I didn't like what he said.
No, Campbell says Austin Powder. Yeah, it was Austin Powder.
Guys, I just found out
Seth
a bunch
Green
of stuff
was
this
on
morning.
Austin Powder.
Yeah, all over the place, guys. All over the place. Jack Posobiec, Gabe Hoffman, Mike Cernovich, Laura Loomer. Gabe Hoffman is running ops on people. He is a bad guy, dudes. I look like I've seen a ghost. Yeah, I have. And someone that was very close to me, I'm pretty sure they were just there to infiltrate me. These are really fucking bad people, and I'm beyond pissed. I don't even know how to describe the feeling inside of me. It's bad. It's bad, guys. These people are bad. They tried to set someone up that you know and love. They're fucking evil. These people are evil. These people are evil. They're unregistered foreign agents. Schurter? No, not Schurter. Not Schurter. Oh, boy. How did I find out? Gestalt's deductive reasoning. So that means Jason Boss, by the way, collaborated with Mossad agents. Jason Boss, the guy that torpedoed Michael Whalen. Let's see. I think probably Random Rants of Ryan got paid off. Is Gabe from Open Secret? Yes, he is. Zio-Khazarian people. Very much so. Zionist Khazarian people. Khazarian Mafia. These people are protecting slave traders. Arnon Milchan. Arnon Milchan. Do you know that name? Arnon Milchan. Another one. I wasn't going to say anything today, but I prayed, and then Jesus said he had my back, so... Guys, also, the mystery company in the Papadopoulos Mueller probe, the mystery company is Black Cube. Black Cube is Israeli intelligence. Black Cube is Mossad. It's private label Mossad. These people, all these people that are going against Q have been activated. And they're bad. They're bad people. They're very, very bad people. They protect.
Anybody
the
believe in
Khazarian
that
mafia.
Q
They're
stuff?
protecting slave trading.
I don't.
rings.
I don't believe in that Q. I don't know if
Straight up.
if anybody knows what
Gabe
I'm talking about when I
Hoffman is
say
protecting
Q, but
slave traders.
supposedly
Gabe Hoffman
there's a
slandered
Q
me
out there
and said
that's
that I
supposed to
retracted
be
my claims
secretly
against
doing shit for
slave
us or
traders.
whatever. But
They are
if they
protecting
secretly did it, they
fucking
secretly
slave
failed
traders.
because
They're slave trading children, and these people are worse than pedos. They're worse than pedos. Cam
yeah. So
Hoffman.
see,
Yeah,
this
look,
guy
they
back
hire
then was telling
operatives,
about the
right?
children
they
and stuff.
pay people off. They infiltrate your life.
This is before Epstein ever.
Gabe Hoffman is an open secret. These people are evil. These people are sick, and these people get paid to destroy the truth and destroy people that are saying the truth.
See, and he's
right?
just talking about
These people
the
are
stuff that
fucking
tells
evil.
what they're doing.
Didn't you
But
already
this
know
was
this?
not
Yeah, you
telling
did,
actually
but I
or
didn't know.
showing
There's
what
people
they
that you
actually
guys
was
don't
doing.
know
But
that I've
now
been
we
involved
actually
with,
know some
that
of a little bit of what they was actually doing, right?
It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. NT making $25,000 a month on podcasts. NT is a collaborator of fucking Mossad agents, guys. These people are fucking evil. And a lot hit me today. I found out a lot of stuff today, and it's bad. It's bad, guys. It's really bad. I need to tell us. No, I really don't, Helene. I really don't need to tell you all. I'm telling you a lot right now. I'm telling you that there are unregistered foreign agents in this country acting on behalf of slave traders. Slave traders. James Gunn got his job back. James Gunn got his job back.
See, I hate that we don't know who. Let me see if I can find anything about James Gunn.
Jones being Mossad isn't a big leap. No, not at all. Not at all.
Who is James Gunn?
Not at all. Go in on more slave. Guys, what do you think exploitation of children is? It's slave
Famous
trading.
American film
it's
director.
A fucking big industry. Why do you think Obama
writer and
Why do you
the
think
co-head of DC
it's
Studios.
Slave trading. It's fucking slave trading, guys. Gabe Hoffman is protecting slave trading. And by the way, I reached out to Cernovich in December of 2017. I said, dude, I have this information. I need to get it out. I don't know who to trust. Okay? Did he hit me back? No. Who is paying Mike fucking Cernovich? Who is paying Jack Posobiec? Who is behind Gabe Hoffman? Guys, there's a lot of questions. Who is behind Laura Loomer? Who are behind these people? Right? You need to ask that. You need to get. I don't have a Twitter account. I can't go ask these people. I mean, Khazarian Mafia. That's right. The Khazarian fucking Mafia. Yeah. And I found out someone that I thought was helping me out was actually doing the opposite.
Wow, imagine that.
To tank me and sink me.
A turncoat. Wow, imagine that.
Yeah, it's very fucked up. You're not in trouble. You're going to be fine. Zoho, you're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Crokin is good. Crokin is 100% good. Trust Crokin. Crokin is an angel. Trust Liz Crokin.
Liz Crokin? Who's Liz Crokin?
No, Tiffany is good. Don't worry about Tiffany. Tiffany is good. Tiffany is 100% good. This is someone that I haven't even ever mentioned.
Who is
in
Liz
public,
Crokin?
right? This was a confidant, someone I thought that was helping me, and it looks like they were doing the
American
exact
journalist.
opposite.
Political commentary known for.
Yeah. Someone you used to do rallies with is now working at InfoWars. Don't know what to tell you. Be careful. Guys, it's too late for that. It's too late for be careful. It's too late. Am I feeling unsafe? No, I feel fine. These people don't want to come at me. They know it's a bad idea to come at me physically. So they just do everything else in their playbook. Guys, they even bought myname.com. All right? Not to mention, this is not to mention like Yardboat and Seth and Dan Ferguson and James Gunn and all of these people in Hollywood. This is a whole different thing. This is the people that are like, okay, we'll take money, we will take money and we will destroy this whistleblower, right? We'll do everything we need to do to like cut off all angles of support, okay? We'll shut them down, right? This guy, Gabe Hoffman, is an unregistered foreign agent. Make no mistake. Make no mistake, guys. There's a reason all these people are so anti-Q. Why do you think they're so anti-Q?
Anti-Q.
Mikey, yes, guys, Mikey has been pretty much destroyed. This is his typical playbook. They go and they slander a person. They make them look bad in as many ways as they can, and they send people into their physical life, and they just destroy them. Michael can't get a job because every place he goes into Googles his name, and they're like, they destroy people. They destroy people. Fulcrum, I don't know anything about Fulcrum. I don't know anything about Fulcrum. You thought Laura Loomer was okay because she went after Omar. Yeah, no. Guys, these people are not good people. They're protecting slave traders. You're protecting slave traders. Steven Spielberg is a fucking slave trader. That's what it is. Hollywood is slave trade, guys.
Yep.
Hollywood is slave trade. So Gabe Hoffman protecting Spielberg, you're protecting slave traders, you fucking cunt. You little Mossad operative piece of shit. And everyone that you're paying off to ruin people's lives. Everyone.
Man, I hate that they killed him.
We know why
I hate
you're
they
so
killed
afraid
him.
of Q.
But they kill anybody that's standing up for us. Anybody
So,
that's got a voice or that
ask
stands up
Cernovich
like he's doing
who's
right now.
behind him. Ask Loomer. Who's behind Loomer?
Laura
Who's
Loomer.
behind Gabe Hoffman? Who's behind Jack Posobiec? Is Gabe Hoffman Jack Posobiec's handler? That's a question we should ask. These people are protecting slave traders.
Jeff Posobiec.
Jack Posobiec says Pizzagate isn't real. Jack Posobiec is protecting literal fucking slave trading of children. Let it sink in. Let that sink in. These people are protecting slave traders.
That's Bezos. Who do you say? Posobiec? Jeff
Entertainment lawyer.
Posobiec.
Is collaborating with Mossad operatives. Evil, sick people with no conscience. That's 100% correct. Candace Owens, I don't know. Turning Point, I don't know. I don't know them. I don't know them. But I do know
Look at there.
that an army of people came into my life to try to destroy me, right? Some of them came from the front, some of them came from the back. Ben Shapiro. Yeah, look at Ben Shapiro. Look at fucking Ben Shapiro. I have an inkling. I don't know. I mean, you see him with Joe Rogan, right? Joe Rogan, Ben Shapiro, fucking, who's the guy? Jordan Peterson? You think Gabe wrote the blinds on me and Mikey? Yeah. He most definitely did. Most definitely collaborated. Guys, this guy is a piece of shit.
You know what's
Unregistered
unbelievable
foreign
is when
agent protecting
these
slave
people are
trading.
trying
Fuck
to
him. Fuck you, Gabe
warn
Hoffman.
us, the people, we the people, we attack them.
Rogan is Mossad. I don't know that Rogan's Mossad, but I know that
Bob
we
Ross.
see who he's collaborating with.
Yeah. Bob Ross. Isaac Cappy, eh? Kind of does remind you of Bob Ross.
Black Cube. Black Cube. Do you guys know Black Cube? What name do I use on Telegram? At Isaac Cappy. ISAACKAPPY. Scottish roll. At Isaac Cappy. Black Cube. Black Cube. Private label intelligence. Run by ex-Israeli intelligence. What is Black Cube? Private label intelligence run by ex-Israeli intelligence. Yeah. Q said, be careful who you follow. Yeah, no joke. Be careful who you follow. There's so much infiltration. There's so much subversion. There's so much evil. These people are protecting slave traders. They're protecting the system. They're protecting the system of slave trade. You've never heard of Black Cube? Well, get used to it. We're talking about Black Cube a lot. Black Cube is shit. Harvey Weinstein hired Black Cube to harass his victims. Black Cube is fucking treasonous scum fucks, and you all better fly back to Tel Aviv as fast as you fucking can and get out of our country, you pieces of shit. Check them out now. Yeah, check them out now. Check out Black Cube.
Mm-hmm.
Check out Black Cube.
Wow.
Thanks for letting you know. Yeah, well, the full picture, guys. And look at Steve fucking Bannon. Have a look at Steve fucking Bannon, I would say. Have a look into Steve fucking Bannon. Yeah.
Yeah. See, he was telling about Steve Bannon even back then.
It is.
Unbelievable. Wow.
Yep. Steve fucking Bannon. Look into that guy. Steve Bannon. The guy that got kicked out of Trump's White House. You were wondering about Bannon. Yeah, well. What is the full pic? Are Q people outnumbered? No. No. Guys, we are going to win. We're going to win big time. There's no way these people, they're so stupid. They think they can they think they can turn the public on Q, right? They're not going to happen. Not going to happen. Q has hundreds of thousands, if not millions of supporters, right? They can't do it. These people are severely outnumbered, and they're scared, and they should be, because they're protecting literal slave traders. Gabe Hoffman protects literal slave traders. Entertainment lawyer protects literal slave traders. Plus, Q has the truth. Yes, Q has the truth. Q has the truth. You guys that have Twitters, you need to start getting on there and talking about Black Q. You need to start talking about unregistered foreign agents working on behalf of Israel. Check out Spielberg, Lucas, Matt Groening, and J.J. Abrams. They all look like clones. Trump is a genius. Yes, he is. He's a fucking super genius.
Yeah, wrong.
Whose profile? Jack Posobiec. Jack Posobiec.
Wrong. See, back then, well, of course, back then, see, I was wrong too, because I would have agreed with him. I thought, yeah, he's
guys, they came into my life from every angle and just fucked everything up. They paid people off. Yeah. They did a lot of.
See, you didn't know that Trump was another one that was.
They lied about me.
Going
they
against
slandered
him.
Me. What's an open secret? It's a fucking honeypot run by that fucking Mossad faggot Gabe Hoffman. Gabe Hoffman, you're an unregistered foreign agent.
Gabe Hoffman.
They can't do cease and desist. They can't. Gabe Hoffman claimed that I received a cease and desist. The day that he got me booted off Twitter, right? The day that this pedophile protector of literal slave trading of children, right? Let's let this sink in. Literal slave trading of children. Yeah? This, guys, you don't need to worry about this. This doesn't really affect you, okay? You're gonna be fine. We're gonna win. We're gonna win, but I'm just looking at what these people have done, and it's evil. It's so freaking evil. Gabe sent in the FBI to my scope, he said. Great. I fucking called the FBI on him so he can fuck off. Because I sent a tip about Gabe Hoffman and his fucking racketeering bullshit. Yeah, that's right, Gabe Hoffman. Enjoy. And by the way, Jack Posobiec, all those people that are trying to take down Q has been under FBI investigation since last year. So, there you go. There you go. Have fun. Have fun. Yes. Enjoy the show. You people are evil. You protect slave traders. Literal slave traders. Children. Right? Steven Spielberg is a slave trader. Make no mistake about it, guys. Make no mistake about
You
it.
ever seen Steven Spielberg? You ever looked at that sick? You can tell it.
I can't believe.
Oh,
I
and
cannot
incidentally,
believe how
what
rotten and
is the
vile these
last
people
name?
are. It
Spielberg.
makes me sick to my stomach.
Oh yeah,
It really does. It
a
makes
demonic.
me sick to my stomach. It's disgusting. These people protect slave traders. Money is the root of all evil. Yeah, you can get people to do bad things for money.
Same way with Stephen King. Anybody ever seen that movie about old Stephen King or whatever? Man, you talk about twisted, man.
Spielberg should answer questions about Shane Fry. Who is Shane Fry? Scottish Rule. Gabe is saying that me and others are under surveillance and the end of investigation is close. Is that what he's telling people? And my neighbor, can I ask where you got this information?
There's old
Can I ask
Spielberg.
where you got that information, my neighbor?
Nasty looking piece of shit.
You're angry knowing what you know. You cannot imagine how I must feel. Yeah. Yeah. That's called projection. Gabe Hoffman ain't got shit. Yeah, Gabe Hoffman ain't got shit. Although he does have a trail, a digital. Gabe was saying it yesterday. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. That's great. I love that. You know why? You know why I feel fine? Because the people.
Anybody want to guess who this here twisted looking
really,
piece of
really,
shit is?
really good people, and they want to end the slave trade of children, not protect slave traders like Gabe Hoffman and Seth Green. Kid actor from Britain, he took him to the States for 3 years and refuses to talk about it. Oh, wow. Well, Shane Fry. Okay. I've never heard of this guy. Thank you, Scottish Rule.
Sick looking bastards, man.
You saw Yarbo's demo reel, and it's gross. Of course it's gross. Yarbo's a disgusting person. Yarbo is a Satanist. That's why.
Yeah, Stephen King, yeah.
And if I found out that Yarbo was sacrificing
Well, Spielberg,
people, I wouldn't be surprised.
Stephen King, both of them are
motherfucker.
deranged looking inbreds.
These people are disgusting, guys. Wow, that's gross, T1. I don't want to talk about that crap anymore. So much infiltration, guys. So many infiltrators. Fiona, Elahai, Jason Boss. Jason Boss collaborated with Gabe Hoffman. Wow.
Infiltrators. We ain't even seen infiltrators yet. Wait till.
It's a really bad look. It's a really bad look. Fiona Barnett. Yeah, Fiona Barnett. I don't even know what her deal is. I don't know why she does what she does. I don't know if she's just... Yeah, Fiona's an infiltrator. You can't just fucking lie about shit. You can't just lie about stuff. You can't just make shit up.
Yeah,
It
you
just
can.
makes everybody look bad. You know? And then you're like, oh, let's
Yeah,
get
they
close
have,
to
man.
Isaac.
They've been making
Why?
shit up for years and years.
Elahai? Oh, fuck yeah, Elahai. Guys, Elahai is comped on a lot of levels. Elahai. It's all infiltration, guys. All infiltration. Like a sea of it. And I knew it was going to be retarded when I did this, but holy crap. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. You got booted. Holy crap. It's just nuts. It's just nuts, guys. Oh, and by the way, I challenged Gabe Hoffman to a cage match, and he kept saying, "Oh, hell, my promoter call you," which he never did. And by the way, that deal was 100% off. That guy would probably hire someone in the crowd to shoot me with a fucking heart attack gun. One of his, like, black cube buddies. Yeah.
Think about that heart attack gun. See? Talking about these here.
They've been deleting
weapons
stuff a lot. Who's been
back
deleting it
then that now we know is actually a fact.
They're just panicking. Last-ditch efforts. Yeah, they're panicking. But who knows how long this will play out. But by the way, that mystery company in Papadopoulos, the one that's like, oh, don't release us, it's fucking Black Cube, right? Israel is all up in FISA-gate and Spygate, guys. Israel is all up in it.
Yeah. We know now. You knew
By
then.
the way, do you know who funds Hamas? Do you know who funded Hamas? Fucking Mossad. They buy their own enemies so they can control them. Betsy DeVos cut 51 million from, I don't know.
He just passed on that one. Whatever that was, he's like, I don't care.
Black Cube. Black Cube. You have a Twitter mission. We need to expose these people to the world. Yeah, we really do. We really do.
You know, I hate it whenever they keep doing that. They say, just like back then, it's like if you know something, why in the hell don't you just say something?
Ask them, yeah. Ask them why they're protecting slave trading. Like, that's a cool industry.
But of course, I guess that's look what happened to Edward Snowden. He knew something and revealed it, and look what happened to him.
Black Cube is Saturn.
Still living in Russia.
That's Saturn. That's Death Cult. It's alright. Hopefully we're getting to the end of the show. I'm just like... It's nuts. Hasidic Jews. Funny you should mention Hasidic Jews. I talked to someone that was at NSA, and they said that Scientology has deals with New York Hasidic Jews on real estate. Scientology and New York Hasidic Jews.
Oh, we know that's a fact now, don't we?
Isn't that interesting?
Yep. Scientology.
Don't worry about Jesse, by the way. Jesse is fucked sauce. Jesse is going to implicate the whole Chicago corrupt political machine. It's coming out. Police dropped a bunch of info. That's gonna be fine. Don't worry about Jesse. Slave trading. They protect slave trading, guys.
See, but we can't see that, so we don't really believe in that, right? We don't really believe it because we don't see it with our own eyes, and we
That makes sense why Rom was so mad.
can't
Of course,
comprehend it.
he knew what was coming.
And we
He's
don't know
like,
what to
"Oh,
do
fuck."
about it.
He knew. Feds are all up in your ass, Rom Emanuel. Ari Emanuel. Oh, Trump is in Grand Rapids, and you will be there. That's awesome. That
See,
is
he was
awesome.
like me back then. He was a Trump supporter.
Black Cube. Black Cube.
And now we know that Trump was like the
You were
ultimate.
shocked when you saw how many black people are supporting Jesse's release. Yeah, I talked to John last night, John Q, about that. He was
Piece
like,
of shit.
You don't trust Oprah? Oprah's a fucking slave trader, guys. You shouldn't trust Oprah. Oprah is a slave trader. Oprah is a slave trader.
See, he knew it back then.
100% true.
You know?
Oprah Winfrey is a slave trader.
Yep.
Why do you think she has that school in South Africa? Why does she hang out with who she hangs out with? Oprah Winfrey is a slave trader.
Does anybody still even watch Oprah? Or I mean, I hope not, man. Wow.
How is she a slave trader? Does the name John of God ring a bell?
Yep, John of God. That's
LeBron
exactly
has a
what I was
school,
thinking of.
too. You know what? LeBron does have a school too. And you know what? LeBron did seem a little bit incensed about a certain guy getting elected president, didn't he? And you know what? LeBron was pretty tied up with a lady by the name of Hillary Clinton. Guys, this is widespread industrial slavery, guys, of children.
But see, nobody knew what to do about that, especially back then. And it's not like we'd done anything of importance even today, even after we know that not only are they killing them, but they're eating them, even as they're, and before they're even being born, as they're coming out, dragging them out of the...
I've had a number of whistleblowers. The
literally
NBA
eating these children.
corrupted big time by some dark influences, some really dark influences in the NBA. True story. True story. Holmes Seth was onto the global slave trade. That's why he's locked. Yeah, look what they do. Look what they do. Gabe Hoffman says he's getting the FBI on me. Good fucking luck, dude. Good luck. Do you know who knows everything about me? Do you know who knows how much work I put in to this? The good guys. The guys that agree with me, like, we should get rid of slavery of children. Guys, this is like the Civil War all over again. Trump is like Abraham Lincoln, except instead of black people, it's children. Because these people trade children. They're very bad people. Your post on Jordan Peterson post was deleted. Of course it was. Guys, these people are running scared. They know the jig is up. They know. Right? They've got to know at some level. They make me sick. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. And you know what's even worse? Is that so many people will take a paycheck from slave traders, taking paychecks from slave traders.
He's saying slave traders, but he's meaning traffickers.
You think?
You know.
Think?
I guess it don't matter. Slave traders,
Explain
yeah, people
Jordan
who
Peterson
don't
for me.
have free will to do what they
Intellectual
want to
dark
would
web.
be a slave. So
Intellectual Dark Web is a partnership between Jordan Peterson, Joe Rogan, I think Sam Harris, and Ben Shapiro. Black Cube is Mossad. Mossad is Israel. Rothschild created Israel. Balfour Declaration. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Are you taking checks from slave traders? Yeah. Are you taking checks from slave traders? Are you making money from slave traders? Because you know what? If you're in Hollywood, you're probably taking money from slave traders. Hmm. Hmm. And this scope is definitely staying up. So I don't give a fuck anymore. And I prayed to Jesus, and he said, I got you. I was like, all right. Good. Because Jesus said, whoever harms my little ones, it would be better if there was a fucking millstone tied around their neck and thrown into the fucking sea.
He didn't
So
say
do
it
you
like
think
that.
that Jesus has kind of got a favorite in this situation? You better believe it. Jack Krestobiak. If you have a Twitter, get on that guy's ass. Ask him who pays him. Ask him about his Mossad involvement. Ask him about his Gabe Hoffman involvement. Ask him why his buddy Gabe Hoffman is protecting literal slave traders like Steven Spielberg and Seth Green. Yeah? Ask them that question. Ask them if they thought it'd be cute to try and cover it up. Did you think it'd be fucking cute to try and cover up Pizzagate? Did you think it'd be fucking cute to try and cover up Isaac Cappy? Attack Isaac Cappy? You think that was a good idea? Did you think you would just fucking walk away from that shit? Did you think you could just slander Q and spread lies about Q? These are questions to ask yourselves, gentlemen. I hope you fucking ask long and hard. And, you know, maybe you can come to a resolution that's peaceful and where you find some sort of solace and some sort of good. Maybe do something for good of people instead of protecting literal fucking slave traders like James Gunn's bitch ass. There's a reason why none of these people have filed a cease and desist. It's the same reason why Gabe Hoffman lied and says they did. Because they don't want this. They don't want this. They know they're wrong, and they know I'm right. Do you think Oprah will, go after someone saying she's a slave trader? Because Oprah is a slave trader, guys. Make no mistake about it. They don't want this in the public eye. They don't want this in the public eye. Google doesn't want it. Why did Google cover up? Why does Google cover up slave trading of children? Why does Twitter cover up slave trading of children? Why does Gabe Hoffman cover up slave trading of children? Why do they cover it up? It's the same reason that Google, Twitter, Gabe Hoffman, Soviet, all rail against Q. It's the same reason, guys. It's the exact same reason. Because they are money obsessed, power hungry. Yeah. They think that, guys, the old game is over. The old game is over. The old magic is done, right? There is a reason why Oprah is so powerful, and it's not pretty. What do we know about Hollywood? We know that you pretty much have to be compromised to be at a certain level in Hollywood. Who's at the top levels of Hollywood? This is not rocket science, guys. This is not rocket science. We are witnessing the destruction of the old guard. That's right. It's why they don't want the Fed to go down. Exactly. Exactly. They're like, oh, this is our old system. Oh, this is our old system. Sebastian Gorka tweeted Q was fake. Big surprise there. Big surprise. This is why they attacked Michael Jackson's legacy. Yeah, because Michael Jackson hated his fucking people. Do you think Michael Jackson would have loved Gabe Hoffman? Gabe Hoffman's he's gaslighting Paris now, Gabe Hoffman. The guy is a piece of shit. He's a Mossad agent and he's a piece of shit. And he works for literal slave traders. Gabe Hoffman, you work for literal slave traders. We know it. Q knows it. America knows it. Threatening me, slandering me, pushing fake articles about me. Brown Brothers Harriman is a huge nexus point in the big picture. 100%. 100%. Brown Brothers Harriman, that's the whole Skull and Bones network right there. That's like, we're talking about hundreds of years. We're talking about British East India trade. It's why they hate Trump. Mm-hmm. You don't hear many people talk about it? Yeah, I mean, yeah. Cuba's always said they have everything. That's right. They wanted MJ's Sony Music shares. Yeah, MJ owns the whole Beatles catalog. They wanted it all. It's so messed up how they tried to slander me saying I was Fiona's handler. Guys, yeah, well, what do you expect? What do you expect? Pray for Godspeed on these indictments. Yeah, no shit. No shit. What do people talk about today? Nonsense. They want someone else to wipe their AS. Whatever. We don't. Your leftist friends are freaking out too. Good. Tell your leftist friends that we've been infiltrated by a foreign power who's protecting literal slave traders. Talking about a massive cult in this country involved in the exploitation of children and slave trade of children, an organ trade of children. What about we have everything, don't they understand? They know it. They know they have everything, and that's why they're so freaked out, running around like chickens with their heads cut off. Leftists used to be for liberty, now they're for global tyranny. Yeah, I know. Guys, these people need to wake up. They need to wake the fuck up. They were duped. We were all duped. Guys, I voted for Bernie freaking Sanders, okay? I voted for Bernie freaking Sanders, and then I discovered Pizzagate, and then I discovered people that I was very close to were involved with Pizzagate, and then they tried to get me to fucking join their fucking bullshit cult. They tried to pay me off. And then I told the world, and now I have a million fucking people trying to say all sorts of bad stuff about me because they're protecting literal slave traders like Steven Spielberg and Seth Green. You campaigned for Obama. Yeah,
From
I
the
voted
Epstein
for Obama
files.
the first time, so we all get fooled, guys.
One of them.
You know what? This is the thing that pisses me off about the left. A lot of us voted for Obama because we wanted to heal racism in this country. And then Obama just pushed racism further. I remember at Obama's inauguration in Chicago, and I looked into the eyes of all those black people, and they had the biggest hope.
From the Epstein
and
files.
It was just like the best moment. They were crying, like
Like,
one of us
who puts that on their wall?
You know? And lo and
Who would
behold,
put that on your wall?
Obama comes
Why
out
would you put that on your
and
frickin' wall?
facilitates the literal fucking slave trade of
It's
children, right?
unbelievably
And then we have people who
stupid
pretend
to
be
even
our
have
allies
that.
still to this day, who are protecting the literal slave trade of children. It's disgusting. It's absolutely absolutely disgusting, guys. These people are sick. They're really sick. And some of them are literally worse than pedophiles because they protect the global slave trade industry. Meanwhile, people like Timothy Homseth get locked up. People like Mikey get their lives destroyed. People like yours truly get infiltration from every fucking angle. Right? They cut off, guys, they try to cut off every means of support. They slander you. It's a Roman cult under Talmudic law. That's what you learned in White Law. Judges wear robes, priests. Oh, wow. A Roman cult under Talmudic law. Guys, it's disgusting. These people are sick. They're fucking sick.
Chuck Schumer kissing this child on Epstein Island.
Remember when Gaddafi spoke to UN?
Sick.
Only place he could find to stay was on Trump property. Oh, I didn't know that. Wow, I didn't know that. Gaddafi was trying to bring a gold standard to Africa, by the way.
Yeah, they didn't want that.
How much of this is related to religion? How much of it, the sickness with children? Guys, this is their religion. They hide, they say they're Catholics, they say they're Jews, they say they're whatever. But their real religion is Luciferian, and it involves blood rituals and the exploitation of children. Bill Maher is a fucking exploiter of children. Steven Spielberg, exploiter of children. Roman pillars in the Senate, they're telling you who's in charge. Well, maybe we should take some of those columns out. Maybe we should take some of those columns out. Free men, Americans, people that believe in liberty, people that believe in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, people that believe in the Constitution, people that believe in Jesus, people that believe in God, people that believe in good, they don't protect slavery of children, guys. They just don't. It's not something you do if you're a good person. You don't protect the slavery of children if you're a good person. If you're a good person, you don't do that. Sadly, there are not a lot of good people. Well, there's a lot of good people. Don't get me wrong. There's tons of good people. But there's a lot of people that can be corrupted. They can be bought off. There's a lot. It's sad. It's sad. You love the unity of Catholicism. It's sad that sick people are in control of it. Guys, they've been in control of it for a long time.
Yep.
They've been in control of it for a long time.
Absolutely. Yep.
It's a really simple question. Do you think that children should be exploited?
Nope. From the Epstein files.
Read the signs. Roman centurions carried the eagle before America was founded. All right, I'll look into that.
Yes,
They
that's a
exploited you as a
roasted
child.
human being with
I'm sorry to
children
hear that.
standing right next to the table there.
I'm so sorry to hear that. The whole system is evil, and it should be upended.
Yep.
Yeah. It's really bad people. Really, really, really bad people.
Yeah, to say the least.
You hope this all goes down rapid fire. Q said this would be swift. What do I think? Well, I think that disinformation is necessary, and I think that we won't really know the hour or the day. But
So see, everybody was talking about Q back then, and Q this and Q that, and I was like, well, what is this Q thing? And then when you follow that dead end road or whatever, I never could get anything out
I'm
of
not
the
talking
Q
years,
thing.
but I am talking probably months. Hopefully I'm wrong.
And here's the thing, if there is a Q or an R or anything else, see, Q was supposed to be the head of it, was supposed to be,
here's a good thing. We already won.
what was the
right?
one
We already
Kennedy
won.
that
There's
went
nothing they
down
can
in the
do
plane?
to stop what is coming.
You know, the one that
Absolutely nothing
had
they can
George
do
magazine.
to stop what is coming, right?
Anyway, that Kennedy was supposed to be
So
the
they can,
one
like,
that was
going
to come back and, take back being president
by the way,
and
false flags.
right the ship and all that stuff, which never
they,
happened.
They can try this stuff, but they can't win. They can't win. They can't win, you guys. The last 2 years we're setting up
they're
all
winning.
the evidence and sealed indictments.
They're winning. They're
Samsung account privacy notice.
Gotta go. Take care and breathe. You too. Take care. Bye, Third Eye View.
I haven't watched this one. The reason why I wanted to see it is because this is supposed to be his Dead Man Switch video where
that's amazing. I hope you're treating them well.
Was supposed to be revealing
that the children
big stuff and all that.
Children deserve to be loved and not treated like slaves and exploited. Children deserve to be loved and not treated like slaves and exploited. Their light should be cherished instead of extinguished.
Yep, I totally agree. Totally agree. That's why I'm here, brother. Same thing.
Yeah, that's what they've been doing. They've been controlling everything. You just watched Gabe Hoffman on InfoWars on YouTube. Yeah. Alex Jones is part of it. Look at all those people.
Alex Jones.
All those people. Mossad control over our media. Owen Benjamin turned on Alex Jones. Thank God he did. Because I know that Owen Benjamin's a decent guy. I can just feel it. So if you're on Twitter and you want to share this broadcast, feel free, because I don't care anymore. I'm tired of this Mossad infiltration of our country. All these people can fuck off. And, let's swamp Timothy Holmseth with fan mail. Go for it. Go for it. I hope he's okay. I pray for Timothy. Q said Alex was Mossad. Yes, he did. He sure did. He sure did.
Alex Jones. Bohemian Rhapsody or whatever out in California.
Good people.
Alex Jones,
slave trade
that's how
children.
he got famous, was he supposedly snuck in there and videoed it way back before anybody ever had any
Good
footage
people
or
that
anything
exploit
of it.
children for
Alex
profit.
Jones brought out the video of it. But somehow they didn't kill him for it. Weird. Now I know why.
It's all confusing to you because Alex is hated by the mainstream media. Look, Alex Jones's whole job was to make anybody who asked really good questions associated with fucking lunatics, because he acted like a lunatic. When you understand how AJ works, you'll start seeing how they operate. You doubt AJ is an actual foreign agent, but he may have been threatened, paid to shut down Pizzagate.
Pizzagate. Listen at that. Even back
Who's running Stratford? We should know that, guys. We should know. We should know about Stratford. Vatican claimed the soul. Religion, government claim mind. Education, banks claim body. That's how they control us. Yep. Guys, we've been born into a system of enslavement. We've been born into a system of enslavement. If Alex Jones is actually a good guy, then he will just spill the beans on all of the Black Cube shit, right?
Yeah, he didn't.
So Alex Jones, if you want redemption, spill the beans, you fat bastard. Even Joe Rogan, like...
Anybody seen Alex Jones lately? You know, he went through a bunch of shit. You know, they were suing him, everything else. No
There's
shit.
a reason why they sent
And
so
all
many
of
people
a
to
sudden, out
destroy
of
me
nowhere,
and get
he
me off
comes
the internet
back and man,
destroy
his color is
any means
great.
of, income
He's
and
all in
destroy
good
support
shape and
networks.
everything else.
You know what I
Anybody
mean?
else notice
Guys,
that?
This is how they operate. This is how they operate. They're very bad people. He has more clout than a Cappy. Yeah, of course he does. He's, you know, he's got a big system supporting him.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about clout. I just care about telling the truth and ending slavery of children. So Mick, either you're for that or against that. It's pretty fucking simple. People that are against the slave trade of children don't renege on Pizzagate and say, "Oh, it's made up." Guys, we know Pizzagate's real.
Well, yeah,
It's the
now
most
we
obvious shit ever.
definitely,
Just like Voodoo
1,000%
Donuts
know
is
it's
the most
real.
obvious shit ever, right? It's not a secret. These guys are not doing a good job covering it up. They're not doing a good job hiding it. We know. Everyone knows. The Portland police had a massive walk-off. Do you think they fucking know, Gabe Hoffman? You adult? You can't hide this shit. Too many people know. You should just fly away while you can. You know, maybe go hide somewhere if you can. I don't think you can hide though, but at least you know enjoy what remaining time you have. Go away. Just shut the fuck up. Stop. You know, protecting the global slave trade, protecting high-profile slavers like Spielberg, right? Guys, Spielberg is a rapist. He rapes children. End of. It's so fucking obvious. Crispin Glover knew it. I knew it. Everyone knows it. It's an open secret in Hollywood. Everybody fucking knows it. Greta Van Susteren says she eats at Comet Ping Pong once a week. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Mod Wolf. I am genuine. I tell the truth as I know it. And I don't hold back a lot. Because people need to know the truth. They need to know that there's a global slave trade epidemic, and there's people that protect them. People that get paid to protect slave traders. Greta was pushing Soros, Myanmar. Oh, well. Shill. Guys, the media is filled with shills, right? The media is filled with shills. It has been for some time. These people are CIA assets, they're Mossad assets, they're assets of the billionaire class, the controlling class, which engages in the slave trade of children. I was on InfoWars. Yes, I was on InfoWars because it was a way to get in front of a lot of people and tell my story about the truth about the global slave trade of children.
Alex Jones' show, InfoWars.
Millstone. Millstone around your neck. Millstone around your neck. You know what? I'm glad all these people attack me. Because all the people that attack me, they attack Trump, or at least pretend to be, like, on Trump's side. They're fucking liars. They attack, same thing happened to Jesus. Look, if you want to change a 1,000-year-old system of enslavement, it's going to be, it's going to be a little bit bumpy, right? How many times have they tried to kill Trump? A lot. A lot of times. There's a reason. Mike Pence. Guys, The treachery is everywhere. The treachery is everywhere. The treachery is everywhere. Don't compare myself to Jesus. I can compare myself to whoever I want. Jesus told the truth, like me. Jesus got a bunch of synagogue of Satan after him, like me. Jesus was a carpenter, like me. I can compare myself to whoever I want. Jesus is pretty much the best role model that you could ever have, by the way. I do whatever I want. So if you're a troll, Mick, never seen you here before, by the way. Did they send you out here? You can shut the fuck up. Mute you. Mute you, Mick. Get out of here. It's probably a burner account. It's probably Gabe. Heard I was talking shit. Sent people in. That's how they operate. They have an army of... there's so many people. Monkey Savant. Who's that? Who's Monkey Savant? Right? Who is that? Who are all these anonymous online people? Who are they aligned with? Why are they pushing certain narratives? Right? We are all to be Christ-like. That's the goal. Right? That's the goal. So if you're like, you know what? I love Jesus, and here's how I like to be like Jesus, and you say that, that's great. Good for you. Good for you. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the light. The way. The way. The way. It's a way of being. Yeah? Am I going to be okay? Yeah, I'll be okay. I mean, my heart and peace in my heart. I could die today and I'd be fine. I know I'm going to heaven. God told me, you're going to heaven. I don't worry about it. I spent a lot of time fighting for a better world. A claim unrebutted stands. Put a petition in writing to Senate, and they have to answer it. I gotta plug this in. Hold on. Okay. Got some juice. What can you do to help me? I don't know. It's a good question. That's a good question. I'll think about that. They cut me off? Yeah. Happens. It happens. All right, I'll think about it, Valina. I'll think about something good that y'all can do. Because I do need help. I do need help. I know there's a lot of good people, and I know that the fam is good people. Is there a message I want out? Yeah. I want you to ask these people who they're backed by. I want you to ask if, I want you to be loud about Black Cube. You know? By the way, we're going to be seeing a lot of Black Cube in the future when all of the Mueller stuff is public. Get ahead of the curve. Thank you, Heather. You have access to large format vinyl? Oh, cool. That's cool. What's Black Cube? Black Cube is a private label intelligence run by ex-Israeli intelligence officers. And they sabotage people's lives. They do all sorts of dirty shit to protect wealthy pedophiles and slave traders. Yeah, Open Secret block you. Big surprise. Guys, Open Secret is a fucking shill operation. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows at this point. Or at least the smart people. There's still some people who are fooled. It happens. I feel bad for them. All right. Well, I'm gonna go. Hopefully, we get some fun Q drops or something. It'd be nice to focus all of our energy in something positive. Yeah. Give you the list. Here's the list. Posobiec, Cernovich, Arnon Milchin, Loomer, Gabe fucking Hoffman. Who are these people? Who are these people? You're posting on Twitter. Good, posting on Twitter. Who's paying you, Cernovich? Who's paying you, Posobiec? Who's behind you, Gabe Hoffman? Link to my PayPal? There is no link to my PayPal because they took down, my Twitter. Just like they did to Liz Crokin. Who, guys? Trust Liz Crokin. Anyone associated with Alex Jones, yeah, be very fucking wary. But trust Liz. Liz is golden, right? I've seen people trying to throw shade on Liz, and I'm like, don't do that. Liz is good, right? Liz is commended to this. Liz is 1,000,000% MAGA, real MAGA. Like Jacob Wool, yeah, look at that fucking guy. Trust who else? Trust Q. You can trust Trump. Trust Flynn. You can trust. There's a lot of people to trust. I'm not going to name specific accounts because when I name accounts here, they ended up getting attacked by shit. Jacob Wool traveled with Loomer. Big fucking surprise. Big fucking surprise. Jacob Wool, who faked hate crime against himself. That's basically Jussie Tier, right? Trust Q. You can trust Q and Q+, right? And I think you can trust Joe M. I think Joe M's really good, and I don't care. These people are attacking Joe M. They're attacking in the Matrix. They're just attacking anybody that has any sort of notable following. They're just trying to cause chaos, You like Joe M. Yeah, me too. Joe M is a patriot. Yes, Tough Mamas, 100%. I don't know War Drummer. I don't know anything about him. Dilly seems like a good guy. I would trust him. I think he's good. I think his heart is good. Here's the thing. It's all about message over messenger, okay? Message over messenger, right? Trust the message. And I said this in the very beginning, guys. I said this isn't about me because there will probably be a point where they try to take me out. And lo and behold, I was right, right? It's not about me. It's about decentralization. It's about the message, not the messenger, right? No idols. That's right. It's not about cult of personality. It's about the message. My message is, let's stop the global slave trade of children, right? Can we just agree to that? Can we start that for, as the human race? Yeah. Pretty reasonable, right? Reasonable place to start. Reasonable place to start. I love you guys. We're going to talk soon. I'm pretty sure I'll be back later today. Take care.
All right, so that's Isaac Cappy, and for those who are just now seeing this or whatever, he was like the first whistleblower blowing the whistle and stuff. One of the first ones, trying to tell us and warn us about Pizzagate and all that stuff way before Jeffrey Epstein list and all this stuff, right? But he's the one that started pointing us in the right direction. And they did kill him. They took him out, There's one saying he warned us, and Isaac Cappy, there's a bunch of them there. Here's a short. This is where he exposes Seth Green, like I was talking about. Let's watch it real quick. It's short.
Isaac Cappy was an actor in Hollywood, and he decided he was going to expose all of the sick things in Hollywood. If you haven't seen my video about Tom Hanks, watch that to get caught up, but I'm going to show you what he said about Seth Green. Fortunately, Isaac Cappy passed away after forcing himself off a bridge, but he said...
Did anybody hear that? After forcing himself off a bridge.
This.
I'm not suicidal. I'm not suicidal.
Now let's see what he had to say about Seth Green.
At the end of the night, it was me, Seth, and his brother-in-law, and Seth turned to me and opened up this secret bookshelf, and he's like, "This is where we keep the children." And I was like, I tried to just put it out of my mind, but then about a month later, Seth, Claire, and I were having dinner at their house, and Seth said, "We now need to have a talk about chicken." And I was like, oh God.
Isaac Cappy was an actor in Hollywood, and he decided he was going to expose all of the sick things in Hollywood. If you haven't seen my video about Tom Hanks, watch that to get caught up. And I'm
He
going to show
forced
you what he
himself
said about
off of the
Seth
bridge
Green.
after
Functionary
saying
Isaac
clearly,
Cappy passed away
"I'm
after
not
forcing
suicidal."
himself off a bridge, but he said this.
I'm not suicidal.
Yeah, super sad. All right, now we're going to see. The latest on the NDAA Israel with U.S. military. "12 days ago, 2 months ago." Boy, they don't want us to know anything, do they? They don't want to tell us anything lately here 11 days ago. House passes
All right, another piece of news. So, of course, on Tuesday afternoon, the rule vote passed, which would have, which permitted Section 19 to be voted on in the House. So, Thomas Massey, unfortunately, the rule passed just now, and no debate or vote was allowed on Section 219, integration of U.S. military technology and supply chains with Israel's. The NDAA will receive a recorded vote tomorrow with Section 219 in it. I'll vote no. Well, his vote was not enough.
Yeah, so it passed, and that's what I'm doing on here is I'm trying to let everybody know, man. Wow, insane.
This is the most beautiful time of year in the north. The green is turning into golden brown. Summer vacation.
Oh, and if you don't know, see, everybody's just
Something
thinking,
disturbing
"Oh, that's
is
just the
taking place
military. Oh, they're doing something. It's not going to affect me." Well, how's your job doing? Anybody heard about all these jobs that's disappearing and all the automation that's taking place and stuff? We are what they look at and say are useless eaters. Okay, they're trying to, and look here, look at all the shit that they're pushing at us. Let's see, that's Muslim or whatever. Yeah, you gotta throw that in there. But the way that these Israeli bastards do is your ass, your children, they send them to serve Israel. Like 2 years, I think it is, at least. Okay, so, and then after, okay, so think about this. As soon as you're put in there, and I don't know what age they do it at, but they throw your ass into a uniform, and then you're serving in the military, and even once you get out of service, every single year you are to report back so they can catch you up for what they want you to do. And that might be, shoving your ass back into, it don't matter, see. And yet they're talking this bullshit like, "Oh, well, we're just joining the militaries." And old Netanyahu there, it supposedly was his ideal. So how do we have a foreign sack of shit telling, if this was our country, right? So as if we needed anything more to tell us that this definitely, that you and I don't have a country. Like, we didn't need this to tell us this, did we? Absolutely not. Can't stay in that nasty piece of shit. Let's see here. I'm looking for trying to find something here lately. See, that's a month ago, 2 months ago, 13 days ago. Oh, now see this one right here? This is the young lady here. I forget her name. It'll tell us here in a second. We got to get our brainwashing in here. But this one here, she used to talk highly about Israel on her show and all that stuff. She was always, it's not Megan Kelly, is that? Well, this is on the Young Turks or whatever, but she used to just sing all about Israel's praises and how good they was, so on and so forth. And then they turned on her for no reason other than she's just not one of them. And then she found out. It's kind of like whenever people back the blue until they find out the blue ain't for you.
6 Democrats voted in favor of the National Defense.
Let's start this over.
Well, it looks like Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, might be getting what he wants in merging the Israeli Defense Forces with the United States military. Want to know why? Well, it's because of the fact that the House of Representatives has voted to pass the National Defense Authorization Act with Section 219 intact. Now, of course, that's the provision that allows for the merging of certain parts of the Israeli military with the US military. Clearly, Americans are not in favor of it. It is not something that is even being covered.
But just like in Texas, when there was a county down there that said that they didn't want no processing centers, data centers, as they're trying to shove up our hind ends. But the whole town come out and said, nope, don't put it here. Well, guess what they did? They put it there. They still got that processing center. Put it right in, even though the people said no, which is unbelievable, because I don't know why that everybody didn't get out there and like just shoot them up right then and there, you know. But nobody wants to make a move first. I can't say I blame them. Nobody wants to be, you know, killed or whatever in the line of whatever, you know, but everybody's thinking that somebody else will be stepping up or whatever, and it's not going to happen. You know, nobody stepped up for the dead children. Nobody's going to step up for this neither. But whenever there's people literally being strung upside down and then filleted, you know, and I'm telling you, it's going to be even
deeply by legacy media outlets, likely because they know that it would be very unpopular with the American people. But I don't want people to give up hope, because while this has passed in the House, the National Defense Authorization Act needs to pass in the Senate for it to become law. And there is some good news because of the good work that you all have been doing in pressuring your elected Congress members and pressuring senators. The Senate did strip their version of Section 219. It has a different
she's trying to soften
title,
the blow
but
here
they
a little
stripped
bit.
Their version of it from the Senate National Defense Authorization Act legislation. So obviously you can't pass a different version in the lower chamber. So they're going to have to go back and forth until they finally agree on a final version of the National Defense Authorization Act. But I don't want you to think that it's over. Netanyahu's getting what he wants. The Israeli military is now baked into the US military. That is not true yet. So there is still a fight to be had, and it's really up to the Senate now, which is a little bit devastating because I don't really trust any member of Congress at this point.
No shit.
The fact that we have seen some success in stripping the, provision from the Senate version does give me a little bit of hope. Now, with all of that in mind, we need to name names. Now, unfortunately, the vast majority of Republicans voted in favor of the NDAA with Section 219 intact.
Well, the ones that even voted no, it's what they call a soft no. And a soft no just means that they voted no just because they knew that it would already pass. And that's so that they can save face in front of the people that they have to face in, whenever they go back to whatever district that they're from, or that they supposedly, I can't even hardly say this with a straight face, but that they represent, because they represent Israel, period. They don't represent anybody, any of us here. So, yeah.
7 Republicans, though, did defect, and they deserve credit. Now let's go over to the
No, they
Democratic
don't.
side, where the vast majority
Again, it was a
voted
soft no.
However, 6 Democrats voted in favor of the National Defense Authorization Act with the inclusion of that provision, which allows for the IDF to partly merge with our military. And I want to name their names. Congressman Don Davis.
Yeah, we don't give a shit about them. They're all in it. They all knew that it was going to pass, and they chose to do nothing. So here's Ben Shapiro, which is a piece of shit, and I won't even let your ears bleed from listening to that monkey dick. So let's see. Breaking House passes in 27, section 219. That's a short. Let's see what he has to say.
The NDAA of 2027 isn't just another defense bill. Section 219 quietly merges the U.S. and Israeli militaries. The NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, is an annual bill that funds the entire U.S. military and sets defense policy. It passes every single year, but this year's version is something completely unprecedented. Here's how Congress just voted. It passed 216 to 212, with just 7 Republicans voting no and 6 Democrats voting yes. Here's a list of the Democrats that just voted yes and the Republicans that just voted no. Formally titled the United States Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative, this provision does not just increase aid, it fundamentally restructures the relationship between the U.S. and Israel. It mandates a permanent executive agent within the
permanent.
This single official is tasked with synchronizing all cooperative efforts between the U.S. and Israeli militaries. But here's what merger actually means. This isn't joint exercises. This is joint weapons, AI, and quantum computing built together. Our intelligence systems, directly tied to theirs. This means that when Israel sees a target, the U.S. sees a target as well. When we plan, they plan. We're effectively operating as one military, not 2. Same intel, same system, same battlefield picture. And they made sure that it can't be unwound. By burying this in the acquisition process, they killed the annual congressional vote. No public oversight, it's classified. Elections won't touch it. This isn't an alliance anymore. It's a structural merger that makes the U.S. military readiness dependent on Israel's decisions. Furthermore, it ties American jobs to it. It forces the co-production through Lockheed Martin and Boeing. This array supports 290,000 U.S. jobs and generates more than $72 billion annually. Section 219 locks the model permanently, making American factory workers, their paycheck, dependent entirely on the military relationship. This goes far beyond an alliance. The U.S. military readiness is now entangled with Israel's regional conflicts, and there's no off-ramp. That's why
no off-ramp.
NDAA of 2027.
Yes, there's an off-ramp. If we'd all stand up and say, you know, piss on you.
The National Defense Authorization Act is an annual bill that funds the entire U.S. military and sets defense policy. It passes every single year, but this year's version is something completely unprecedented. Here's how Congress just voted. It passed 216 to 200.
Wow. Sick shit. See, they put this up 2 weeks ago or whatever, and it was shut down because of people like me who called in and bitched about it and everything else, and then they just turned around and shoved it back through, worded it a different way, and something to do with the banking system or some way, however they did that, Federal Reserve or something. I don't know how they did that, but somehow but that's how they got it through. And it doesn't really make any difference, the fact that, and then people saying, well, there's no off-ramp. Now we're in with, or not we. I hate how twisted this is, because I keep saying we, but no, the U.S. is in bed with, which they was already both together any damn way. See, that's from a month ago. Three days ago. How they could give Israel access. Let's see what this is.
That NDA, when you really look into the meat and potatoes behind it, it gives Netanyahu and the IDF some serious grounds to have whatever they want to do with our military. It's way farther.
It's not only that; it gives them pretty much a debit card from the United States to spend money on what money they want.
Exactly.
Our taxpayer funds.
Yeah. What happens when you give a poorly behaved child a debit card and you know what I mean? Like, what happens?
You don't have any money left in that bank account within a couple days.
No, not at all, none, zero. And you know, basically too, if I'm not mistaken, if they have access to our military weaponry, intelligence, and all that, they could easily program that stuff to where if we decided that, okay, we got a problem, we got to break free from this country, and we're going to have to do a little attackage, that our equipment will be just actually useless against them because it'll be programmed to do so. They could do that. You'll see one of their jets coming at your jets, you'll hit the fire button and it won't fire because it's been programmed not to do that, and they would do that. They would make sure that they would completely isolate themselves.
Anybody know the story about the SS Liberty? What
Actually,
happened?
when you really look into
What happened with the SS Liberty?
in the IDF,
These are the
some
same piece of
serious
shit that they
grounds
say
to have what
that
they
we
wanna do
are
with our
that they are in with now. When Israel attacked the U.S., see, here is what really happened during the U.S. Liberty incident. We were set
Do you
up.
know anything about the USS Liberty?
Yeah.
What happened there?
The USS Liberty was a intelligence gathering ship off the coast of Egypt. Long story short, Israel bombed it, killed Americans. They said, we made a mistake. We thought it was an Egyptian ship. Looks nothing like an Egyptian ship. It was flying American flags. Israeli jets flew over it 2 or 3 times to identify it.
Even seen the men up on deck waving flags or whatever they could find, and they could see the actual pilots piloting whenever they was attacked.
On June 6, 1967, Israeli Air Force fighters attacked Egyptian air bases, destroying.
Chewy Pharmacy delivers pet meds quick, which Chase loves.
Yeah, let's get it. More brainwashing.
It's a beautiful day. It's the rainbow's end if the kids are okay.
Destroying 80% of their air assets. By June 7th, the air forces of Jordan and Syria were also destroyed, mostly on the ground, but the war was being monitored. The United States and other nations had a vested interest in what was transpiring in the Middle East, and gathering intelligence was critical for both political and strategic military planning. What was the USS Liberty? Why was it in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea during the Six-Day War? Why did Israeli air and naval forces attack an American ship? Why was so much effort put into the cover-up after the event?
Hello, I'm Colin Heaton, a veteran of the United States Army and Marine Corps, former history professor, book author, and welcome to this episode of Forgotten History.
USS Liberty was a floating CIA intelligence gathering platform monitoring all transmissions from all sources involved in the 1967 Six-Day War. Israeli progress was followed, as well as the Arab coalition of Egypt, Syria, and Jordan, known as the United Arab Republic. As a result, Israel secured Sinai, all of Jerusalem, and the Golan Heights. But Israeli intelligence had reported to Chief of Israeli Naval Operations, Admiral Issi Rahar, that a ship had fired upon El Arish in Sinai. This was proven to be a ruse. The only ship in that area was the USS Liberty, which flew the U.S. flag and was in international waters. In what was described by both President Lyndon B. Johnson and the Israeli government as a case of mistaken identity, Israeli air and naval assets attacked the USS Liberty on June 8th, killing 34 Americans and wounding 172 of the 294-man crew. Previously, the United States had announced that it had no naval forces within hundreds of miles of the battlefront on the floor of the United Nations a few days earlier. However, the USS Liberty was assigned to monitor the fighting. as a result of a series of United States communication failures whereby messages directing the ship not to approach within 100 miles were not received by the Liberty. The ship sailed to within 14 miles off the Sinai coast. Also notified of the supposed attack upon El Arish were Colonel Shmuel Kislev, head of Israeli Air Force operations, and General Yeshayahu Benket, the head of Israeli Air Force intelligence. Kislev told his pilots that, quote, if they could confirm that it was a military ship, they could hit it, end quote. The naval contingent was also on the alert. Beneket wanted to have positive identification of the ship that may have been involved. Israeli Dassault Mirage fighters passed by and gave their report. The flight leader confirmed that it was an American ship. More Israeli fighters attacked at 14:05 hours for 20 minutes, firing cannons, machine guns, and rockets, and one report from the first pilot who hit the ship stated that oil was leaking. During that time, on board Liberty, radioman Terry Halbardier and Glenn Oliphant followed the captain's order and broadcast in the clear that they were under attack by unknown forces and needed assistance, but their communications antenna were then damaged. They performed a manual repair and began transmitting in the open as their secure channel was being jammed. The 6th Fleet received the SOS and informed the commander of the carrier task force on board the USS Saratoga, Captain Joseph Tully, who called and launched 12 F-4 Phantom fighters to assist Liberty. And the hotline between Washington, D.C.
That
and
piece
Moscow
of shit
was
right there
activated.
should have been shot.
Moscow was informed that American aircraft were being launched only to surmise the situation regarding the Liberty, not to get involved in the war. But as the Phantoms were en route just minutes away from saving the Liberty, it was reported that Secretary of Defense Robert Strange McNamara mysteriously had them recalled.
Yeah,
The only
another
way
piece
a
of shit.
SecDef could do that was by presidential authority. Johnson knew the truth, and he was part of the problem.
Yep.
The next wave of Israeli aircraft arrived after the Phantoms returned to the Saratoga, and these were Dassault Super Mysteers with napalm and canister bombs. One pilot called out the ship's identification as Charlie Tango Romeo 5, and that there is no flag on her. This was a strange report, as the previous recon flight clearly stated that there was an American flag, and the ship was identified as such. It is believed that this call was made as a ruse to cover the Israelis should these attacks be recorded by third parties. When that transmission was made, Colonel Kislev ordered all aircraft to stop the attack, as he believed that the ship was, in fact, American from the call sign. But the Israeli commander of the torpedo boat squadron, Moshe Oren, stated that he was not informed that there was a recall from an attack, and was informed, in fact, that it was the Egyptian freighter, the El Qasir. Therefore, he launched 3 motor torpedo boats. The order to halt all attacks, which followed the second wave of fighters, was supposedly not received by the naval assets, whose 3 torpedo boats launched 6 torpedoes at the Liberty, with 5 failing to hit target, but the one that did contact killed 25 men and wounded many more. This account is in great dispute. However, the Israeli argument of misidentification fails for several reasons, one being that if they believed it was an Egyptian ship, why did they specifically jam the secure American radio frequency, which were specifically narrow bands? Another problem was the identification issue, in that the Liberty, at 10,150 tons, was 5 times larger than the ship they claimed to have mistaken for the Liberty. Both ships had totally different
So all these pilots and stuff like that, I mean, they train all the time, you know, these shapes and stuff. Like, if you look at these right now, I mean, it doesn't take you but a few seconds to say, oh, okay, well, the one on the left is definitely, you know, and if you're asking, well, you know, they could have mistaken that. No, this is what they done. And then, and they wasn't looking at these little black and white depictions of ships anyway. They actually was there flying over it, and they seen the American flags. They knew exactly what they was doing, but they chose to murder our people.
profiles. In addition, If the attack was a simple error, why were the Israeli jets unmarked, bearing no Israeli symbols, carrying no national identification, in violation of international law? Had the
yeah.
F-4 Phantoms from the Saratoga not been recalled, the torpedo boats would not have been able to engage, and the majority of the men would not have been killed and wounded. The official American position was that Israel called and said that they had recognized their mistake and the attack was over. So therefore, in response, McNamara recalled the jets. However, the attacks were then renewed for another 80 minutes. This was a strange development, since the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv reported that the Israelis had attacked a ship, but the nationality of the ship was yet undetermined by Israel. If this was true, how would McNamara know to recall the Phantoms, and that it was in fact the Liberty?
Yep.
The SOS was resent after the damaged antenna was repaired again, and it was picked up this time by the aircraft carrier USS America, and 2 ships were dispatched. 3 life rafts were deployed so men could get off the burning ship, but the torpedo boats focused their fire, destroying 2 of the life rafts and sweeping the decks to kill as many men as they could to prevent an evacuation. That act alone is a violation of the Geneva Convention, not to mention attacking a ship from a non-belligerent nation in international waters. Another strange development was when, after the 2-hour attack, the ship and crew headed to Malta, the 6th Fleet Commander, Rear Admiral Isaac Kidd, ordered the survivors to remove the ship's name from their uniforms. In fact, Admiral Kidd even ordered them to go ashore in civilian clothes, which the men were not supposed to have anyway. They were also told to grant no interviews and do not discuss the situation, even among each other. Otherwise, they would face court-martial and prison, or, even worse, for violating national security. Both Israelis and Americans involved had their opinions on what happened and why. One voice was that of Navy Captain Dr. Richard Kiefer, who was wounded badly himself but worked for 28 hours straight saving lives when he could. He received the Silver Star. Captain William McConaughey received the Medal of Honor for his efforts following the 13 repetitious attacks after his bridge crew were killed, himself badly wounded. His recollection was that the aircraft hit the ship from every direction in multiple waves. Since the attack involved the Israeli Air Force and Navy, that made it a combined arms attack, meaning that it was coordinated, which also meant that command authority came from the seat of government. The military did not simply attack an unknown ship in international waters, let alone an American ship, without orders. All the crew believed the ship was clearly identified as American, as there were reconnaissance aircraft that passed by close enough for the crew to look into the cockpits. Several high-ranking American military and political persons knew at that time that the attack was deliberate. The question was why? The cover-up was incredible. For example, the press was given limited information to downplay the event. The men were sworn to secrecy, and the Judge Advocate General of the Navy, Admiral Merlin Starling, was given only 24 hours to review the 600-page Court of Inquiry investigation report. He had great reservations about the veracity of the report. In fact, the Navy inquiry did not allow any testimony or evidence regarding the unmarked Israeli aircraft. No information was included about the life rafts that were shot up, or the electronics transmission jamming, or even McNamara's recall of the American fighters. This was the first and only time in U.S. history that a board of inquiry refused to accept testimony from American service members who survived an attack and only accepted the statements of the forces that had attacked them. Bill LeMay, a crewman, was given the name tag Smith, removed from a hospital ward with a dozen other patients and placed into a single room. A naval officer soon entered and told him that his name was now Smith, that he was never on the Liberty, and he was never to discuss the matter.
Amy
You hear
Atkins'
that?
medical knowledge
How
described as
crazy
insufficient
is
to
that?
state
That is
medical-
just absolutely unbelievable that you would be serving and then you just get attacked and then you're thinking, wow, as if that wasn't crazy enough. I mean, imagine that. you know, out there on the ocean, waves up and down on this huge ship, and then another ship comes, and you finally get off of it after you was attacked. You watch all of your other uh, fellow Army buddy, Navy, or whatever, enlisted buddies dying next to you and everything else. And then when you get back, you're thinking, wow, you know, they're going to be making a big fuss out of it and people's going to be upset and everything. No, you're told, shut your mouth and don't say anything about it. You know, unbelievable.
Events. The Senate records, as well as the Medal of Honor Society, recorded that Captain McGonagall's Medal of Honor was earned in Vietnam, not off the Sinai Peninsula. His Medal of Honor citation mentions no specific geographic location and does not mention who the enemy was. Also, the ship's log was also altered to fit the Israeli timeline, supporting that only after 20 minutes of engagement, the ship was attacked for a total of 50 minutes and not 2 hours, breaking up contact after they realized their error. This was obviously not true. But why the cover-up? Why the attack? Over the years, logic mandates that the Israelis knew that the Liberty was a communications gathering spy ship and would be listening in on all communications, Arab and Israeli. Their push into the Golan Heights, as well as their attack in the Sinai, would have been recorded in real time by the Liberty. In fact, the director of the National Security Agency, Marshall Carter, stated that he believed the attack was deliberate so that Israel could maintain the secrecy of their operations. Sinking the ship and killing all on board was the only way for Israel to have accomplished that mission. The CIA transcripts were handed to the American ambassador in Lebanon at that time. The transcripts clearly showed that the pilots, upon reaching Liberty, reported that it was an American ship. Their war room ordered them to attack. Again, the flight commander repeated his warning that the ship was American. Again, he was told, "You have your orders," and the attack started. These reports were also supported by an EC-121 airborne surveillance aircraft operated by the National Security Agency, which also recorded these transmissions, confirming that Israel knew the ship was American. They even stated in their own radio transmissions that they saw the flag. And this was true for both the air and naval assets involved in the attack, contradicting their official statements. What came to light later was the justification for sinking the Liberty and killing the crew. Moshe Dayan, the commander-in-chief of Israeli forces, had ordered the attack. This was due to the fact that Israeli commanders in the field were authorized to execute Egyptian prisoners of war rather than lose time transporting and securing them. Israeli military historian Uri Milstein claimed that there were many incidents in the 1967 war in which Egyptian soldiers were killed by Israeli troops after they had raised their hands in surrender. It was not an official policy, but there was an atmosphere that it was okay to do it, Milstein said. Some commanders decided to do it, others refused, but everyone knew about it. Declassified Israeli Defense Force documents show that on June 11, 1967, the operations branch of the General Staff felt it necessary to issue new orders concerning the treatment of prisoners. The order read that, because existing orders were contradictory, thus: 1. Soldiers and civilians who surrendered were not to be hurt by any means. 2. Soldiers and civilians who possessed a weapon and failed to surrender would be killed. However, soldiers caught disobeying the order by killing prisoners would be severely punished. Now this appears to be damage control and could only have been issued from Dayan due to the Israeli knowledge that they did not destroy the Liberty and that intercept transmissions could prove these criminal actions. This appears to be a classic case of covering their collective rear ends. If this information were to have gotten out, it would prove that Israel was committing war crimes, and the Liberty was a known intelligence gathering source. Israel's legitimacy was already in question, since they launched the preemptive strike on Arab airfields, as their intelligence supposedly had information that the Arab forces were preparing to launch attacks against Israel. American officials at the highest level would have known this, including President Johnson and Robert McNamara. It does not take a great stretch of logic to understand why the cover-up took place, and from where it originated. The United States could not afford to have its great ally Israel accused of war crimes. The USA and NATO also had great interest in seeing the Israelis win, because a victory would reduce the effectiveness of the influence the Soviet Union had with the United Arab Republic, which was the coalition of Jordan, Syria, and Egypt. It would also hopefully reduce the interest of Saudi Arabia in funding the United Arab Republic triumvirate if their efforts seemed to be a lost cause. An Israeli victory would have also ensured that the Suez Canal would remain open, which benefited the USA and NATO. The US had good reasons for a cover-up. There are contradictory reports available where US officials claimed to have debunked the murders of Egyptian POWs as the reason for the attack, supporting the Israeli attack as mistaken identity. That is also part of the cover-up, because later, murdered Egyptian soldiers were found in shallow graves, and the Israeli government offered reparations to the families of the men who were identified. In May 1968, the Israeli government paid 3.32 million US dollars, the equivalent of $28 million in 2022, to the US government in compensation for the families of the 34 men killed in the attack. In March 1969, Israel paid a further $3.57 million, or $28.5 million in 2022, to the men who had been wounded. In December 1980, it agreed to pay $6 million, or $21.3 million in 2022 money, as the final settlement for material damage to Liberty itself, plus 13 years of interest. Several prominent Americans, generals, admirals, and even Medal of Honor recipients, as well as the surviving crew, have asked for a full congressional investigation into the attack and the cover-up for decades. Personally, I doubt that will ever happen.
Thank you for watching Forgotten History. Please click like, subscribe, and share. Send us comments and show ideas, and we will get back to you as soon as possible. Until next time.
Absolutely, positively, unbelievably sad. And what's sad about that is that we just accepted it, you know, even after finding out what happened and stuff. Look at everything that's happening in our country right now. U.S. Incorporated joining these Israeli bastards or whatever, man. I'm telling you, we haven't seen nothing yet. I'm telling you, it's coming. They're not turning the heat up on the water slowly anymore. They're actually cranking the hell out of the heat now. They don't give a shit if we jump out or not. You know, they're making our pot, our home, our country so unbearable. You know, they poisoned our air, they poisoned our water, you know, putting astrazine and everything else in our water. If you was here, you know, earlier I showed, you know, a video that I done 6 months ago when I tested my own tap water and stuff, how foul that it is. It smells like a burnt electric motor. And I mean, you can see all the garbage in there and everything. And, you know, what are we doing? What are we doing? Nothing. Same way with all the kids and stuff like that, you know, Epstein files and everything, done nothing. COVID-19, you know, they shot us up with poison and stuff. What did we do? Nothing. You know, we even know now 9/11, we knew back then. But, you know, and then Trump lied to us or whatever, told us he was all Christian, going to drain the swamp and everything. Well, he was the biggest damn swamp monster that there was, you know. So now there's no more swamp. What they're doing is they're just filling it in with our dead bodies. And, you know, they're building out their island of dry. They're walking all over us, you know, using our bodies to do that. So anyway, if you're here, I appreciate you being here. Not asking you to subscribe or anything. I'm just thankful that you're here. Thank you so much for joining me. But I'm going to get off here. Maybe see if I can find a little bit of rest, and we'll see if we can do another show tomorrow. The whole point of doing this is, you know, trying to document and trying to warn as many people as I can. Do whatever you can. You know, get right with the Lord above for sure. You know, take that extra time for your friends and loved ones, especially. Maybe forget about doing that work or something that you think's important, and maybe think about holding on to your children a little bit tighter. Maybe spend that time with that special someone that's in your life or something like that, because they my buddy says that we got about 4 months. If you watched his video and stuff like that I've showed on here several times, we don't have 4 months. We don't have 4 months. I would take it as maybe you might have 4 seconds from now, and I would treat it as such. So I would go grab on to whoever that is that you truly love, and maybe the ones that you've been arguing with or something, maybe reach out to them and tell them, maybe that argument's not quite as big as you thought it was or something like that. I'm not saying prepare to lay down and give up, by no means at all. I'm just saying prioritize. We only go around one time in this life, and it's not a very, very long merry-go-round, is it? Never thought that I would wind up saying that, I was older than 20, and then that happened, and then I thought, I never even thought about it. And then the next thing you know, 30 came, and then I'll shut up right there. Anyway, listen, if you're here, thank you so much. I do appreciate you very, very much. Man, got to speak with, a few people on this show here that was amazing. Really appreciate it. Noma the Campbell, Bradley Bear, super cool having you here. Appreciate you so much. I'm going to sign off, and we'll do another show tomorrow for sure. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Have a great evening. God bless. Take care.